like a cigarette smoke till it's in my head, take it all away. Yeah, I'ma light it up just like a cigarette smoke till it's in my head, take the pain away. Let it burn, let it burn, let it burn. Let it burn, let it So I'ma light it up just like a cigarette smoke till it's in my head, take it all away. Yeah, I'ma light it up just like a cigarette smoke till it's in my head, take the pain away.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Oksana. I am head of the SheIsTech Organizing Committee and Director of Social Impact at Intellias. It's a great honor for me to welcome you at the first SheIsTech conference. I'm happy to share that over 2,300 people have registered to our event. So kudos to all the team who's been preparing this conference. We are all so excited here to see more and more participants joining our conference live, and I hope that all 2000s will be here soon with us. If you're already here, please write in comments where are you joining us from and let us know how are you feeling today. It will be good to connect in the beginning with you. So let me check what we have in our stream. Okay, so I will continue while you are writing down how you are. Today we are welcoming fantastic women leaders and experts from Portugal, Spain, Poland, Ukraine, UK, Croatia, Bulgaria, Finland, Sweden, USA, Malaysia, Colombia, and other countries. I'm so grateful to our speakers for joining us and willing to share their invaluable experience. Our conference will have three main stages. You can review the agenda at our website, SheIsTech, and navigate between the stages. Choosing where to go is going to be a difficult choice because all of them are great, but let me help you a little bit introducing you our agenda. So the first stage is called workplace stage. Here we will explore strategies and best practices to bridge the gender gap in workplaces. It's a professional platform with the insightful speeches and thought-provoking discussions, and it will be interesting to everyone who works on transforming their organizations and creating a better workplaces for women. We will learn from each other experiences with our speakers, representing diverse areas of expertise, from talent acquisition to professional development and ESG. The second stage is focusing on leadership. We all have heard about glass ceiling and sticky floor and other barriers that prevent women from growing to leadership positions. At this stage, outstanding female leaders will share their own stories about overcoming barriers and building successful careers in tech. Here you will discover answers and ways to empower your careers in tech. And the third stage is about communities. I think a lot of you witnessed the power of communities. They unite like minded people, amplify their voices, and encourage change. And I believe that communities play a very special role in tech industry because whatever country you go, there is a woman in tech community. Because building tight-knit communities of women can be a powerful tool of changing the industry and making it more inclusive. We will listen to community leaders and learn about their successful projects. But before we start, let's go back to the very beginning for a second. The idea of organizing this conference has been hanging out in the air for a long time. At Intellias, supporting and empowering women has always been one of the strategic priorities. Since signing the Women Empowerment Principles by UN Women in 2021, we've been consistently creating a better workplace for women and contributing to overcoming the gender gap in the tech industry. And during our journey, we met so many amazing experts and impactful organizations that at some point it felt natural to bring all these leaders together for a meaningful conversation about leading the tech industry towards a better gender balance. This conference unites many wonderful people and some of the finest organizations who support women in tech. And I would like to thank our community partners, SODA, Geek Girls Portugal, WeTech, Porto Tech Hub, Women in Agile Bulgaria, Wiz from Spain, No Fluff Job, Enbosoft, DNA 325, Talenti, ProIdea, Hackye, Invest Porto, Women Who Code Kyiv, Because Talents Matter, and Ladies at UX Lisbon. I'm also extending our gratitude to the amazing media partners of SheIsTech, including Dow.eu, TeamVisor, Just Join IT, Joberty, Netocratia, Great Place to Work Spain, Marie Claire Ukraine. It's good to have you here and see your genuine support of gender diversity and female leadership. And a special gratitude goes to UN Women for supporting SheIsTech and promoting gender diversity in the tech industry and beyond. Please give a warm welcome to Sabine Fraser-Gunesh, an honored representative of UN Women Ukraine. Sabine has over 25 years of policy and programming experience in good governance, gender equality, human rights, civil society development, and conflict prevention and resolution. Until February 2023, she was the chief of the UN Women's Leadership and Governance section, and previously Sabine spent 4 years in UN Women's Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia, where she served as policy advisor on governance, peace, security, as well as acting head of office in Turkey and Albania. Sabine, thank you for joining us. The floor is yours.
Hello, it is wonderful to be able to join you today. I hope that you hear me well. Thank you so much, Oksana, for that really warm introduction. I found your words to be very, very powerful, and I loved when you said that the whole aim of this initiative is to ensure that to lead the tech industry for a better gender balance. As we know, gender balance in tech is still something that requires a lot of work. And I know that all of you that are connecting today that are part of this initiative are dedicated to ensure that women and girls feel better included in tech and can succeed in this exciting area of work and of transformation of the whole world. So I'd like to start by greeting all of you today at the SheIsTech conference organized by Intelias, our partner and a signatory of the Women Empowerment Principles. I would like to also give a big thank you to all of the partners from government, from the private sector, and civil society for implementing initiatives to support women and girls affected by the full-scale aggression in Ukraine. We here, I'm representing the UN Women's Office in Ukraine, so I'm joining you today from Kyiv. And we are working very closely with a range of partners in government, in the private sector, in civil society. And it's really through these deep partnerships that we are able to see progress on gender equality and women's empowerment in Ukraine, despite the large-scale aggression. I know that you are all connecting from different parts of the world, and particularly from Europe. But I, as the UN Women representative in Ukraine, will focus a little bit on our work here in Ukraine. I hope it's interesting for you to hear how a United Nations organization, which is dedicated to gender equality and women empowerment, how we function in a war context like we're seeing today in Ukraine. So we have been present in Ukraine since 2016. And what we do, working very closely with our partners, is try to advance gender equality and women's empowerment. Ukraine is a country which has made very strong progress on ensuring gender equality and women's empowerment, but there are, of course, still issues to address. Many of the problems on gender equality have really been exacerbated and compounded since February 2022 and the start of the large-scale aggression. What we're seeing is that the vast majority of refugees, of Ukrainians living outside of the country, of course, they are women and then children. but also the majority of the internally displaced persons in the country are women, and those that are in the greatest need of humanitarian assistance, the majority are also women. So unfortunately, the ongoing war has had a disproportional effect on women. Of course, it has affected the entire population, but what we've seen is that women are more affected than men, and that their needs are sometimes different from the needs of men. And so what we try to do here in our work is to ensure that the needs of women are met in the humanitarian response. So what we have is something called the Gender and Humanitarian Action Working Group, which UN Women co-leads together with a national women's organization. What we do together is bring together the UN system to bring together international humanitarian agencies and national civil society organizations who are planning and implementing humanitarian programs to help ensure that women's specific needs are addressed. I also want to mention here, within the context of our work on humanitarian assistance, we have something called the Women, Peace, and Humanitarian Fund. So it is a fund which last year allocated $8.5 million to approximately 42 projects in the country to support women through humanitarian assistance. What I like to say is that this is the biggest feminist fund in Ukraine currently, because what we see is that very often in Ukraine, but also around the world, is that women's rights organizations have a tremendous amount of challenging access funding. So it is very important to increase the amount of dedicated funding to women's rights organizations to specifically implement projects which support women and which aim to advance gender equality. So that is one thing that we've successfully done in Ukraine last year, as I said, with the allocation of $8.5 million to women's rights organizations to address the most basic needs. So it could be, for example, last year after the destruction of the dam in Kherson, we were able to, working with our partners, to quickly support women who were affected by that disaster. So, of course, this is something that is very evident in our work, that the need to respond to the humanitarian crisis. But I also want to say that that's not the only thing that we do. Even within the humanitarian situation, what we're trying to do is to build community resilience and really start preparing for the recovery and what will happen after the victory. So here, another thing that is very important for us is to work at the community level, to work in hromadas, to work in oblasts, to ensure that local and regional governments, but also that women's organizations are already starting to plan for recovery, that they're already involved in prioritization for local and regional development. And that that we see full and transparent participation of women at the local and regional level. So some of you may be representing businesses that are working outside the capital of Kyiv. And so it would be really interesting to see how we would be able to partner more closely at the hromada and regional level, because what we're seeing is that particularly for the recovery, a lot of that planning is happening at that level. Finally, what I want to mention is that what we do as UN Women, of course, is we work very closely with national level authorities on ensuring that laws and policies of Ukraine are gender responsive. So currently we have started a study on the effects of the war on women's economic empowerment, on women's potential to create their own businesses, to find jobs. So what we're trying to understand now is how the war have affected women's economic opportunities. And so this study is just starting now. And based on this study, we then hope to really increase our programming on supporting women to access economic opportunities, either as business leaders or as employees or as members of boards. One thing that happened last year, which was very important in Ukraine, is that there was the passage of a strategy on equal pay. So this is something that obviously we see as a challenge, not only in Ukraine, but also in EU member states and other parts of the world, that unfortunately women are not paid equally for equal work. And Ukraine has now committed to try to reverse this and try to improve women's access to pay so that it becomes equal to what men earn. And this is, of course, an area where we're looking forward to working very closely with the private sector for the private sector to itself within its own companies analyze its pay structures and to look into how to increase women's pay so that they can be paid equally to men. Actually, this is a much more complex issue than just changing pay scales. There are a lot of root causes for unequal pay that have to be addressed by companies. Now, if we turn particularly to the issue of tech, I wanted to tell you that every year the UN Women leads the organization of a commission, which is called the Commission on the Status of Women. This commission is held every year in March and has a different theme. Last year, the commission's theme was particularly technology and innovation. So the Secretary General of the UN published a report which has a very deep analysis on gender and tech around the world, and very concrete recommendations on how to ensure women's better access to tech, to ensure that women feel secure on online platforms and within the tech sphere. And it also gave recommendations on how tech can be used to further advance gender equality and women's empowerment. So for those of you who are focused on this topic, I strongly recommend that you look at this report of the Secretary General of the UN that came out last March. But then in addition to that, at this Commission on the Status of Women, every year we have agreed conclusions. So that means that member states of the entire world agree to conclusions on the priority themes. So last year on how to advance gender equality through tech and innovation. So this is also an area where there are very interesting recommendations for the private sector, for government, for civil society on really how to ensure a more gender responsive tech and innovation ecosystem. So I just wanted to also mention the Commission on the Status of Women this year will be addressing a topic which is quite closely related, which is on financing for gender equality. Because as we know, we can have all these great ideas on how to advance gender equality through tech and through other sectors. But if you don't have the financing and if you don't have the budgeting for it, then it's very difficult to make progress. So the Commission on the Status of Women will be focusing on that this year in March. So I don't want to take too much time for this introduction, but just to say that for also what we know, particularly for Ukraine, but also for other countries in the region, that it is very important to look at the European Union and its directives. And here we also have an important directive from the European Union on women and equal pay, but also on women in boards. So this is also an area that requires more focus to ensure that women are equally represented in the boards of companies. Finally, I also wanted to mention the Women Empowerment Principles. This is a community of approximately 9,000 companies around the world who have signed up to these Women Empowerment Principles. These are principles that companies take on to themselves to analyze how their companies internally and externally can advance gender equality. In Ukraine, we have 30 companies who have signed on to these women empowerment principles, including Intelias. And this is an excellent tool to use to really analyze and then move forward on ensuring that the company can improve gender equality within its internal structures, and within its supply chains, with its clients, etc. So this is another area that I strongly recommend that you look into, these women empowerment principles. And if you are coming from a company, that you consider signing on to these principles. So what I would really like to do is wish all of you who are at this conference, who will be participating today, to wish you a fruitful participation, excellent discussions at this SheIsTech conference. There are a lot of excellent best practices on gender mainstreaming in the tech sector. I'm sure that you will be exchanging them, that you will have this opportunity to learn from each other, to develop new partnerships, to support women economic empowerment through IT and beyond. I would really like to express my deep appreciation of our partners, as I said at the beginning, from government and the private sector, those of you who have already signed on to WEPS, those of you who have participated in our activities at the Commission on Status of Women, and here specifically in Ukraine. Really, to advance gender equality and women empowerment requires a multi-stakeholder approach. It requires all of us to work together from all spheres, regardless if we're working, as an employee in a company or in a board. It is going to require a full-fledged effort from us together. So we look forward to continuing our partnership and capacity development support to private businesses, to women entrepreneurs, to women who are considering getting more involved in economics. It is exciting for us to work together on trying to close the gender digital divide and to empower women in tech. So we're very excited about this, and I would like to really wish you an excellent conference today. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabine. It's a great honor for us to have you here. We are grateful for the work UN Women does in Ukraine and in other countries, and for the support of SheIsTech conference. Okay, so now I will take some time to read the comments, and I see that we have people from Poland, from Ukraine, Portugal, Germany, Spain, Brazil, Croatia, and we receive greetings from all corners of the world, from China, from Nigeria, from Spain, Mallorca. Hello from Montenegro. Namaste from India. Hello from Hungary. Howdy, Ireland is here. Great. Hello from Uzbekistan. Okay, I think that we are all set up to continue. And now let me introduce our keynote speaker, Aslihan Özcan, a partnership specialist at UN Women. In her current role, Aslihan works to establish public-private sector collaborations for gender-responsive recovery and reconstruction efforts in Ukraine. She advocates and promotes gender diversity in tech industries. So let's all welcome Aslihan at SheIsTech.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Indeed, I am very much delighted to have that space to share some insights on this important topic. Just one, I think. Do you see my presentation right now? That's I think my bad luck to start a tech conference with a technical issue. If I can have a couple of seconds. My apologies. Oh, Okay, all right. Okay, so again, okay, apologies for the couple of seconds I have taken. I'm wishing a good morning to everyone once again. So we are here today taking one step back and taking a look actually again why the gender diversity and why in tech. We heard from our representative Sabine Fraser that it is not just about the fairness, but it is also the diverse teams drive the innovation and enhance problem solving, and have shown better performance in the technology and actually in addressing the needs of the society. However, the current state of gender diversity in tech is far from ideal, and this is not a problem particular to Ukraine, but on a global scale as well. So today I will be underlining not only the current situation, but instead will focus on the real challenges, and that each one of you as key players has the potential to make a change, and also what the international best practices advise us to localize and implement at the country context. And this brings us to the concept of the ecosystem approach, and which we hear very often in the tech sector as well, which is about understanding and recognizing that actually no single actor can solve the gender issue in the tech sector alone. And it requires a collaborative effort, it requires a concerted, interconnected effort from various stakeholders that forms the sector. And maybe let's start a bit exploring today and like these challenges and roles a little bit, which I hope will provide an umbrella overview of the important topics that you will be covering today in three different mainstream areas. And but please bear in mind that also the upcoming strategic actions, although because of the structure of the presentation will seem assigned to different roles, we are actually, in reality, most of us are wearing more than one hat. Again, I like I'm trying to move my presentation. Share it again. Of course. Of course. Let's hope that. Okay. I think I got it now. Hopefully, here we. How about now? All right. So, who is in the game? So, in this landscape of tech industry, of course, we have various actors, starting from educational institutions, tech companies, startups, NGOs, advocacy groups, investors, venture capitalists, media and influencers, professional networks, individual professionals. And I do believe among these audience right now as well, we have various representatives from each one of these areas, professionals as well. So I am here today to drop a little bit food for thought, but I am also willing to make it a little bit more interactive dialogue. So on your right side, you will see a QR code, which will, after you scan it, it will take you to a question. only one question that will actually indeed serve as a bridge between me and you. And the question, after hearing the role of young women, and while we are talking about the different roles of each one of these key actors, please think along with me and maybe drop a couple of sentences about how you see the role of young women in Ukraine and what we can do, what we should be doing to achieve the gender diversity in tech industry in Ukraine specifically. And maybe let's start with the educational institutions, which is at the core of everything in every sector when it comes to achieving gender diversity. One of the observations that we have, particularly when it comes to education, it is actually the organizations, the institutions, they are facing difficulties when it comes to encouraging female participation in STEM-related fields. This sometimes happens due to traditionally rooted stereotypes and also the lack of role models. It is just unfortunately deteriorating the situation. And most of the times in reality, this is rather than the lack of role models, it is the lack of visibility to given to the successful models. And what we can do within the educational system to mitigate, to change this landscape, this current existing situation, it starts with the playbook. So the including more gender inclusive language, not only a couple of additional sentences, but also maybe let's call it maybe a revised chapter, including a revised chapter in the current existing curriculums that challenge gender stereotypes are coming one of the first strategic actions that the educational institutions can take on. And of course, like this next one is coming when it comes to bridging the gap between the theoretical and practical experiences by collaborating with the private sector, such as Intellias. The education institutions can actually create mentorship and internship programs promoting the participation of women in this very important sector. And of course, organizing community gatherings, hosting tech talks to raise awareness about the importance of women's participation in tech is also one of the strategies that commonly voiced out in the international practices. When it comes to the implementation, walking to talk side, tech companies and startups, we hear very often from them that they are facing difficulties in creating inclusive environments and ensuring equal opportunities for women. Most of them are complaining that when they advertise positions, that the majority of the applications, they come from male applicants. However, this doesn't really reflect the reality. So what actually can tech companies and startups do to contribute to gender diversity? The first touch point, when it comes to the way that they advertise their job vacancies, it is important to use a neutral, inclusive language as much as possible. The second big pillar, it is when it comes to creating a family-friendly, child-friendly practices within the companies themselves. And of course, it is important to map out the career trajectories of women and to see maybe whether there is a cause preventing women not only entering to labor in the tech industry, but also whether there is any barrier preventing them from laddering up. And if there is an existing barrier to that, like the companies should commit to take the actions to remove these. And I do know some of you are familiar with that. Intellias, especially being one of our web signatory, in case among our audience there is any tech company or startup willing to contribute to gender equality and advance inclusivity within their organization, I also invite them to check our women's economic principle initiative, which is a tool and a framework that will provide you guidance along the way. And of course, the NGOs and advocacy groups, they are at the front line when it comes to ensuring inclusivity in all sectors, but particularly in the tech sector. Our recent consultations have shown as well that some of the challenges they are facing when it comes to creating impactful campaigns that actually support and advocate for women in tech, and of course, what are the strategic actions that could be taken. It starts with raising awareness. So the campaigns, whereas on the topics such as increasing the role of women, the visibility, it is also important to raise the awareness of the general public about the importance of female participation in the tech sector, from the angles of that it increases innovation and the sustainability, for example. Policy advocacy, again, NGOs and advocacy group, which I believe among you there are the big players when it comes to change and influence the policy making. And in a way to create, establishing the basis to create an enabling environment for the tech industry and to enable and ensure the gender diversity in tech. And another action that comes very strong when it comes to NGOs and advocacy group networking events. They are not only gatherings where people exchange business cards, but they are indeed where you find the collaboration, they are where you find the inspiration, and they are the venues where all the previous strategic actions actually translate into the community level. Investors and venture capitals. So this is an emerging area in Ukraine, although the legal grant is pretty complicated. There is an increasing demand and in exploring, but one of the difficulties remain persistent, again, not in Ukraine, but globally. And it is the underrepresentation of women-led startups in the portfolios of investors and venture capitals. How do we really navigate through that? How do we address that? Of course, investors very specifically should be targeting women-led startups in their portfolios, or those who have the commitment to contribute to diversity, even if it is not a woman-led startup. And the mentorship programs, again, as in the previous actor, for investors as well, establishing mentorship programs and giving opportunities to women with the business acumen. It is where the real potential actually lies down. And of course, this is more than a strategic action to take. Actually, this is a contribution to change itself. Diverse investment criteria. The investors and venture capitals, they should adopt diverse investment criteria that will indeed change the business landscape, in the investment landscape in this direction, by allocating quotas to their investments, for example. And I also want to, although I have said this is a global issue that happens in the underrepresentation of women-led startup exists across countries. The last week during the World Economic Forum, I had the chance to meet an Ukrainian venture capital firm from whom I actually learned that in one of the examples in this particular firm, although very low, the percentage of women-led startups in this specific portfolio was 10%, which is pretty low. But when you look at the global data, we know, for example, in the States, that the average of the investments done to women-led startups, it remains around 4%. So this is also one of the areas where we still need to work collaboratively to bridge this big gap. Approaching towards the end, one of the other big players are media influencers. The potential they have is beyond each and every tool that you can employ in your businesses. And if not use consciously, they may actually perpetuate stereotypes about gender roles in tech and influence public opinion. So like the role of media influencers when it comes to contributing to gender diversity in tech, it comes with simple actions, promoting positive role models, telling the stories of the successful women from the industry, inspiring other new coming generations. And then we have the educational content side. If you are a content producer, it is a tool for you as well to include a couple of messages within your circle, within your content to amplify this message. And of course, continuously challenging the stereotypes in each and every message that you are voicing out using your tools. Another actor, another player in this network is, of course, the professional networks themselves and the communities, informal communities. So what we see very often is, unfortunately, the lack of focus, but I prefer to use tailored initiatives to support and promote women in tech industry. And again, this looks like the duplication of like a couple of strategic actions that we have previously mentioned, but also please bear in mind that each player in each strategic action will be bringing their expertise from a different angle. So when it comes to professional networks, it is important to regularly organize women-centric networking events to bring the newcomers together with the seasoned tech experts, again contributing to mentorship programs and not only matching a woman entering to the tech sector new recently with a seasoned tech expert, but also creating the enabling environment for them to exchange this knowledge and experiences and the guidance. And of course, promote success stories, give more visibility to those who have already achieved or on the way to achieve, not only to highlight their successes, but also incorporate the challenges they have faced into the success stories and also present the solutions, how they have really navigated through them. Individual professionals, I think this might be the majority of the audience right now. So our studies also show that the professionals, they often overlook their role in promoting gender diversity in the workplace, in the ecosystem itself, or in the communities as well. So it starts with you, it starts with us, with each one of us. So we should keep in mind that we should be the strong advocates for diversity. And of course, like these individual professionals experienced in the sector, they should provide and offer mentorship and support to newcomers. But also one of the reasons why the mentor and support is here, it is not only to offer it, but it is also seek it. When you approach a successful businesswoman, businessman, individual, and ask them about an advice that could give to you based on their own journey, and if they could go back 10 years ago to their own version, usually the first thing that comes out is the mentorship and support. So offer to someone your wings, but also continuously seek for someone that is playing the role model for you. And of course, continued education. It is also a cross-cutting strategic action. As individuals, all of us, we have the responsibility to learn about the gender challenges, gender-related issues, and also the strategies to overcome them. And about the ecosystem approach. So in the last 19-20 minutes, what we had discussed, all these various roles that different actors, stakeholders are playing, and all these cross-cutting strategic actions, they are actually bringing us to one unique approach, which is known to be the ecosystem approach, in which different actors from non-profit, from private sector, from government, recruitment and development side come together and work not individually only to advance gender equality, but collaborate together to amplify not only the message that we are trying to convey, but also to amplify their own potential. So the saying goes, if you want to really create a sustainable impact, bringing more women and ensuring gender diversity in the tech, just collaborate. And I do hope that today, when in these three different streams, when you are hearing from all these excellent speakers, please bear in mind as well, not only as an individual or organization, what you can change within on your setting to contribute to that, but also how you can collaborate each other. I am hoping that you will have the safe space to explore this today. And I would like to finish my presentation here. And here the second QR code. It will take you to my communication contact detail as well. So it's in case the presentation has triggered some thoughts, or if you have any further questions as well, please feel free to reach out, drop a message. Thank you very much.
Aslihan. Thank you, Aslihan. Your presentation definitely has triggered some thoughts and questions. And we have a question in our chat. Is there any complete list of women empowerment organizations, network communities? Maybe young women keep tracks of such organizations, or maybe you could recommend where to look for such registry.
Mm-hmm. We do keep our database, which actually we are also working on a tool right now to make these resources more accessible to public audience more openly, like that kind of a database that will be updated on a daily basis. But another resource that you could go, the Dia Business website, they have a specific section on women's economic empowerment, and over there they are listing all the actors, like from the government side, from the development side, including UN agencies and non-profit organizations. They are contributing to that. So I do believe this information might be also useful, and maybe we can share our own database as well with you, with Intellias, for further distribution.
Okay, sure, we can do that, and we can share the links later in our Discord chat community, and also we'll send a newsletter after the event with materials. So we will keep you posted, and thank you, Aslihan, again for your insightful words. So now we are approaching the beginning of the 3 stages, and I'm happy to introduce hosts of each stage. Olga Mazhakova, who will host the leadership stage, Kristina Baskunyan, a host of the workplace stage, and Oksana Vakshinska, a host of the community stage. Each stage will be thought-provoking. I wish you all to have a great time. And those who will be at the workplace stage will see each other soon at lightning talk about the power of employee resource groups at 2:30, where you'll learn about the best practices from Slack, EPAM, Revolut, and Intellias. Thank you all for joining us, and wishing you to have a truly barrier-breaking experience today.
Welcome to the Workplace Stage at SheIsTech conference. As Oksana already introduced me, I am Kristina Baskunyan Jover, Employee Experience Manager at Intellias, and I'm thrilled to be your host today. The tech industry, a talent-driven powerhouse, sets the standards in HR, leadership, and diversity practices. Despite progress, gender diversity remains a challenge, and today we have gathered experts in recruitment, development, and talent management to share insights and solutions for achieving greater gender diversity. Let's delve into strategies that can reshape the future of the tech industry and beyond. But now let me highlight a few key topics that we can expect during this session. First of all, gender sensitive recruitment, learning, mentoring, and professional development for women, benefits and workspaces that women actually need, employee resource groups, circles, communities to empower women, and equally pay. Before we dive in, I would like to express our gratitude. This conference is organized by Intellias, and we are honored to have the support of UN Women in our mission to empower and celebrate women in tech. Get ready for an insightful and empowering journey. And now I'm excited to kick things off with our first speaker, Milena Sakaguchi. Milena, an HR specialist with 8 years of experience, she is the talent acquisition partner and D&I consultant at LTI Mindtree. Beyond her work, you can find her also on the training mat, dance floor, or stage, showcasing her diverse interests. Hi, Milena. How are you today, and where are you joining us from? Let's wait for Milena a little bit. Maybe she is on the way. In the meantime, let me introduce the topic we are going to discuss here with Milena. Just a couple of words about Milena's talk, which is about building diverse teams. And Milena will guide us on the journey of building successful, diverse, and inclusive teams. So we will be able to discover how diverse perspectives lead to higher performance, creativity, and adaptability. Let's wait a little bit to see if Milena is able to join us. I'm also very curious about where she's joining us from, because we have speakers from all around the world, I can say. So yeah, these things could happen. So, okay. Let's wait a bit more. I'm sure they are having some... Milena is here. Hi, Milena. Can you hear me? Hi, Milena. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Hi, everyone. Yes.
How are you today, Milena? And where are you joining us from? I'm just curious.
Okay. Hi, everyone again. Very nice to see you or not, or meet you. Very nice. My name is Milena, and I'm from Poland, from Warsaw, based in
Oh, wow.
Warsaw. So I'm really happy to join today's conference, and I'm waiting for some inspiration talk with all of you, some discussion, some conversation. So I'm really happy to join.
Yeah, we are very happy too, and actually we are waiting to have this inspiration from you as well, because I'm sure you have very important topic to discuss. While you were connecting, I already introduced your topic, the building diverse teams. I already explained the audience that you are going to talk about what is the journey of building successful, diverse, and inclusive teams. So yeah, looking forward to it. Before we dive in, let's keep in mind, this is a message for the audience, that you will have the chance to engage directly with Milena during the Q&A session after her talk. Drop your question in the chat and we will get to as many as we can. And now, Milena, really is your time, so the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Once again, good morning, everyone. I'm really happy to be here today, and it's important, if you have any questions, comments, your point of view, that's the way how we can communicate. So please use the chat and write your questions. I will try to answer. And I'm waiting for your response and for your influence, some inspiration for me as well. Okay, today the topic which I would like to present is to how to create your diverse team. And in current situation, in what's going on in the world, how important diverse team, we all know that how important the teams are, diverse team, inclusive team. And today I would like to try to show you some points of view, my points of view, and some journey, what we can do to create that kind of teams to build better future for all of us, for our children, and for the next generations. So before we start, thank you for this. This is my short introduction, and I'm in daily basis. I'm working in IT industry. It's almost 8 years, and in current company, it's more almost 2 years. And I'm responsible for talent acquisition part, learning and development. I'm in daily basis working with leaders. Mostly technical leaders in my organization to support them to create that kind of teams, to create good communication, better partnership each other. So this is my work in daily basis. So before we start, I have some short, maybe not test, but quiz for you, or some question for you. So when you see these 4 photos, think that you are a recruiter, or you are maybe not recruiter, or looking for someone to your team. And which of this person, who would you like to hire of this 4 person? You are a software developers team, and you would like to hire 1 person. Who it would be? Think about it for a few seconds. Okay, and when it comes to team, or who would like to hire in the position, open position in every single job, it's not about the photo. It's not about who's smiling stronger or not. It's all about your experience, or your qualification, your skills, which you have. So we don't have any answer. I don't have answer for it. It depends of who are you looking for which position. And of course, when it comes to diversity teams or inclusive perspective, we need to follow some rules, or maybe create some policies, some rules, what we can do. But it's not about the photo of the person who we can see on LinkedIn or in our curriculum. This is all about the skills, the experience, the behavior, who we would like to support. And when it comes to what is the diverse team, we can find a lot of description about it. But the most important is the case that diverse team is a broad representation of differences. And you can see here in this slide: culture, race, gender, age, socio-economic status, professional background, unique life experience, your point of view. This is something unique for every person. And when you took a look around you, how many different personalities you can see in your closest area, it means like every single person, it's totally different. Of course, we can be from the same culture, or maybe from the same country, or maybe we have the same education profile, right? But still, we are independent. Everyone single person is different. So diverse teams means something that brought us together to one group, that even if we look the same, our point of view can be totally different. Our experience, our future thinking of the new ideas. So when it comes to diversity, inclusion, equity, we still will be talking about differences between people who can connect and strongly build one team. And when you wanted to find some researches about how or what is the positive outcome of diversity team, you can find a lot of numbers of very interesting articles, publication, and in every cases, they can show you that diverse team can promote creativity, innovation, improve workplace engagement, improve the talent pool of candidates, and especially improve how the company is growing. So how the company can be stronger and stronger, and in the really bad situation, hard situation, economic crisis, the companies which have the diverse team, more inclusive teams, they support the teams, and the teams support the company. So it was easier to find a solution in the very hard situation. And this, what I wanted to be sure that everyone in today's meeting, today's workshop, can understand that diverse, it's not connected only about the gender or the age, right? Or maybe about the culture where we was born. But the most important is our point of thinking, way how we can implement something. And this is something that diverse team can build stronger together. Okay. When I was preparing today's presentation, I found a lot of numbers, as I said, a lot of articles, and about some statistics about women in tech. And today I would like to focus a little bit more about the women in diverse team and how we can support, how we can build this process to create better diverse team, inclusive women in our generation. So when it comes to some numbers, in one hand, I was positively shocked, and in another, positively maybe not. So first thing that I would like to show you that it means that in 1984 there was more women working in tech than is in the current situation. So it was 35%, now is around 32%. Of course, there is different things just that had influence for that, but still the number is a little bit lower than it was before. The percentage of women in tech leadership roles has fallen. Unfortunately, has fallen. In 2023, it was around 28%. 50% of women in tech roles leave them by the age of 35. And this is something that it was very, for me, unusual situation, because I never read that kind of articles, information, but I confirmed in few and other places, and that's true that a lot of women decided just leave the tech roles because of not supportive environment. That was one of the main points. No mentoring, no some more women in the room to share their experience, share their same point of view, or maybe the problem with work-life balance, or this part when we have a child and we don't have any possibility to create the good environment for the child and for our work at the same time. And 32% of women in technical and engineering roles are often the only women in the room at work. This is very important thing, that in the team, when it comes to the team, 32% of women can be only one person in whole room, and it's definitely can change. We can change, and it's have strong impact for the decision which are taken during this meeting, of course. Two more information about the racial, ethnical part of it. So in 2022, 49% of women in tech, there was white or Asian, and hopefully it's growing, but still it's not growing in it's not growing very fast, but women of color are trying to be more the part of the teams, be a part of tech environment and support the organization. So this is the positive information, that more and more women with different colors, but trying to finish some schools, create new places, and trying to be a part of the companies. So this is very positive effect. Okay. So we talk about what is the diversity, how the statistics looks like. But now I would like to focus how we can build diverse teams. So what kind of steps or what we can do in daily basis to build that kind of teams. And I don't know if you are a team leader, a manager, or maybe just software developer, part of the team, employee, right? But it doesn't matter in this case. In every situation, we can support each other. We can create good, positive point of view of our team, of our company. If we want to share some knowledge, be open for it. So first, when it comes to building diverse team, I would like to show you that the understanding what's going on in our team or what's going on in our organization is the crucial. So the understanding what is the current situation. So if you are now think about your organization, where are you right now? What are you doing? Understand what is exactly in your current situation. How diverse is your team? Or what does it mean, of course, for you diversity in this case? It's like 1 woman and 5 men in your team right now, for example, and is it diverse or maybe not, right? Think of it in more global perspective. So in your companies, not in your team, maybe in your department and then in your company. How inclusive is your team, culture, and environment? When you think about you, if your voice has an impact for the future decision, do you feel comfortable to sharing your point of view, your maybe experience with the audience outside? Are you open? Are you feel stressed or feel comfortable? Okay, I can share, and even they will not agree with me, I will receive the positive feedback or some feedback from them, and I will know what I should do in the future. This is important. Understand how our situation looks like. And sometimes we can be positively surprised that the situation is really okay. Maybe it's not 50-50, 50 women, 50 men in the same room. Or maybe it's more women than men in the room. But still, if my voice have some influence, or I can share very easily, I'm open to be I'm open to be honest with my boss, and he or she accepted, can share with me some ideas. This is good for the diverse team, even if I not agree with him or her. This is very important to understand our current situation and how this looks like in our team, in our department, in the whole company. And start with very basic, in this case, thinking about what's going on in your company and in your team, definitely. The second point is know that it starts at the top. And of course, every organization is different. When we talk about startups and when we talk about huge corporation, international corporation, but still, it doesn't matter how big the company is. I think, in my opinion, personal and experience, is that everything starts at the top. Because if the top, so CEO or our executive, our management team support that kind of attitude, that we can share our experience, we can build diverse teams, they support giving some money, or they explain that this is the value for the company and they strongly believe it, we as employees, we believe it as well. So we have more motivation to create that kind of environment, to invite people to our organization, our team. So this is very important to understand that everything starts at the top. And think about your organization. Do you have the support from the CEO, executive managers, or another leaders who are in your organization? How looks board members in your organization when they sharing the knowledge? What kind of language are they use? Are they attending to some conferences? They learning about diversity, inclusion, equity, or not? Who are they? Think of it. This is very crucial because at the end, this is something that if they agree for something that they want to implement, it will be easier for you to implement in your team, and everyone will be understand, okay, this is the value of the company, so I want to follow it or not. This is my decision. The third point in how build diverse team, in my opinion, is to define the goals, the action, what we would like to do, but specific, like smart, very easy method, but still very crucial to understand, okay, who we would like and how many people. So we would like to have one woman in every single team, developers, for example, teams, or maybe we want to have 30% in next 5 years in all our company. So then we will know which direction we should follow and focus on build every team with one woman and how they can, how it will be impactful for us, for the company, or maybe we decided, okay, we can build 30% visibility, like for women in whole company, and that we will be strong supported. And this is what kind of benefits or what kind of outcomes you wanted to achieve. This will be the very important and support this whole your situation or whole your process of preparing how we can build this team, diverse team. And of course, not define only, not sitting and having a brainstorming with your team, but publicize this information, just open to everyone, to be sure that everyone understands that in next 5 years we would like to have more women in the table, in the manager position. And then we will need to think, okay, how we can achieve it, what we can do, how many women we have right now, and where we can go to the next. What will be our next step in this situation? And allocate the resources, maybe change some structure in the organization. There will be a lot of small steps or big one to achieve this goal. But this, if we will have a plan, this will be the way how we can just follow this plan and achieve this goal. Without it, it's like some dreaming. The fourth point is recruit and retain diverse talent. In my opinion, one of the crucial part, of course, is recruitment, because who we have in our board, in our team, that implement and influence for the future who will be and how decision process making will be in the future, where we as an organization can go, what we can achieve, how innovative, creative we can be. And of course, building diverse, like inclusive recruitment process, it's not easy way. It's even, I sometimes thinking, the hardest way, because especially in IT industry, when we have the small 1/3 women in the table and 2/3 men in our global market available. So it's easier to find men, right? The pool of candidates, it's not so big. The IT market is very challenging to convince someone, join to our company, be the part of this company. Huge companies with good names, very recognizable, maybe they can easier way how to find that kind of candidates. But small startups, or maybe not known company, but create a very good product, they need to create and do more effort to invite people to be the part of the organization. And the recruitment and then onboarding process is very crucial to have these people in your board and to support them. So when you can think about your recruitment process, how you can attract and then select the candidates. Maybe you will decide, please do not share with us the photo. This was the case in the first exercise, right? That was maybe without photo, just share with us, of course, some name, surname, because it's important to be sure that we will be talking the same person with this experience, but still some experience. Maybe you can prepare some very easy to understand the formula, and everyone can very easily to add the main points, what is the important, and then decided who will be who you can invite for the next level, or maybe different way. There's a lot of options and technology that can support you in this case, but be sure that you open your invitation recruitment process to the most variety group of people. So not only use only one university, one technical, the best one in your country. Just use maybe smaller one, maybe not so visible, maybe not so known to everyone, but they still can have some talents. You can find them. And believe me or not, but still, you can teach people a lot of technical skills. You can give them a lot of workshop, educational session, but some soft skills, or how can people create the future, the innovation, how do people think, you cannot change like this. It is a process, and it's better sometimes to hire someone maybe with not this 5 years of experience, but give the chance to 2 years of experience, but the passionate about something, and he or she can create amazing product for you, and in faster way, and with good attitude, positive attitude to whole team. But this is your decision in daily basis. But creating the team, diverse team, you have to be sure who are you looking for and how you can invite people to your table, to your organization. And then when you have this person on your board, when you did the recruitment process and onboarding process, you need to be sure that the person can stay. And as I showed you that 50% of women decided to leave the company by the age of 35, it means that something's working wrong. So something, it's not good. Like company, they cannot support, or company not support the women. So be sure that if you invite someone, if you spend weeks to find good person to your team, just take care that he or she will stay with you. It's not only about the women, it's only about everyone. Because this is important. It's not only about the money which you spend, but it's all about the perspective. If something not working good and people leave after 3-4 months, this is something not good. What's going on in your company, maybe with your leadership, but this is totally different topic. But be sure that you can support, you have a clear career path, career development and mentoring program, and strong leadership skills. Few more things which I would like to add. Diversify your interview panel. It's connected with the previous one. And as I mentioned, recruitment part is important, onboarding, and then what is going the next in the organization. So how the people can work each other in the team. But before you can start creating the interview panel, just not only the HR women, or maybe not only men, technical men in the room and asking some questions, but choose people who are maybe not so confident sometimes in the recruitment interview, but invited someone who is junior and someone who has experience, and maybe someone third, but not a lot of people, of course, because it will be not good for the candidate. It will be stressful, but 2 or 3 people, it's fine, but with different perspective, different experience, different part of the company, to just understand, okay, do you think it's good or not? And the question, language which you use, it's so huge important. And how you can ensure that this recruitment process is fair, Of course, it's all the time can be some biases, some situation unexpected, but let's try do something different to be sure that, okay, we did a lot of effort. We are focusing on the right skills. Maybe sometimes it's not in the way that we wanted to go, but let's try, let's change something. Maybe ask the candidates about the feedback, or the people who the people who are employed in last 6 months, what we can change, improve. That's how we can build stronger diversity. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. And we can build diversity, but without equity and without inclusion, it's not a team still. So all these three values, all these three words should be connected, should be work together to create a sense of belonging and trust. And if you want to say just only the numbers, as I told you before about percentage, okay, that's fine. You can create 30% more places, more seats for women. But still, if you will not include, treat in equity everyone, it will be nothing. It will be a team, diverse team, but still without no strong, very strong very strong base for the future. And the last but not least is lead by example. As I told you and before, it doesn't matter if you are a team leader, manager, CEO of the organization, or employee, junior one, senior, it doesn't matter. In every daily basis, we have a lot of decision to make, or a situation that we need to be a part of it, conversation. And every our decision, our behavior, everything what we share with another have strong influence to people around us. Our emotion, of course, as well, but still, if you demonstrate your behavior as a positive, open-minded person, people around you will understand and they will be follow you. It's like automatic. This is something very normal. Of course, sometimes you need make a lot of effort, prepare yourself for something new, some unexpected situation. Learn, observe, be for people. This is crucial and so important in every single day. Be the part of every changes and create these changes. Give people the opportunity. With openness. This is something that I would like to add in this point. And in the last one, I add the question mark, because I strongly believe that in every organization, in every project, we can add a lot of more different things, how we can build, how we can arrange better diverse community. But what I wanted to add here, it's like, as a woman, today in this conference or in daily basis, we can create very strong sisterhood to support each other, to promote each other. We are not a this is not a competition. We can create strong relation and just sharing our knowledge, sharing our point of view with all of us and support. This is very important, because without it, we can create diverse teams, right? But if we have another woman in the same team and we see that she struggles some problems, something's going wrong, why we cannot ask her, how can I help you? What can I do for you? Or what's going on? That kind of sisterhood is so important in every single daily basis. It doesn't matter in tech industry or in our private life. This is something strong to create really better future for all of us. Last week, I finished some program in my company for women, special for women around the globe in different location. And after, it was 3 months program. And after this 3 months, we had the end meeting. And every single woman which who was on this Zoom meeting, she said the same. For us was this platform to just sharing what we are struggling, and this support which we received every single week, it was something that gave us a strong motivation to keep our work, to being better person, better leader, better employee in daily basis. And that gives us a strong motivation to just show another people how we can build not only the company, but how we can build another thing, maybe something different outside of the organization. So sisterhood, dear ladies, empathy, with empathy, acceptance, it's so important to all of us to be patient, to be nice, kind in daily basis. And mindset. Without mindset, open, strong mindset, it's nothing happen. If we will be educating each other, if we will be sharing the knowledge, our experience, be the voice that everyone can hear, even if they don't want to, but they can. Just share your stories, share your knowledge, and be open for it. I believe that all of these values, all of this behavior can support us in daily basis. And to the end of my presentation today, I found some words from the Richard Thaler, the Nobel Prize winner in 2017. There is a lot of talk about diversity these days. We tend to think about that in terms of thinking like racial diversity, gender diversity, and ethnic diversity. Those things are all important, but it's also important to have diversity in how people think. And I wish you today all to be open for this point of thinking, to be open for open point of thinking, to your mindset, to create better future, to being like a sister to another woman in the same room, to be with empathy and with good positive energy. Thank you so much.
A big thank you, Milena, for sharing your invaluable insights. It has been really inspiring, I can tell you. So now let me grab one question from our audience shared in the chat. Okay, it would be the following. In your journey of building diverse teams, have you encountered any surprising benefits or outcomes that aren't commonly discussed in the mainstream narrative or diversity and inclusion? And I would like, Milena, if you don't mind, I would like to ask you for a quick answer, just because we are running out of time for the following topic. Yes. So, but please let us know, because it's a very good question.
Okay, sorry, but I couldn't hear very well the question. Can you repeat? Yes?
Of course. Yeah. Let me repeat it again. In your journey of building diverse teams, have you encountered any surprising benefits or any outcomes that aren't commonly discussed in the mainstream narrative about diversity and inclusion? So maybe some specific topics that they are not commonly mentioned, but yeah, maybe a funny story probably.
Okay, so it's in daily basis when I meet a lot of people from different cultures, especially, it's a lot of different stories and funny stories, and I'm all the time thinking about how crucial is our culture where we are growing, and our education. And sometimes people think, oh, it doesn't matter diversity because we need people right now, right here, and it's not the. And sometimes, for example, when you create the product for women, right, some application for women, and all developers or all team is a man, I'm thinking, so, okay, they can create the product, right? But who will be the user, the end user? Maybe the girls, the women in this team can create or add some additional few things that will be helpful or have different point of view, even about how this application will be looks like, or what kind of small things we can add to be helpful for the women. And in that cases, I'm thinking, okay, let's be more open for this, what will be the end in this product, for example. And there's a lot of discussion, but sometimes, okay, we need this project and it will be some money, right? Because the money are so important in the business world. But sometimes it's better to wait 1-2 months, even longer, and to create something better product for the user, for the end user. So in daily basis, you can find a lot of small things and small like question mark that you can find, okay, what I should do in this case. So business is more important, or maybe end user is more important, or maybe they can create the strong relation together and to understand. But for all of this, the conversation and discussion is important. And that kind of voice that, oh, maybe we need to hire 2-3 women for this project, or we need to diversify the team, or maybe we can educate more about what we can do for this product, because it will be for women product. That's the first example which I have in my mind, but definitely I will think of it.
Thank you very much, Milena. Once again, your input has been really amazing. I think we have enjoyed, all of us, the talk. So thank you once again for joining us, and let's talk soon. Before we proceed, we want to express our gratitude to our media partners. Let's start with Dow, Team Lyser, Just Join IT, Joberty, Netocracia, Great Place to Work Spain. Your support is crucial in spreading the empowering messages from today's event. And now let's proceed with our next speaker, Julie Farr-Voller. Julie, hi, there you are. With 18 years of talent acquisition and recruitment experience, Julie is the head of talent acquisition at Datamina. She brings a wealth of knowledge, and in her session, she will share successful strategies to positively impact diversity, equity, and inclusion outcomes in hiring. Julie, it's great to have you here with us today. How is everything on your end, and where are you joining us from?
Hi, Christina. Thank you for having me. Yes, all good my end. I'm joining you from the UK today.
Oh, great. Okay, so just to introduce your topic, Julie, within Julie's talk, how to forge great stakeholder relationships, Julie will guide us through the art of building impactful stakeholders relationships that drive positive DEI outcomes in hiring. So, ladies, get ready to discover ways to support and inform the people involved in hiring. Please bear in mind that you will have the chance to directly ask questions to Julie during the Q&A session after her talk. So please feel free to drop your questions in the chat, and we will take as many as we can. Julie, now is your time. The stage is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christina. So I guess I just wanted to start and just explain that unfortunately this week I have come down with a slight cold. So I do apologize if my presentation comes across as a bit congested today, but I didn't want to miss this at all. So yeah, let's jump in. Hopefully everyone can see. Okay, so yes, as Christina mentioned, I head up go-to-market recruitment at Datamina, and today we're going to talk about how to forge great stakeholder relationships that will positively impact DEI hiring outcomes. So, in terms of the agenda, obviously this is a 30-minute session. I want to make sure that we cover the most important points. So I also want to be able to give you an introduction into me and my career history, why diversity matters. I'm a very data-driven individual, so we will be looking into some numbers, some of the hiring requests that we frequently get within the TA role, the required approach that I believe that hiring teams and TA professionals and candidates should take when approaching this topic, a 3-pillar approach that I've put together to try and simplify actionable points that teams can get started on tomorrow that will make a difference, and then key takeaways, and obviously I'd love some Q&A at the end. Happy to discuss. So, as mentioned by Christina, I have 18 years of TA and recruitment experience, which feels like it has just flown by. And I've had the pleasure of working for large companies with big budgets, smaller companies where you've got to be creative and nimble and everything in between. I also think that I have experienced various economic situations during those 18 years. So I've ridden highs and lows, and I think that gives me a well-rounded experience coming to the table. As mentioned, I'm currently at Dataminer. So we are a New York headquartered pre-IPO Series F SaaS unicorn. We have also had highs and lows, and it's been a journey of high growth, and it has been an amazing experience so far. We enter 2024 mildly optimistic about the economic situation, and we're happy to keep driving forward. So as mentioned, I have a global role today, which again, I think gives me a great overview, and not only tactical recruitment, but also project related work at Dataminer. And naturally, I feel like I come from a very strong female orientated background. So I am one of 3 girls. I have 3 nieces. I have a 5-year-old daughter. I feel very connected to ensuring that women have a place within tech, and that is all levels. So it's not just about being the VP or the SVP, it's about people starting out and having that opportunity. So yeah, I feel very connected to this topic, and I think my strengths really lie in coaching, guiding stakeholders, having that partnership piece to upskill and develop them. I also think within TA and recruitment, it can be super full on, so busy. So it's really important to have that time outside of work. And I love spending time with my family. As I mentioned, I have a daughter, so she is an absolute pleasure. And little fun fact, I've always been around horses, and I love everything that's equestrian related. And I've managed to bring my daughter along in that journey as well. So yeah, just that's an overview of me. And then let's get started, I guess, on the topic in hand. So in terms of my presentation, if there is one slide that you take away from today, it would be this one. And I think that it is, it's said time and time again in our industry that diverse teams are proven to have a positive impact on your business. And I think that signature line is applicable to you, whether you are working in TA, you're a hiring manager, or you're a candidate in this market. So I would be asking as a candidate what the organization that I'm interviewing with, what is their DEI statement? What is your mission around diversity? It's not a buzzword anymore. It really is an element that businesses are taking seriously and need to take seriously. And the outcome of having a diverse organization is that it's more profitable, it's more creative, and you can retain talent. So like I say, if there's one slide that you take away from today, it would be this one, and that headline of the positive impact on your business. So as I mentioned, I and my team, we're very data-driven at Dataminer. So we do like to get under the hood of statistics, and we regularly present that data back to our business. Now, the gender split in the tech industry as a whole for 2023 was tracking at around 33% female and 67% male. So I feel like in my 18 years, this has continued to increase, and the representation is improving. Now, obviously, I would love to be at a point where we have that equal seat at the table. And I think that we will get there. I feel positive about that, especially with some of the TA professionals that we have in the market at the moment. It's front and center. So in terms of Dataminer, love to practice what I preach. We are tracking globally at around a 60-40 split, so 40% female. In some of our global offices, we do have 50-50% representation, and that has been a complete team effort. We do have a dedicated DEI team at Dataminer, and that organization partners with the business as a whole. And obviously, its diversity is everyone's job. So we feel like we are in the right direction. But again, diversity is never done. It's never completed, but we feel like we're heading in the right direction. common hiring team requests. So I feel like I couldn't do a presentation without there being some sort of like light-hearted gif in here, but it really is that situation where I'm sure we've all heard it, like not necessarily for me just at Dataminer, but at other companies, where people will say, like, I'd love more female sellers, or it would be really great to bring in a female engineer. And like, that is not the point where you should be thinking about pipelines of diverse talent. So all of this work should be pre-planned, pre-done. Your pipeline should be warm. You should be cultivating that talent. But I just wanted to, I guess, like resonate with a lot of the TA professionals out there that like sometimes hiring managers have the perception that we can just go and like magic a female engineer and we'll have their CV for you tomorrow. So I think it's just, I wanted to resonate with the TA teams that, you know, we're all hearing these requests, but it's, again, like I mentioned, a team effort to get there, to get the representation. And I'm pretty sure that my team are probably like sick of me talking about the required mindset. It is a drum that I will continue to bang. So I feel like you have to approach diversity hiring and all hiring, to be honest, as a thought leader. So if you're going to go into a meeting with a hiring manager as the talent expert, I require you to go in with the mindset of being the partner. You do not work for that hiring manager. You are there as an equal partner to bring an opinion to the table. And I think that some TA professionals do struggle with this mindset and with that balance. And it's not about being domineering or being rude or direct. It's about practicing and having the research and having a point of view and coming to the table with, this is how we're going to run this. This is my viewpoint on it, and being that real thought leader. So I talk to my team a lot about, you know, what is your point of view on this particular market, and how are you backing that up? How are you educating yourself? And I also think from a candidate perspective, coming to any sort of meeting or interview scenario prepared is the required mindset. So I just want people to keep this in mind, that you should back yourself and be that thought leader. And I think especially females in tech, where we're in a minority sometimes in the room, it's difficult to sort of push yourself and believe that you are a thought leader and that you do know what you're talking about. And I think, yeah, I would ask people to back themselves and take that approach into these meetings. So I mentioned the 3-pillar approach, and I've tried to make this as simple as possible, given that I could talk about a million different things that you should do in order to increase stakeholder relationships and to make those really positive, to result in better DEI outcomes. But I'm a big believer in, let's do a few things really well and move the needle, and then you can go on and do the next thing. So as I mentioned, the TA team, yes, are part of it, but my belief is that the hiring team and the cultivation piece is an equal third. So we are all accountable in this process. And in order to have that great stakeholder relationship, the TA team does need to come with coaching, upskilling, be that partner. And I think that I've always found that if I've had a great relationship with that stakeholder, you can be more transparent, you can say more of what you think. And I think if you put time into cultivating that relationship, not only when that stakeholder is hiring, but also at other times of the year, maybe presenting data or presenting ideas or initiatives that the TA team is running, if you've got that relationship, then you have the platform to put forward your opinion. So I would encourage all TA leaders, recruiters, to spend time with their hiring managers, understand their business, and build that rapport, because it's so important. So at least in Dataminer, the TA team is responsible for some education and training element when it comes to DEI best practice. And that, again, is a great opportunity to build relationships. We do present data regularly. So my teams every quarter will present to the various LTs, leadership teams in Dataminer, where we're up to. Like, I always say that the data is great, but the story around the data is critical. So is there an opportunity area? I never use the word weakness. I always think it's an opportunity. Is there an opportunity with this team to maybe move the needle here? And then the next quarter, have we achieved that? I did see that Milena also mentioned this. Ensure that the interview panels are diverse. I think we've all applied for roles and been in an interview scenario and no one, looks like you, or there's no females, or it just, I think, that is a fairly straightforward thing for TA individuals to think about and the hiring teams to think about. And then practical checklists. So something that a TA member could watch this today and go and start looking into is, are your JDs inclusive? So I just rolled out a global project for Data Miner where we rehauled the entire JD, and there are some horror stories out there with reams and reams of requirements and bullet points. And to be honest, even in my 18 years of TA, like I wouldn't be qualified for some of these recruitment roles because there's so many things. And we do know that female candidates are likely to rule themselves out rather than ruling themselves in. So have a look at your JDs, like do a global approach of your JD and think about, are we putting people off? And then think about training that you could run with your hiring teams. And that could start off with being a 30-minute best practice drop-in session. Like, it doesn't need to be a global program with all of these, sophisticated training elements. It could be something really simple and then scale it. So now moving on to the hiring team, and I've worked with some great hiring managers in the past and some individuals that perhaps haven't had the sort of TA support that we would provide at Data Miner. So it can be a bit of a mindset shift for those individuals, but they need to be able to advocate, they need to be willing to learn, and they have to be committed to the process. So I like to agree a process at the beginning and make sure that everyone's accountable and everyone knows what's expected from them. That is really important. If the TA team do train you, like, please do put that into practice. Lead by example. Again, I was smiling because I saw this in Milena's presentation, and make sure that they are also, helping and leveraging their own network. In terms of a practical checklist, one of the things that I find really interesting is that individuals that, they could be a senior hiring manager, they could be a more junior hiring manager. How you talk about DEI and inclusivity in your current team and the landscape is important to diverse candidates. So my advice would be, if you are struggling to articulate the DEI landscape of your team, practice. For this today, I've practiced the slides out loud. I think that is something that hiring teams can do and lead by example. And then we have the cultivation piece. So as I mentioned at the beginning, we shouldn't be scrambling around to find this talent when the job is officially opened. We should have this long-term relationship with this talent pool. So something that's worked really well at Data Miner is we have hosted a couple of fireside chats. We've maybe done a coaching session on networking, and we invited internal women employees, but also any external female candidates, also open to men, by the way, come and be an ally. And we set up this event, and we were thinking, what if no one comes? We've set up this event, and it was so well supported, and it was really useful. And it gave us an opportunity to position Data Miner as an employer of choice for women, but it also was a coaching session that people actually gained something from. So that's worked really well. We have a talent community, and I'm seeing a lot of organizations now are getting their talent communities up and running. So you might see jobs advertised on LinkedIn where it's join our talent community. And if you have found a company that you're interested in, I would join the talent community, because you'll then be on their radar. We're really lucky at Data Miner that we have an extensive and pretty mature employee resource group. And we've got that network where we can partner, run joint events, run joint initiatives. Again, you have to start somewhere with ERGs. So maybe starting off with a small network and growing them. It's a longer term project, but this cultivation piece is really important. So maybe, again, TA professionals, go and push yourself and set up an event. If you've got a hiring manager that is willing to come on and spend an hour of their time, maybe talking about their career history, how they got there, networking. There's so many things that women candidates want to learn about, and you can run that on a relatively small budget, and it does really work. And then also invest in your talent community. So again, I appreciate that at a time where budgets are tight, getting a tech stack for a talent community can be difficult, but there are ways of running it on a budget, and it does work. So that is my 3-pillar approach. Rounding out with key takeaways. So as I mentioned right at the beginning, improving diversity is a process. So we're not going to fix it overnight. We're not just going to suddenly staff all of our roles with diverse candidates and it's done. Let's move on. It is very much an ongoing process. We're going to shift direction. There's going to be lots of things to celebrate. There's going to be lots of opportunity areas, but it is something that is evolving, and I think that is the mindset to have. I would say to hiring managers, leverage your TA team thought leaders. They are working in this world all day, every day, talking to candidates, understanding the market, seeing the trends. We do know what we're talking about. You should trust us with that knowledge base. And also to recruiters out there, hone your thought leadership skills and back yourself. You have the ability, you know what you're talking about. Sometimes I think it's just a case of maybe your manager or your leader pushing you and giving you the platform to go and be that thought leader. And as a manager myself, I love observing my team going into meetings and bringing an opinion. It's really it definitely is really gratifying as a manager. So those strong relationships with stakeholders will enable the process. As I mentioned, that relationship should not start when that individual has a hiring requirement. You should be building that rapport. You should be adding value. I've run some data on your organization. I'd love to talk to you about this. Could I, have some insight into your team, your customers, what that role is in your team? We do a lot of cross collaboration at Dataminer where we might take a particular team and a recruiter will walk us through what that team's doing. You should be attending all hands meetings. Make sure you forge those relationships with those stakeholders. And then finally, in this market, that there is no choice but to have a data-driven approach. So like I said, having the skill to provide a story around the numbers, I feel does set TA professionals apart. So having that ability to really tell that story with data is super important. And it also, I find it resonates really well with stakeholders and helps you to forge those relationships and improve those outcomes. So yes, that's my presentation. Hopefully that came across all right with my cold and congestion. I do apologize for that again, but thank you for giving me the opportunity to walk you through my thoughts on this topic.
A big thank you, Julie, for sharing your perspective with us today. It has been very insightful. Now let's open the floor for one question we have here. Julie, can you share an example of a challenging stakeholder relationship you encountered and how you navigated it to achieve a positive outcome in terms of DEI in hiring?
Yes. No, great question. So I have definitely encountered multiple stakeholders where they have run their TA and recruitment process how they've wanted to run it. They don't think they need to change it. It's been successful in the past, and we're going to do it this way. And my approach is the hearts and minds approach. So I will, turn up to every meeting prepared, ready. I want to forge that relationship, but I'm not going to necessarily agree and go along with everything they say if there's tangible examples of when we should do things differently. So we have a lot of discussion around interview process, how many stages we're going to put people through, where we're going to put certain interview panel members. And we had a process that wasn't working. We were having a lot of individuals drop off. It was too long. There were too many stages. And I did push back on that stakeholder to say, we're losing good candidates, especially diverse candidates, because of this process. We did change it and the outcome was improved. So that helped me to sort of gain some kudos with that stakeholder that I do know what I'm talking about. I have been doing this for a while, but again, like I say, it's not a domineering approach of I'm right, you're wrong. It's it's consultative. Shall we try something different? I think we're at the point where we should change this up and see what happens. And if it doesn't work, we can always go back. Nothing's ever irreversible in talent.
Great. Julie, another question. Hi, Julie. Thanks for the presentation. Can you please recommend some particular sources, reports, podcasts, other materials to delve deeper in the EDI context in tech?
Sorry, I missed the last part of that question. So the podcast and
Yes.
research on.
Yes. Can you please recommend some particular sources, reports, podcasts, other materials to delve deeper in the EDI context in tech?
Yes, absolutely. So if you literally Google McKinsey and Deloitte diversity report 2023, there is a whole report there. There's also some high level blogs that have pulled information from that. And then there's definitely some podcasts. I was on a podcast actually that was really interesting that I can send across to you guys to share if that's useful. But there is a wealth of knowledge out there. I would also recommend following our VP of DEI at Dataminer on LinkedIn. So her name is Robin, and she also posts a lot of content. We also did a DEI report for Dataminer that was fully published. It's available on LinkedIn. So I'm absolutely happy to openly network on LinkedIn with anyone, and happy to send that on to them if that's helpful. And like I mentioned, I'm totally open to speaking to other talent professionals if they want to message me on LinkedIn. Totally fine.
Great to know. It's a really good question because I already took some notes about these sources. So thank you very much, Julie, for sharing your expertise with us today, and hope to see you soon.
Thank you. Thanks, Christina.
Thank you. Well, let's move on. Now I'm delighted to introduce our next speaker, Susanna Rantanen. Susanna Rantanen, CEO and co-founder at employer branding agency Emin OE Limited, is a global visionary in employer branding. I can tell you that. Hi, Susanna. I'm here introducing you. Hello.
Hello.
So I just telling the audience that, you're a global visionary in employer branding, and your magnetic employer branding method has been recognized as a game changer in employer branding. So quite impressive. So Susanna, it's a pleasure to have you with us today. Can you share a sneak peek into how employer branding plays a crucial role in shaping inclusive futures in tech?
Absolutely. Thank you. And hello, everyone. Empower Her, shaping inclusive futures in tech through employer branding. Now, as a white, middle-aged, middle-class woman from the Nordics, I'm completely humbled to admit that I am probably very biased, very narrow-minded, and very unexperienced in the topic of diversity, equity, and inclusivity because of my roots and my background, my history, where I come from. And I have been in the work life now for over 20 years, and I can say that during my career in HR and employer branding, things have changed across the world quite significantly. And as an employer today, I feel that I'm also responsible for opening my own mind to diversity, equity, inclusivity in the workplace, and reflect my own thoughts and biases in this evolving world. And I think that we can together make a huge difference if we all understand that there's a lot for us to reflect and understand how we can shape more inclusive futures for our workplaces. My name is Susanna Rantanen, as I was introduced, and one of the top employer branding experts and influencers in the world. I've poured my heart and soul into creating this modern employer branding method. Come from Finland, a wife, a mother, and an introvert. So that has also been something that has shaped my experiences as an employer, as an HR person, as a talent acquisition person, employer branding person. I'm here to share my thought of how you can combine the work of DEI and employer branding. And I was very fortunate to actually record a podcast episode yesterday with Finland's first DEI consultant and expert. So she kind of prepped me also into this topic because she knows a lot more about diversity, equity, and inclusion than I think anyone in Finland. The key takeaways I want to share with you today are that inclusiveness is a business necessity. It's not just a moral imperative. Also, becoming an inclusive workplace is actually a transformation process of the company culture, the way you do things, what you value, what are your beliefs, how you approach others, and what are those spoken and unspoken rules at the workplace. And building the magnetic employer brand holds your organization accountable for inclusiveness. Now, there are 7 reasons why inclusiveness is a business necessity. If you are working in, or as you are working in tech, depending on your angle to inclusivity, it depends how you approach the topic and what is your perspective, what's your priority when it comes to inclusivity. And if you are working as an employee, the perspective is very different if you are a male colleague of yours in the tech industry or somebody who's working in the top management. That's why, depending on your role, your position, your background, your nationality, your education, the society that you come from, where you were raised at, and all the unconscious biases, which are, I think humans have about 175 unconscious biases, all of us. We all look at diversity in a very different ways. And that's why it makes the whole topic of developing more inclusive workplaces very complex. The most important step is building more inclusive workplaces is to get the top management buy-in. Without it, it's impossible to make that transformation in the deep culture and the values of the organization. And like you and I, those people in the management are also humans. They've got their different roots, their backgrounds, their histories or her stories, their different perspectives and personal experiences on these 3 important topics. And that's why we need to educate each other more in ways that we can all understand better about the different perceptions and perspectives. Now, it's safe to assume that if one has made their way up to the top management in the organization, they have also been privileged and probably experienced and enjoyed versatile, uninclusive benefits throughout their career. And that may make it more difficult for them to see this topic from your eyes and from your view. And it doesn't make them bad people, at least not automatically. But it's important that we understand that in their position, they may not feel about inclusiveness the same way as you and I do. And that's why getting their buy-in requires other reasoning than moral. For example, these 7 reasons. Now, if we're looking at these, obviously, diverse teams are known to be more creative, more innovative. They're better at solving complex problems at work and in customer cases, customer projects, and they can be much more effective in identifying and addressing the needs of also diverse audiences in the customer base. And this actually may be the key selling point to the top management for your business, because obviously your top management wants to know how to be able to sell better and more for the customers. And by embracing diversity, we can also, as employers, tap into much wider talent pools, because we are not looking at just like a limited portion of available talent that there are out there. We also know that workplaces that are more diverse and inclusive have higher job satisfaction, higher employee satisfaction, which can lead to lower turnovers and better talent retention, which today is also, I would say, an equally big challenge for organizations in technology than talent attraction. Something that is very, very valuable for your top management to know is obviously the impact of inclusiveness to the bottom line and the financial performance of the organization. So studies have shown a clear correlation between gender diversity and financial performance. Companies with a lot more diverse leadership teams often experience higher productivity and innovation. Market representation is another important thing. Women today represent more than a half of the consumer base. So having a workforce that reflects better the wider audience in our customer base is obviously more able to create better solutions for those diverse customer challenges. Corporate reputation, companies that prioritize diversity are seen more trustworthy and more to have a better reputation today, because also our client audiences and the end consumer, end user audiences are also very diverse. So it creates a better trust towards let's say, a software technology organization when they can see that the service provider is also diverse. And of course, then in many countries, we already have various regulatory compliance in place, laws that have been enforced to us, making it necessary for us to obviously be more inclusive. And it would be a huge threat for the business if these laws were not followed. Becoming an inclusive workplace is a transformation process of your company culture, the way you do things. How different organizations approach DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, this varies worldwide. And from an employer brand standpoint, seeing it as a culture change process in the organization can make the development process more concrete, more transparent, more visible, and also more tangible, because it starts with the assessment of your current ways of work. So we're talking about processes, procedures, recruitment criteria, recruitment marketing, job posts. We're talking about promotion and rewarding criteria and processes, and so on. And tapping on these first and assessing how inclusive they are makes this process much more tangible and transparent. So in 2017, when I first introduced the magnetic employer branding method, I also brought on this concept of a strategic company culture. This is one of the fundamental elements of the entire method, and that's it makes it one of the elements that also makes this employer branding method unique. And it's the concept of the strategic company culture. So oftentimes when organizations start developing their culture, they kind of get the employees together, they have workshops, and the general question is, how do we make this a more fun place to work? And oftentimes that leads into the creative process of thinking like, okay, what would be fun? What would make it more fun? And the end results are, oh, let's bring the dog or the pets to the office, or let's do an office decoration project, or get this really fancy coffee machine or whatever. Very superficial things, because they make the workplace, the concrete physical workplace, more fun. but the benefits culture doesn't connect with your business nor your development efforts for inclusivity. You have to look at it as this from the perspective of the strategic culture point of view. The way that we do work here, what are our spoken and unspoken methods and means and processes and procedures and roles and responsibilities and decision-making hierarchies and so on that comes to delivering the customer promise. And how do our employees feel about those? So that's at the core of the strategic culture. It looks at your business strategy. What kind of organizational behavior is required so that you can successfully engage, commit your employees in delivering those strategic business goals and that customer promise. So I think tapping and connecting your development process for inclusivity is matches very well with this idea, because you can see that whatever we do needs to impact, for example, those 7 reasons and enable our people to feel that they are part of this entire purpose of what we do here. To make it a connection more clear here, so the strategic company culture is about the organizational performance and leadership. How are we expected to perform as an organization in order to deliver those business goals? So this is about the strategies, the KPIs, the goals, how we organize our business into divisions, who is a leader and who manages and what, and how do we lead our people. And then the employee experiences are, how does it make me feel as an employee and my abilities to perform here as an employee, the way that this company is structured to perform and lead. These all impact, obviously, also the employee motivation. So if we're not feeling inclusive and empowered to and have the equity and the opportunity to participate to our fullest sense, if we're declined in that sense, then obviously that impacts our morale and our motivation. It's also about the company's mission and vision and values and the purpose of the business. Why does this company have the right to exist on this planet? And how does that directly inspire and impact our employees in terms of giving them purpose, giving them meaning, and giving them the opportunity to do their best in this organization? It's also about, I said, the way we do things here. So those are the unspoken and the spoken rules and sort of regulations, how we work here, what we believe in as we execute our business strategy and deliver that customer promise. And how does that impact the way that our employees are feeling about it? How do they commit emotionally to this? Do they agree to it? Does it make them do that or give that extra mile when it comes to delivering in their own roles? And then it offers the organization a source for competitive advantage. And also, when it does that, it also impacts the employees, giving them a competitive advantage for their career and for their professional status, because companies who have that competitive advantage are obviously more successful. Their customers are more committed to them, more satisfied, and they have a lot of they have a great reputation that impacts them positively. When we focus on the inclusive employee experiences and make it a transformation process, when that transformation process starts, it kicks on what I call kind of this like a wheel of deliverables. So what it means is that as you invite more and more diverse perspectives into developing your strategic company culture and the way you do things, how inclusive you are, and how you approach diversity and equity, this improves employee engagement. You open the doors, you welcome the people, they are willing and they're wanting to engage and contribute to this. This then cultivates a more attractive employer brand and workplace, which then enhances employee retention and commitment, which then impacts customer satisfaction, innovation, creativeness, sales, and the bottom line. So it is the wheel of deliverables that starts with inviting those diverse perspectives and making the workplace more inclusive for sharing those. The magnetic employer branding method makes talents the heroes of your employer brand story. And this vital role reversal is a game changer for talent attraction and retention, forcing employers to maintain what I call the product behind the employer brand competitive. What makes this method so special is this role reversal. Talents, whether they are your existing employees or your future employees, they are at the pedestal of your employer branding work, and that keeping that product behind the employer brand competitive. And with your strategic company culture and the emotional connection of your people, you have these unique stories to tell that actually help them to build your employer brand. Those stories are about the business, about the mission, about the purpose, about the values, about the customer promise, about your products and services, but from the employee experience point of view. And it's easier for employees to contribute to giving their voice and putting their voice out and advocating your organization when they understand that they are able to share those experiences about those specific topics that are part of your culture. They understand what they mean, they are familiar with those, and they understand that connection between strategy and their own contribution. And your employer brand becomes more magnetic to those people that feel strongly about your strategic culture and the way you do the work and deliver that customer promise. And they become more connected and involved, and eventually, obviously, select you as their preferred place to work. And that's something that your competition cannot trump, because your stories, put that way, stemming from your strategic culture and your employee experiences, are 100% unique to you and your organization only. Building the magnetic employer brand, well, that holds your organization accountable for inclusiveness or any other people-related goals that you have in your culture. What this means is that when you start with the talent is the hero role reversal, and you think about how you build your brand from the talent angle, obviously, when you build your company more inclusive, then your people understand that this is a very special angle to you, and they want to talk about their experiences of inclusiveness, which then attracts, obviously, more diverse people to your organization and makes people feel more good about the fact that you are providing them with an inclusive and more diverse workplace. Your role in this all is to take this kind of a position of a trusted what I call work to life guide and a mentor. Purposefully call it work to life because we haven't had those times here for decades anymore where people are considering work as a separate aspect from their life. Everything impacts the other. If you're happy at work, you are happy at also outside the work. If you're unhappy at outside the work, you're also unhappy easily at work. If there are events in your work that impact the way that you can live a better life at home, obviously, then that impacts your employee satisfaction. So the position in a way that this is what we want to provide, a better life for our employees, and we want to guide and mentor them in how they can achieve that. That's what the employer impulse and position is in this method. All of your employer brand messaging is based on these unique key, what we call key story themes for the desired impact. So if you want to make your audiences internally and externally more known about your work towards a more inclusive workplace, then your employer branding messages are about that. What's your perspective of that? What are you doing? What you can share with others, documenting that story of or that journey of developing a more diverse workplace, and then sharing those employee experiences about them. And when you make this process regular, it means that you keep inviting those audiences that who resonate with your message on this candidate journey with your organization. And this becomes what I call a communication process instead of a campaign. And it starts to grow the awareness and the affinity towards your organization as a place to work, as a more inclusive place to work, sharing those stories from within. But this goes beyond marketing. And the reason why it holds your organization accountable, for example, that inclusiveness, is that when everything is based on business storytelling, your authentic employee experiences, if your employees are not experiencing a development in inclusivity, then they don't have anything positive to share about inclusivity, when it means that you actually don't have any material to communicate about. So it kind of holds you accountable. If we want to become known as a more inclusive workplace, we also have to develop that employee experience internally and make sure that our employees are willing to share those positive experiences about inclusivity. Emotional brand connections are built on mutual values and grounds. This means that the more you talk about inclusivity and diversity and equity as an employer, this starts to build this mutual ground for also audiences externally, and not just talent audiences, but as said, your customer audiences and their end user audiences are also made of diverse people, meaning that they start to connect more with your organization. And if your top management wants to maintain this competitive business advantage, it requires that they provide you the adequate resources in keeping this product of employee experiences and your culture, obviously, competitive on the background. When you start developing this magnetic workplace, it starts with managing employee experiences and expectations. So it literally starts with an assessment period of evaluating, assessing with your people where you have those loopholes, loopholes, and sort of untackled areas where people are not feeling that are that inclusive or inclusive at all. That's where you start. But at the same time, you have to work towards getting the stakeholder and the top management buy-in. It also continues with managing candidate experiences and expectations in an equally inclusive manner. So you have to think about and tap into your recruitment processes, your interview processes, your how you communicate about your workplace and the job, your job titles, and so on. And then, as said, it requires maintaining the competitiveness of the product. There is nothing you will quickly lose the excitement and the commitment of your employees if they feel that this development isn't going forward. Nothing is changing. So that's a very important area to also collaborate in the organization. And this all gives you lots of communication material for you to share internally and externally, growing that important employer awareness and brand affinity about your organization on this journey of becoming more inclusive. Thank you. So if this is something that interests you, I'm really happy to connect with you on social media. You can find me on most social media with the same handle, Rantanen Susanna. And also I talk about building the modern employer brand, the magnetic employer brand on my weekly podcast. So if you've not subscribed to it yet, you can find it on all popular platforms on YouTube and also on the modernemployerbrand.com website. All right.
A big thank you, Susanna, for sharing your expertise with us today. Let's open the floor for one question we have here for you. So the question is, could you share an example of a company that successfully transformed its employer brand to create a more inclusive environment, particularly for women in tech?
Yes. So the person that I interviewed yesterday is actually the person who made that happen very successfully in Finland. This company is called Futurize. It's a software engineering company. Well, more, I would say more today because it's expanded in Finland and in Europe quite significantly. But anyway, a tech employer. And they started several years ago a very, how would I say, a very thorough work in becoming more diverse and more inclusive as a workplace. And this was led by Heidi Beck, who will be on the podcast next week. So tune in next week to hear more about her thoughts about it. But they definitely went on into starting with a thorough assessment and getting as diverse people in it as possible in order to understand and cover angles. But I think that the key message from them is that when you're not that inclusive yet, you need to understand this a transformation process that you need to iterate over time. And the more diverse members, employees you get in your staff, the more you have to kind of roll those elements again through them and make sure that you do that you can see those angles that you may not have seen before. So I would say that that's probably a really good example. And luckily for you, she'll be on my podcast next week.
We will. One more time, Susanna, thank you for sharing your knowledge with us. We have got lots of insights from your talk. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Have a nice day, everyone.
And now we are about to embark on a captivating fireside chat with two incredible leaders in the tech industry. So without hesitation, let's get started. Our esteemed guests today bring much experience and expertise in diversity, equity, and inclusion. Please join me in welcoming Vanessa de Oliveira, Equity and Inclusion Talent Strategy Regional Lead at Cisco, and Renita Kasper, Global Director of Talent Acquisition and Employer Branding at HRS Group. Before we dive into our discussion, let's have just a brief chat. I'm just very curious. Vanessa and Renita, where are you both joining us from today?
You can go first.
I can sit.
I pick you up.
So, I'm actually I'm Brazilian, but I'm based in Portugal and Lisbon. I'm so sorry for my voice. It's allergy season. And I'm here in Lisbon, which is very good. I hope I don't jinx it by pointing out that the weather had really improved and it's quite sunny. That's why I'm outside actually. It's impressively warm in the contrast with last week, which was very foggy and rainy all day. So fingers crossed we continue with this weather.
Lucky you, Vanessa. And Renita, your turn.
Maybe I even more luckier.
Okay.
Yeah, can be, because I'm actually also in Portugal at the moment, but in Algarve. And Algarve is known to be more sunnier than Lisbon. But just generally saying that my company's headquarters is in Germany, in Cologne. But as we have a global team, then many of them are in Vietnam, many in China, India, and also in Europe. That means that it's also I have that kind of jobs lately when I have a suitcase and I go around where needed.
That's great. That's great, Anita. I'm jealous now. So, well, before I want to before starting, I would like to address to the audience. As always, your questions matter. Please feel free to drop your question in the chat, and we will try to get through as many as we can. And now, without further delay, let's talk about weather, location, or maybe about the topic we are going to discuss here. So let's pass the mic to Vanessa and Renita. Sorry, ladies, the stage is yours.
Thank you. And super happy to be here, Vanessa, with you today. And I went through your profile in LinkedIn and understood that, okay, we could actually do the talk also in Portuguese, but maybe we not try for others. But yeah, let's start probably from that diversity and inclusion and tech matters have been your passion, Vanessa, that how it all started, like where you find this passion that this is the topic you like really want to dive in and be passionate about. Is it?
Okay, I'm back. It seems that we are experiencing some technical issues. Vanessa,
So I
are
would
you with
like to
us?
that's what we're having right now important, and the whole deputy for the women heard about and living in the world is literally creating of
Okay, it seems that we are suffering some
yes, I
technical
am.
issues right now.
Oh, there's like a lag, I think.
Yeah, because it
Yes.
Can
seems
you hear
everything a
me?
little bit foggy. And I think it's not my internet. No, because you all have it.
Not sure. Let's see if our technical colleagues can help us here. Probably it's just a small issue. Let's check. Can grab a coffee, go to the kitchen, grab a coffee. In the meantime, we are resolving these issues, but hopefully it will solve very soon. It's challenging,
Hello?
right? Hi.
Can someone hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you much
Okay.
better than before. Great.
Okay. Is it it's now I think it's okay. I needed to refresh the page apparently.
I think it's much better now. I think it's much better now. Renita, from your side, can you hear
Yeah.
us properly?
Yeah.
Great.
I can hear. Yeah. Do you see,
Okay,
hear
great.
me?
Let
All
me
good?
know.
Yeah.
All good.
Yes.
All good. All good.
Okay,
That's-
let's be back.
Oh, technical issues. You gotta love them.
Did you
So
get my
as I was
question,
talking,
Vanessa? Yes.
yes, I
Yes.
did,
Okay.
and I was what I was talking actually was about Devternity, the conference, and highlighting how important this conference is, because in a world that we live, that men feel the need to create women speakers out of artificial intelligence to forge a type of diversity and are able to get away with it for 2 years in a row. I mean, I cannot highlight enough how important this conference is, and also how we can show all of those men that we actually have plenty of many women in tech. There are great speakers, great at their job, and with amazing expertise. So there's no need to create a fake woman or to put it in your panel. It's just tap into this wonderful talent pool that you already have. But how did I become so passionate about diversity, equity, inclusion? So it's a little bit personal, I must admit. And at first, I was very much wanting to bring my personal experience as being a migrant woman in a country, which, as I already said, I'm from Brazil. I live in Portugal, which for people who might not get the connection right away, we are from an ex-colony, from a colonizing country, which here I've had unfortunately suffered from different types of recrimination, and I feel like there is not enough space to talk about it or enough context to talk about. And I feel like also in relations to working employees, and there was not always safe space to be able to talk about and to discuss. And a passion of mine is to be able to give employees their voices, a way like increase awareness of those type of topics and those types of problems, and to be able to tap into a talent pool that is very important. After all, I think we all are looking to get an income, to get a job, to get something, and I want to be able to showcase that we have a diverse pool of talent in so many untapped places and so many organizations in which you can collaborate as well to achieve those. So this is how I ended up entering the diversity, equity, and inclusion as a woman, as a Latina, as a person with mental illness, as a member of the LGBTQ community. I felt like the intersection of my social identities almost made it personal for me to get this job. So it's not only a job, it's also a philosophy in life that I want to be able to promote in all spheres, not only the workplace.
It is so nice to hear you. I mean, I'm on other side of the Portugal, but I even with the glitches, I can get it through the screen that you just radiate this passion forward, and I think it's amazing if somebody who has this passion and also like personal cause to do so. Now it's in the right place in the job when they can actually move the needle and help others out, because very often people just don't know. And that's why it's so great to have you here and dig your brain and experience and so on, that we all could actually learn. And let's dig into that. Can you share with us which you think it's like a current situation or state of diversity, equity, inclusion, belonging in this tech sphere, and also maybe little bit inside of that, have something changed like last year after all these different changes in market and political environment? Do you feel some change? Is it good, bad? Would be aware of something? Did you get my question? Yes. I think there is a glitch again.
First of all, the current state of D&I tech industries, it's a mix. Yeah, I think there is a delay or something.
Hi again. It's that we are experiencing more technical difficulties. Our team are working on that. Let's see.
Was my question heard? Everything before that? Do you hear everything well? Yes, from my
Yes,
side.
Renita, from your side, all
Okay,
good.
Yeah, okay.
Vanessa has some fireworks in the background, so that means good news. That definitely means good news. So great. Okay, it's been challenging, but we are on the right track. Let's go ahead, ladies.
Can you hear me fine now?
Yes,
Yeah.
definitely yes.
Okay, yes. So as I was saying, I'm so sorry. I don't know what is happening, if it's my internet or not. I hope not. But the current state of diversity, equity, inclusion in the tech industry, I feel like it's a mix of progress, but also challenge. While there's definitely increase in awareness and commitment to diversity, I feel like certain underrepresented groups face still a lot of barriers. I feel like the industry is recognize the need for more inclusive practices, but there's obviously room for improvement, especially when talking about leadership representation, addressing unconscious bias. Um, Depending again on the country, when you're talking about the EMEA regions, a lot of scenario on, and there are countries that are definitely more open to discuss these and address um, diversity and inclusion. As I say, there's also a lot of untapped unconscious bias that we need to address. And again, every company has a culture and every country is different. When we're creating diversity, equity, inclusion policies, we have always have to take into consideration the reality and the context of each company. Where are they in this journey? Because it is a journey, as we previously heard from all of our previous speakers, and where and what we can. So yeah, there is some again good bad. I feel like there is room for impact overall, and especially when about certain underrepresented groups. If not, there was no reason for us to be here in the first place, right?
Yeah, definitely. And do you think that this kind of current situation in the talent market, like tech layoffs and something like that, as somehow influence now, work in diversity inclusion? Do you see it like the positions of people who actually work in diversity inclusion? Any insights there? That because I've read article here and there about that, but what is your take on that? If those layoffs are actually influencing that they work or not?
So definitely they are, obviously, and there's a lot being going on, but I feel like leaders they are aware that they want to have the best talent, right? And even when you're like people, you want to make sure that you're retaining the best talent, and you want to make sure people team also are diverse that can develop products that are not as biased, that can develop brand awareness, a brand reputation. So you want to manage this in the possible in order not to harm your own brand, in order to address those problems in a very conscious way. So there is like a lot of, again, we know there's already a shortage of types of talent in some sectors. So you're sure that, again, I feel like this is a moment where tech inclusion might not be buzzing as much, especially in comparison to, I don't know, 2021, right after the episodes in the US of the murder of George Floyd, and there's like losing a little bit of traction. But the companies that are intelligent enough and see the importance of actually having diversity, equity, inclusion embedded in their process, not only as an additional force, not only as something to have it within the moment or not something only for display, but actually have it embedded within their culture, will be able to maintain, they maintain the intention of the diversity because it's something that comes very natural. It's something that they have already been doing, will continuously do, and be able to then maintain again a workforce that reflects great diversity, a workforce that is strong, and also employee retention. Because we were talking so much about talent acquisition, obviously, but I say this is only the start of the journey. When we are talking about acquiring talent, we also want to make sure we are creating a safe space. We are creating a culture of inclusion to feel that all of those people that we are bringing wants to stay as well, because we know word well is there's like a lot of layoffs, there's a lot of shortage. You want to make sure that you have the right pool of talent, that you have the right people on the right cases working for your company in order to succeed, in order to thrive.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if I see Vanessa correctly or she's frozen. You're okay. You hear me? Yeah. Okay, going over the technical difficulties here, I'm like checking the pulse of Vanessa that even she's frozen when she's not. But yeah, I think you are absolutely on track there, because I think, in my own opinion, you shouldn't even, hire people in that situation if you know that your environment is not ready, and putting them up to success, or like really proving their point, or being and their belonging in the company. That it's very wrong thing from my opinion, where to start. That you should actually really start inside the company, and building the culture of like say space and belonging, and there, out of there, like working with your employer brand, like inside out, not other way around. Because I'm just feeling that it's ethically wrong to put somebody in a place when you already would know that they are not successful, or also like that is not this one like single person responsibility now to gonna go and change the whole team or whole company. We can't put it in just one unique person's shoulder. Just my own feedback on that.
Mhm.
I think Vanessa is there. You hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, and I actually watched your went through her LinkedIn profile, and amazing experience. And I see that also you are chapter lead in ERGs. That I think it's something which is super curious. My previous company in Tesla, we also started with ERGs. But I know that this is something which is quite new and not very much of experience in the European market yet. Can you bit of like give us insight that what you're doing there, why it's important, and who is doing what there exactly?
So honestly, I mean, this is all the passion of mine, which is for people who doesn't know, ERG or ERO are Employee Resource Organization, Employee Resource Group, or affinity groups in some companies are they as known. I'm a employer organization, so people from Latin America working at Cisco. And honestly, I feel like the ERG was one of the reasons I wanted to work for Cisco in the first place, because I started as a contractor and then I got full time. And I remember entering the ERG spaces, and also what we want to create a safe space for members that are united within an identity, and most of all also within the same challenges. So what I was able to find there, if there's anyone from Conexión watching me, thank you so much. You made a huge difference in my life, not only professionally but also personally, because we are connecting with people who have sometimes challenging and difficult that are the same as ours, because of this common background that we are in. So we are able to have a safe space for discussion of those things, to exchange experiences, in order to also educate, because we are talking about giving people of their own community the voice to talk about a certain topic, and to address certain misconceptions that might be related, and certain bias that might be related to certain community. So we are not only talking about is we're inviting people from their community to give them voice. In my work personally, I love combining all of my practices with the ERGs, because again, if you are doing a project, if you are putting something together to address the community, you need to have the perspective of this community. You need a feedback. You need to know exactly where you're coming from if you're doing the right thing. So for me, it's one of the things that if your company have employee resource organization and you are working within every spectrum of talent, talent management, talent acquisition, you're not leveraging employee resource.
Hi, everyone. Hi, ladies. It seems that we are, as you can see, we are experiencing some technical difficulties. Don't worry, this is live TV. What can I say? So our IT team are helping here and see if we can reconnect with our magnificent speakers, Renita and Vanessa. Hopefully, this will be sorted out very soon. And in the meantime, just if you want to grab some coffee, some snacks, and to get them here in front of the laptop and enjoy while we are having this great talks with our great speakers. And yeah, let's see if it's possible that Vanessa can reconnect somehow, so we cannot lose any word from her side, because it has been a very interesting topic what we are discussing. In the meantime, let me maybe to highlight once again to express gratitude to our media partners, the DOU, Team Lyser, Just Join IT, Joberty, Netrocracia, Great Place to Work Spain, and once again, the support of our media partners is crucial, is key in spreading the empowering messages from today's event and make this possible, make this happen, which is crucial for all of us. So let's see if it's possible we can have some more connection with our speakers. In the meantime, I also encourage you, apart from grabbing a coffee or even a snack, I encourage you to use your chat, use our chat, and take the opportunity to drop a line with questions, sharing your ideas, thoughts, maybe experiences, and we can even comment on that. In our chat, we have our colleagues who are also reviewing all these questions, and we will try to get as many as possible. So feel free once again to raise your question in the chat, and we'll be happy to address it here in the lightning talk, or even in another talks that are coming. Vanessa and Renita seem to be back. Maybe it's better now.
Yes.
I was just having a small talk with our audience, inviting them to have a coffee or snack in the meantime and bring it in front of the laptop. But yeah, you are back here. This is live TV. It is what it is. This happens in the technology world too. So well, ladies, feel free to continue. Thank you very much for the patience.
Yeah, I'm just saying that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you tell me how much did you hear, or where did I, like, what was the last thing you heard, so I could pick up the pace back?
Yeah, I think we were in your story around ERGs, that where you actually find the passion and all that, and being also mindful of time. You can actually maybe go to that part to say that, if somebody wants to, build something up like that, ERG in your company, start with that. When you start, like, what's the first things, where you go to, whom do you speak?
So for implementing you mean ERGs, or
yes, yeah.
So as I would say any initiative for inclusion, diversity, equity, you have to engage the top leadership. And I feel sometimes there are so many people that want to and come to me and have an amazing project, and I always ask, do you have a sponsor? Do you actually have an allocated budget to be able to develop this project? Because as much as sometimes we have a great, a wish to develop something, we need to engage the leadership. We need to engage the senior leadership. We need to engage the people in the management area to be able to enable people to create those things, to allocate resources. We were talking about employee resources organization, allocate budgets to be able to develop those. So you put together a plan and you present it to the leadership, along with the importance of creating those safe space and those spaces for connection of the community. As I said, you will be able to leverage those spaces as well for your own company. It's within your best interest to create those spaces, not only for the people of the community, but also for you to be able to put on programs for talent management, talent acquisition, where you can take this amazing community for feedback and input in how to actually develop the best strategies.
Yeah, that's actually quite good advice already, to find a sponsor and know that, how the leadership or leadership can actually support me. That, I mean, that it could be about, like, I would say, any initiative actually, and especially in the sphere, that you need to think it through, that how it would happen and who sponsor and who I can already, like, kind of pitch the idea and see what is really the feedback or questions around that. Because sometimes it can be that it's our mind, we say, okay, super cool, I would like really want to push it forward, but then we haven't like kind of benchmark it or having this feedback from the environment, or question what people could have. I think it's a very good idea. We already have it here. And being also like mindful on time. I don't know how much do we have extra or not, but really understand on that part, that if you could also, because we want to dig into your brain and you have all of this knowledge, if somebody have like not started at all of diversity activities into company, they would like to, maybe you can bring out some, let's say, 3 things to do first, or 5 pieces of advice that definitely do X can set, and then we can move forward. Because I think the starting points are always very difficult. You might have idea, but you don't really know how to grasp it or what to put in paper to move forward.
Okay, so first and foremost, as I said, it is important to build a culture of belonging and a culture of inclusivity. Regardless of everything you are addressing to your own culture, once you create this culture of the company, you will be able to embed this within very much more clarity, within very much smoothness. So that would be the first thing, to be aware of your statement to your culture, and why do you want to do this, and where do you want to implement this. The second one is also assessment and awareness. Start by conducting a thorough assessment of the company's hiring and promotions as well, to identify best practices, but also biases. Where are the gaps of the company? Where do you want to, what are the areas of improvement? We are talking about also education and training following the assessment and awareness, because we're going to learn which areas need more development, where are the biggest gaps. And again, as I said, we need the commitment of leadership, and we need sponsors that believe in it, to be able to also engage education of middle management, and where can we allocate the resources more intelligently to be able to train the managers, train recruiters, train the people who are managing the talent for us to retain, the people who are acquiring the talent, the people who are sourcing the talent. So I would say that the 3 main things, if I have to choose only 3, would be
That's 3.
would be developing a more conscious culture of inclusion and belonging, trying to embed those values within your culture, not again as an asset to be like attached to it, but embedded with. Assessment and awareness. You need to know exactly where you are, what do you want to develop, and why you're doing this in the first place, and what are the areas that will be needing more focus. And then the third will be education and training. It will be the first step to be able to also get this inclusive culture that you're developing embedded within your collaborators, that will later on adopt, and will have more steps of the process. But the 3 main things in the beginning would be, in my opinion, those 3.
I think it's already super insightful, and I feel like learned a lot. I don't know if moderator is jumping in and saying we don't have more time, but if not, I would use a moment and say also that okay, we have like those 3 things in place, and we start to go into is there something we can measure? What would be, again, like some few basic things we can measure and show in the business, okay, we moving needle here, that things are happening, how you measure success in those projects?
So success, when we are talking about DD&I, can be measured through a combination of both qualitative and quantitative data. And I'm very much pro data, because sometimes when you're talking about diversity, equity, inclusion, I'm from the team that wants to have measures that can also be very visually in terms of success. I'm a very visual person, and I advocate for this as well. So we want to include metrics such as representation in different levels of the organization. When we're talking, especially as I mentioned before, leadership level, and employee engagement surveys, as I said, also another great way in which you can utilize ERGs when we are talking about communities of underrepresented employees and people. You can literally tap into that, and tracking of diversity pipeline, where in the, for example, where is the gap within the talent acquisition process? Is it in attracting talent? There's enough people applying for this company. Maybe it's a problem with the job description. Maybe it's a problem of where you put making those spaces public, where you making those roles in your company public. Is it there within the screening process? You see there's like a lot of women applying, but not all of them are being sent to the hiring manager. Or is it within the interview? Maybe it's a problem with the interview panel. Maybe it's a problem with the hiring managers that don't have enough understanding of their own unconscious bias. So you can literally see where within the, for example, the talent acquisition process, it's the biggest gap. And we are just talking about one, right? The talent acquisition now, which is one of my expertise. But there are also additionally feedback mechanisms that you can implement, culture assessment, and many things that it can provide valuable qualitative and quantitative data for you to be able to explore and understand the impact of your initiatives in the workplace environment. I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you so much. There is also already several ideas on that, and as I'm also like coming from talent acquisition, areas where, let's say that again, is there something just kind of easy wins that you would say, for example, in a recruitment process that you could put in a place, like, let's say, inclusive language or using some tools or something like that, that also, again, people said, okay, this is like feasible. There is like a little thing, but we can already go out and put it in a place. And because sometimes, again, things are big and people think that where I can actually really start, and to make it like smaller and, do small wins would say, okay, yeah, that's doable. Why not?
Right. So, for example, as our previous speaker said, the inclusive job descriptions, it's something that you can be accessed, and you can even use software tools with AI. For example, one that comes to mind that we use is Textio. It literally will tell you the percentage of how much it appeals to a certain gender, or the type of language that is prevailing, because sometimes we don't see, again, it's very unconscious. But for example, many company, and I can say this personally as well, because it's something that will throw me off as a female myself. It's, for example, many job descriptions that has words that evokes sports tradition or something of the sort. This is going to be appeal way more to the masculine talent out there. It's something that not necessarily, if you put some words such as a champion or star or things of the sort, like a language, it's something very basic that can put off a lot of people, and a lot of people from underrepresented communities applying for a job. So we use and leverage tools that literally assess the job description, that sometimes you do it out of, in a hurry, to be able to improve the language, to be able to cater to a certain audience. If you are wanting to explore more potential, for example, it's an area of engineering and tech that you really are lacking representation of gender there. You can literally create a job description and be aware of all of those things, like we've mentioned before. Women don't apply to job as much if they don't meet all the requirements and criteria as men do. And okay, we will be interrupted.
No. Just you can finish the what you are saying. No worries, Vanessa.
And so a great place, for example, in the recruiting process is to make sure that the job description is less biased possible, especially when we are talking about men that are doing job descriptions. And again, sometimes we reproduce a certain type of language. They can be very put off to especially women, especially people from underrepresented groups. Choosing some kind of words, it really matters and really makes an impact. And you need to know and you need to be aware of this to be able to, have enough applicants in the first place to begin with.
Absolutely.
Absolutely agree.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you very much for such a meaningful conversation.
Thank you.
We are having a Q&A, a short Q&A session, but still we have a question for you. So, ladies, could you share a story or example where intersectionality played a significant role, say, in shaping DEI strategies at your workplace? And how did it influence the overall inclusivity within the tech environment?
So I'll begin. For the people who already know me and saw many of my talks, I am obsessed about intersectionality because it's for the people also who doesn't know, and I want to make it clear that's not as well. It's a common topic for everyone. Intersectionality, we're talking when multiple social identities, like I was saying before, I am a woman, but I'm not only a woman, I'm a woman, I'm a migrant, I'm a member of the LGBT community. So it's social identities that overlap, and we need to shine light to them as a mix of things. We cannot just see and understand that women experience the same type of discrimination all at once, and it's especially very important to be able to address and to be able to showcase this. And we are talking about, for example, one case that we had. It's we were developing a program where we were hiring people with forced migration and displacement background, and we were addressing again with the overall as migrant, but we wanted to make sure that the hiring managers also knew that people come from different countries with people with different religion. And also we're talking about women on top of that. You're not only a migrant, you're a migrant woman, you're a migrant, you're a Muslim that is migrating from another country. You will experience different types of discrimination. So when we are developing, for example, a training and awareness, because when we are talking about a program of hiring people and interns, we're not only talking about bringing talent, we're also talking equipping the managers that will receive those people to be actually aware and to be able to be welcome in environment and conduct a welcome environment enough. So we want to be able to address the intersectionality in the terms of you need to be aware of the multiple different social identities that each individual will bring in, because once you don't, you will be erasing such lived experiences. You're not going to be paying attention enough to address it properly as well.
Yeah, and I could just, I mean, that it's a very good example. Just add one thing on that, because then we could actually one more layer. For example, I would say like a person could also be top of that, like a single mom or caretaker or something like that, which actually gives the program that how you organize the work. Like, let's say remote and flexible working is something that you can put in place, considering all that how you support that person, which can be incredible talent, but maybe they're like when they can work at the day can be different, and it can be adjustable, just taking into the consideration. And then you have a great talent which is very great fan of your brand and the company and so on, because you take really care and considered all of those needs at the same block. So I won't go deeper, because I think Vanessa was explaining it very well already.
Well, once again, Renita and Vanessa, a big thank you for sharing your insights. It has been very, very challenging with the technical issues, but very insightful as well. So thank you very much for that. Have a wonderful day, and hopefully see you soon.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
I would love to actually be able to, having developed more conversations, so everyone have more questions. Feel free to reach out.
Yes, absolutely. Before we move on, here is an exciting opportunity for you, audience, ladies. Share your SheIsTech conference insights on LinkedIn using hashtag SheIsTech_experience, and you could win a Kindle. Results on January 26th, just tomorrow at 12 p.m. Central European Time on our LinkedIn page. So best of luck and thank you for being part of the SheIsTech conference. And now it's time to refuel, recharge, and perhaps grab some food, not only snacks, but food. And we here announce land time for now, but we'll be back very soon at 2 p.m. Central European Time, so just in 15 minutes for more awesome stuff. See you in a bit.
When I'm back in town, know what we're doing. Things are about to change, it's evolution. Voices shake the ground, you feel it moving with the revolution. One look, the heat is rising, and I've been cold for so long. One touch and we're igniting, setting fire to it all. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think that we can stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn down. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think I wanna stop it now, 'cause baby find a paradise within your heart. You can find what I despise within your mind. All the dangers that they're made of, you believe what they say. Through the heartache, I will stargaze, no invasion today. We've come this far to win and right alone. So take your chances to embrace the waterfall.
Heaven just knows what it wants. Will I go back to the place where I belong? Everyone could break my heart, but I try my best to not fall apart. And I find it hard to let go. The memories keep me together. Gotta fight till the end, no pressure, no pressure. And I find it hard to say no to the ones who want something better, to the ones who never say never. You'll be my pleasure. I got nothing to be scared of, because where people live, there is always love. I know the answers in my heart, so I'll try my best to not fall apart. And I find it hard to let go. The memories keep me together. Gotta fight till the end, no pressure, no pressure. And I find it hard to say no to the ones who want something better, to the ones who never say never. Will you be my pleasure? Find it hard to let go. Memories keep me together. Gotta fight till the end, no pressure, no pressure. And I find it hard to say no to the ones who want something better, to the ones who never say never. Will you be my pleasure?
Welcome back to the workplace state. Hope you have enjoyed your lunch and you are now ready for new insightful discussions. So let's welcome our next speaker, Ines Casero. Ines, a cultural transformation consultant at Great Place to Work Spain, specializes in creating trusting environments through reputation and culture management. Ines has conducted studies on the importance of female talent management and its impact on important companies over the stock market. Ines, it's great to have you here. How is everything on your end and where are you joining us from?
I am joining from Madrid, and here everything's fine. It's really sunny. It's almost like summer, and ready to have this session with you all.
Great. Well, let's introduce your topic. Ines will talk about how best workplaces in technology are empowering women. And in this talk, Ines will shed light on the significance of diversity and inclusion in the tech industry. Ines, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much for introducing me. It won't take long. I just want to remember my name is Ines Casero, and I am really glad to be here with you today in this session. And as it has been said, I will be talking to you about how best workplaces empower women in the technology sector. Okay, so to start this presentation, and it is a really bit hard because I cannot interact with you, but I would like to show you the reality, and I will do an spoiler to you, and it's not an easy one. Okay, as the World Economic Forum states that women represent 57% of the overall workforce. In comparison, women only make up 27% of the workforce in the technology industry. Of those who enter the tech industry, more than 50% are likely to leave before the age of 35, and 56% are likely to quit by mid-career. Additionally, during my research for this conference, and thanks to Jennifer Gregory's article, The Empowering Guide for Women in Tech, I was really concerned to find that the percentage of women in tech industry was higher in the 1980s than it is today. And according also to Judith Spitz, a prominent tech leader, technology stands out as the only STEM career where the number of women has declined over the past 2 decades. And while there has been a recent improvement during the last 2 years, and we cannot deny that, it remains insufficient. Also, it is important to acknowledge that the underrepresentation of women in technology cannot be solely attributed to tech companies. While they do bear a considerable, if not majority, responsibility, the educational system also plays a crucial role. Encouraging women and little girls to pursue technology-related fields and ensuring their inclusion in computer science and degree programs is essential for them to secure roles in tech industry. And regrettably, this is not currently happening to extent needed. Okay, so now we're going to talk about the current landscape of women in tech. And as we all know, we live in a swiftly changing digital environment, and the European tech sector encounters a crucial obstacle: a notable shortage of professionals that possess a threat to its continued development, and endurance. Within this challenge, there exists an overlooked potential, and it is boosting the involvement of women in the tech industry. And this goes beyond merely striving for gender parity. It represents also a strategic necessity essential for the tech sector's future. Rectifying the imbalance isn't solely a matter of moral correctness, and we will see it later as well. It is about leveraging varied talents to propel innovation and uphold Europe's competitive position in the worldwide technology landscape. And despite the extensive publicity, articles that we read, videos that we watch, and posters that we see constantly on the streets aimed at promoting gender diversity in the tech industry, the statistics remain sobering. For example, at Apple, women occupy only 23% of the tech jobs and constitute just 32% of overall workforce. Also, Google mirrors this trend with 21% of its tech positions filled by women and women making up to 31% of the total workforce. And last but not least, Microsoft falls within the same range, with women holding 20% of the tech jobs and comprising 27% of the total workforce. These figures highlight the persistent challenges in achieving gender balance in major tech companies despite ongoing awareness efforts. So it is important to us to understand that we are not only in the awareness step, and we have to take one more step and introduce women to the tech industry and give them important roles. Okay, and as you can imagine, Europe is not different to anything I have said before. In the present tech environment, women in Europe make up a mere 22% of the workforce, emphasizing the significant gender gap in the industry. Beyond the evident concerns about gender equality, this shortage indicates a lost chance to tap into diverse viewpoints and ideas, which are vital for technology innovation. Okay, so the inadequate representation of women in technology not only restricts the talent pool, but also confines the array of perspectives and inventive approaches of essential for pioneering technological progress. Rectifying this imbalance is imperative, and as I was saying before, not only from an ethical standpoint of view, but also fostering the robust growth of the tech sector. Okay, so this is what I was telling you before. The tech workforce is growing up throughout the years, and we need to incorporate women to the tech market. Okay. Of course, benefits of gender diversity. You can imagine that emphasizing diversity is paramount of nurturing innovation and achieving success. Studies indicate that companies with a more gender diverse workforce are 15% more likely to surpass their less diverse counterparts. Okay, so diverse teams not only generate more creative solutions, but also benefit from a broader range of perspectives, ultimately enhancing their ability to retain top talent. Okay, so the tech industry in particular stands to gain substantial advantages from increased gender diversity, including innovation. That we all know that diverse teams bring together unique perspectives and foster the generation of new ideas and innovative solutions. In second place, we have economic growth elevating the representation of women. It is demonstrated in the tech sector that they can contribute to narrowing the skills gap, boosting productivity, and fostering overall economic growth. And finally, better products. And given that women constitute a significant portion of tech users, an increased presence of women in product development can lead to the creation of more inclusive and user-friendly designs, resulting in better products. Okay, so now let's go to the key topic that we were talking about at the beginning of the presentation. Okay, so what's the solution and how best workplaces are empowering nowadays female talent? Okay, first of all, we have to start this revolution at schools. Okay, we have to remember that STEM careers start at school, and is in insisting girls and interest them in STEM fields. This may involve reforms in education in the educational system to encourage the this may involve the reforms in educational system to encourage and support women's participation in STEM careers and fields, from early education through higher levels. And this implies creating a more inclusive and supportive environment for girls pursuing the STEM subjects. Former astronaut Dr. Sally Ride said in a New York Times article that girls aged 10 to 12 are most susceptible to being pushed off track from STEM fields. Okay. Also, in second place, we have to promote equal promotions that are comparable to men. It's critical to address the gender disparity in the tech industry and reducing the attrition among women. Okay, so this involves promoting transparency in the promotion process, ensuring clear communication of criteria and expectations, and implementing mentorship and sponsorship programs. And I wanted to talk to you about the HackerRank survey that was launched last year and raised significant concerns, indicating that women over the age of 35 years old are 3.5 times more likely than men to hold junior programmer positions at the same age. Furthermore, the survey highlighted that between the ages of 24 and 35, 74% of men have received promotions to senior developer roles, while only 54% of women had experienced a similar career advancement during the same age range. Okay, so these statistics underscore disparities in career progression and seniority levels between men and women in the tech industry, emphasizing the need for targeted efforts to address these imbalances. Okay, a third step would be transforming the hiring processes and 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 the attraction of talent, the talent pool. Okay, so best companies to work for or best workplaces uh, have to focus have a special focus on unique benefits to attract the right talent. Okay, and also unique benefits that and benefit packages that boost women's confidence while once they join the companies. And best workplaces usually prioritize well-being and professional development uh, benefits. So it is also important for companies to know what women are looking for when looking for a job. As we can see in the following chart that emerged from one of our studies at Great Place to Work this year, we can see, and we conducted at the end of last year, women were looking more for healthy work environment and a bigger work-life balance. Okay, so and also I will give you some keys to make a difference in the hiring processes. First of all, involve women in the interview processes when hiring women. First of all, to create that rapport with the interviewed people, women, and also to eliminate gender bias because it is demonstrated that women are more tendent to get more gender bias when getting interviewed. Second of all, emphasize options for flexibility and healthy work-life balance. And last but not least, at your careers page, we usually recommend, and best workplaces are doing it, showcase women in technology at your careers page and tell inspiring stories and amplify their voices so they can be a role model for next generations. So also, um, how do best workplaces empower women? In fourth place is the famous pay gap. Okay, so equal pay for equal work, and of course more promotions. Let's talk about this 26% of pay gap. Okay, the last study by Ravio that was launched 2 weeks before this session, I really think so. The gender pay gap between men and women in the European Union shows that the gap remains high. Women right now earn 26% less salary than men in the same position and functions. And it is a high figure, but I wanted to ask you, and I know you cannot untap your microphone, but why does this gender gap exist? Well, first and foremost, this happens because women often don't reach leadership positions, uh, and it's coming all related to a lack of promotions. Okay, so that perpetuates the gender pay gap. A serious fact is the following one: for every woman in a leadership position in the tech sector, there are at least 6 men in leadership positions. Additionally, salary negotiation is a challenge task that frequently confronts women. Okay, approximately in this study of radio, 36% consider to be extremely distressing. Okay, and a mere 7% of applicants will submit a job application if the salary is not disclosed in advance. And 83% of those surveyed believe including salary information in employment proposals should be a top priority. But transparency is not the only consideration that we have to take into account. Boosting women's confidence when discussing money during job interviews is also crucial. And it's also crucial, as we were telling before, to include women in the interviewing process. Okay, so women, the interviewed women are more comfortable when sharing these opinions about salary and negotiate their salary when they join the company. Okay, so how to make a difference also for women, okay, when it comes to the gender pay gap. First of all, have role models. So one of the primary reasons why women may struggle to envision themselves in tech is the lack of relatable role models. And I wanted to ask for you in 10 seconds, it won't take really long, but to think about one notable women or woman in the tech industry that you know. I will give you 15 seconds just to think, just to write it down. Okay? If you couldn't think of one notable woman in the tech industry, it's totally normal because 78% of students that were asked to write down a notable name, notable woman in the technology field, couldn't identify one. This challenge is exacerbated by the fact that leadership roles in major tech corporations such as Apple, Tesla, Google, Amazon are predominantly held by men. Okay, so to address this issue and inspire young women to consider careers in tech, it is crucial to amplify their voices of thriving in the industry. Okay, so initiatives like case studies, spotlight articles, news coverage, and overall awareness can play a pivotal role in showcasing diverse and successful women in tech, fostering inspiration and breaking down barriers. Okay. Second of all, make more promotions. So the existence of pay gap in the tech industry, it is directly attributed to the predominance of men in senior positions. Okay, in the UK, only 22% of the tech directors are women, and women are 4 times more likely to perceive gender bias as a barrier to career advancement. Nevertheless, tech companies are overlooking valuable benefits by not having more women in senior roles. Research indicates that companies led by women experience enhanced turnover and greater employee satisfaction and more commitment to more socially responsible values. To address this imbalance, it is essential to provide women with opportunities for upskilling and empower them to apply for senior roles without the fear of being overlooked due to their gender. Okay, and last but not least, as I always say, the last approach is to address the gender pay gap involves holding businesses accountable for their disparities. Mandatory reporting plays a crucial role in prompting companies to actively address the prioritize fixing their gender pay gaps. Okay, and I want to make a disclaimer here that reporting does not always have to be mandatory, but it can also be voluntary and proactive. Okay, so the regular media coverage surrounds these reports raises awareness and emphasizes the significance of this issue, and it is true. Maybe a lot of you know, but some of you don't, but an annual event that is known as Equal Pay Day that further underscores the ongoing challenges, and it's organized by the Fawcett Society, and last year it fell on November 18th, symbolizing the day when women effectively cease earning in comparison to men due to the existing pay gap. Okay, so it's crucial for companies to be aware of the upcoming European directives. And the upcoming implementation of the European Union Pay Transparency Directive by 2026 marks a significant shift in the approach of gender pay equality. And surprisingly, 69% of the surveyed people leaders do not consider it a pressing concern yet. Also, for 45% of the respondents, the perceived distant implementation date is a key factor, while 20% are already proactively addressing pay and transparency and gender pay gap issues. So, for companies expressing concern, the primary cost centers around making pay levels and career progression frameworks transparent and accessible to employees. In anticipation of the directive's implementation, organizations are placing emphasis on improving communication, transparency, and compensation frameworks. Okay, so I will be heading to the end of presentation, but I wanted to share with you that a year ago, McKinsey launched the WomenInTech report, in which they recommended 4 interventions to solve this gap. And they are, we can call them like 4R interventions. So it's reframe, retain, redeploy, and ramp up. And this statement that I will show you at the end of my presentation stick to my head, and it's this one: give women a reason to stay in tech. I think that, and I was telling you before, we have to step forward the awareness step, and we have to be in the action state right now. So thank you very much. I don't know if anyone has any questions or.
That's why I'm here back. A big thank you, Ines, for sharing your insights with us today. It's been a very interesting talk. And now it's time for a brief Q&A. We have a question here from our audience. So, Ines, based on your experience with Great Place to Work Spain, can you give an example of a unique or innovative practice that a tech company implemented to empower women? Something that
Yes.
probably significantly transformed the workplace culture.
Well, I don't know if it's more related to workplace culture, but I think one unique measure is one of our Spanish companies in the tech sector are closely collaborating with the schools to implement the STEM careers from really small girls and to higher level education, and with also universities. And I think that program is a really strong one.
Okay, good to know. Another question, Ines, for you. Given the rapid changes in the tech industry, how do you suggest companies continuously adapt their diversities and inclusion strategies?
How can you please repeat the first part of the question? Sorry.
Yes, sure. Given the quick changes in the tech industry we are having right now, how do you suggest companies continuously adapt their diversity and inclusion strategies?
I think that what I would say is to do continue active listening to women at your company, women outside your company. Do always a lot of research and yeah, I think that, and make more outside activities of to promote this tech, the tech industry and its talent.
Absolutely agree. Just listening, that's a good answer. Thank you very much, Ines. It has been great to have you here. So thank you for being part of SheIsTech conference. See you
Thank
soon.
you.
Hopefully.
Thank you for having
Thank
me
you.
today.
Have a nice
Bye.
day. Bye-bye. And before we switch to another speaker, let's take a moment for a special shout out to our community partners. So let's start from Soda, Geek Girls Portugal, VTech, Women Who Code, Porto Tech Hub, Women in Agile Bulgaria, with No Fluff Jobs, Ambusoft, Invest Porto, DNI 325 IT Recruitment, Talenty, Pro Idea, Hack Yeah, Because Talents Matter, Ladies that UX Lisbon, and Finally, guys, your support is key in making this event possible. So thank you very much to all our partners here, the list that I just introduced. And well, we are about to have an insightful panel discussion lined up for you today, exploring the crucial topic of the power of women employee resource groups at the workplace. Our distinguished panelists are leaders who have been instrumental in driving positive change and empowerment within their organizations. Now, without further delay, let's hear from our first speaker, Rima Maslan. Let's see if Rima is over here. Hello, Rima.
Yes, I'm here.
Uh,
Hello.
Hello. Rima Maslan, APAC Empower Lead and Senior Project Manager at EPAM.
Yep.
With over 20 years of experience in IT, is a driving force behind EPAM's women community, fostering supportive environment for women within the organization. Rima, sorry, the stage is yours. We are really looking forward to listening to your talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. I'm really happy to be here with all of you today. Before I begin, I just want to express my gratitude to SheIsTech and the organizing committee for giving me this really wonderful opportunity to share and engage with a diverse group of women in the tech industry. So at EPAM, today I'm going to share a little bit more about our EPAM employee groups, i.e. EEG, as we call it internally in the organization. So EEG is an employee-led groups formed by individuals who are passionate about coming together for the cause of empowering women. So the volunteers spend effort, time, and energy to build communities and create an inclusive workplace where EPAMers all over the world can bring their full and authentic selves to professionally thrive and grow. So I present to you Women at EPAM, and it is a great example of one of the EEGs that we have running at EPAM. So why do we exist? Our purpose, what is the why behind Women at EPAM? The reason we exist is to foster a nurturing environment for women in the organization. And we do this by creating and advocating for their needs, showcasing and amplifying their achievements through impactful initiatives, and more importantly, involving them in all the initiatives that we hold or we take in the organization. And this is the reason why we exist at EPAM. How do we operate Women at EPAM? So right now we have 3 different pillars. The pillars are educate, engage, and empower. So for educate, knowledge is power. We all know that. And through knowledge, we create awareness about the common challenges that are really facing the women of today at the workplace. We also talk about the importance of allyship to foster an inclusive workplace that offers a supportive environment for women throughout the journey of their career. And how do we do this? We organize workshops, we have webinars, we also shine spotlight on the successes of women in the tech industry. And especially, we amplify the success stories of our own community members. We recognize that achievements not only boost morale, but also sets inspiring examples for others to follow. The next pillar I'm going to cover is engage. Now, through engage, we create programs that build communities. So we have programs like mentoring, where we actually bring together experienced and aspiring women. And then we have networking events to build a strong support system. We also have online forums for sharing of advice, as well as exchange of resources and experience between community members. And the third pillar on how we operate is empower. So once we have educate, we engage with our community members, then we empower them through looking at the available resources and tools that we have in the organization. the Empower team actually identify areas of improvements, and then when necessary, we actually create or update the tools and resources for use by our community members so that they continue to feel supported and they have access to all the available resources that they need to grow and develop their career with us. Now, all these three pillars are not going to work in synergy if not because of the underpinning teams that we have working with us. And these are the important functions that we have within the business, like HR and learning and development teams, right? So we work collaboratively with the critical business functions within the organization to streamline our initiatives and also to make sure that we achieve great things together. Because based on our experience, when we work together as a unit, we produce amazing results. Now, we have at the moment, I believe, more than 55,000 employees across the globe. So in order for us to be effective in our coverage and making sure that we have reached to as many employees as possible, we have put in a structure, right? So this structure helps us to be more effective in how we operate the community. So at the regional level, we have leads for all the three pillars. And these leads and their deputies are supported by the regional coordinators and the second in commands. Similarly, at the global level, we have a similar structure in place. And with all that we have in place at the moment, we really find that we have better reach to the community, better reach to the employees within the organization, and it's working really well with how we actually want to roll our initiatives at the moment. All right, so then now that I have covered how we operate, I think it would be useful to also share some quick facts about women at EPAM EEG. So Women at EPAM started in September last year. And as you can tell, we're only a few months old or young, you could say. But from then until now, we have clocked more than 700 hours of volunteer work. And our community members sit in different locations, in total more than 35 countries all around the globe. How do we then make sure that we continue to engage with our community members, given that we are all geographically separated in different locations, working in different time zones? We leverage on the communication channels that we have available to us. So Viva Engage is one of the channels that we use. So at the regional level, we have our own channel, and as well as at the global level. In addition to that, we also partner with communities, i.e. EEGs that we have within the organization on some of the initiatives that we want to roll out or that we want to hold and power through in the organization. So if you see at the bottom left-hand corner there, we have some really nice badges, a couple of nice badges specifically designed for women at EPAM. So at EPAM, we want to promote a culture of rewards and recognition. So we have programs that allows people to be assigned heroes badges. In this case, for women at EPAM, we have special badges assigned and given to contributors and supporters of our initiatives. We believe that having a recognition program motivates people to continue to be actively involved and contribute to a good cause. Now, what are some of the initiatives that we have done in the past? For the past few months, since our inception, we have run a few programs. One of them is the High Potential Program for Women. This is where we actually identify high potential women and talents within the organization, and we put through a course that helps to accelerate their career growth and development. Another initiative that we have is World Cafe. You may ask, okay, what is World Cafe? World Cafe is a small discussion. It's a roundtable small discussion that is set in a cafe-like setting. Now, the reason why that is done that way is because we want to encourage a more relaxed and open conversations. And this works based on the premise that we as humans, we like to talk about things that matter to us. And so when we get together and talk about things that we care about, we produce excellent results. And through our collective power, we're able to innovate ideas and come up with really compelling solutions. Another initiative that we have is also Safe Space. This is a meetup session, if you like, that happens every week regularly. So it brings together women, like-minded women, to discuss about topics that they find relevant to them and their situations. So the meaningful discussions that they have also allows them to learn from other women. And it's not just about learning from each other, but it's also about uplifting each other with words of encouragement. So apart from women at EPAM, these are also the logos you can see there, some of the EEGs that we have available at EPAM, and some of which we actually partner with on some of the initiatives that we actually have or have run in the past. And now I'm just, I think I'm coming close to my presentation, my sharing. And before I do that, I want to share with you some pictures that we have taken to share some of the fun memories that we've had organizing our events and also celebrating women at EPAM. And as you can see, smiley faces all over. And I believe, we truly believe, women at EPAM believe that collaborating together, coming together as a community, and also breaking barriers at the same time can be a blast and can be a whole lot of fun. So on that note, I thank you and I pass over the floor to you, Christina.
Big thanks for joining us, Rima, especially at this late hour in Malaysia. So we want to make sure you also get some time for Q&A after your speech because there are some questions. But anyway, I'm going to remind our audience that if they have any question in the meantime, drop your question in the chat and let's make this session interactive, right? Is the way to be more effective. So the question I got for you, Rima, based on your extensive experience, what's one unconventional yet effective approach you have taken at EPAM to encourage more women to take on leadership roles in tech?
Okay, great question. So I think Women at EPAM itself is a good avenue for people to shape and groom their leadership skills. Like our community provides ample opportunities for people to step up and operate outside of their comfort zone. So whilst we have members of the opposite sex, we have males invited to our events, the leadership team at Women at EPAM is mostly, and actually I would say all of the leadership team members that we have are actually women. So I feel any organization similar to Women at EPAM will be a good avenue for anyone who is aspiring to assume leadership positions. And it's also a
Thank you
safe
very much.
ground for people to practice. Yeah. I hope that answers the question.
Yes, it does. Thank you very much, Rima. Very insightful, very much. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
And I think we don't have more questions, but I'm sure some colleagues or part of our audience will contact you, probably LinkedIn, and maybe you can connect also. So thank you very much, Rima.
Awesome.
And now let's proceed with the next speakers. Next up, we have Claudia Yerva, Revolut Production Operations Manager, Head of Rev Women Guild. Claudia oversees, hi Claudia. Claudia
Hi.
oversees operational aspects at Revolut, ensuring compliance with financial requirements. But as head of Rev Women, she advocates for women's empowerment and strategic leadership. Claudia, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Christina. Please just confirm if you can see my screen, because I'm sharing the presentation. Yes, it's visible. Thank you so much. So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone, as I know we are in different time zones. Thank you so much first for the opportunity to speak on today's conference, SheIsTech. I have to underline that when I received the invitation, I was really, really excited and couldn't wait to meet you today. First, I would like to maybe introduce myself to give you a small overview of who I am. My name is Claudia Dziergwa. I am Production Operational Manager in Revolut. In the same time, proudly sharing, I am head of Ref Women Guild in Revolut. I have already more than 5 years of experience as a manager. My first work experience actually I gained in Hong Kong PolyU Technical University, because I started my career as a chemist. And then I decided to change the direction. So I started to exceed my scope of duties, let's say, not only in the lab. Currently, I'm doing my master's degree in project management, so I have a great opportunities to study as well in Sorbonne University in Paris. I'm also developing my data skills, so I'm focusing on SQL and Python ongoing. I love learning new languages, so I speak Polish, English, German, and French. And I am a squash lover privately. So a couple information about myself. Today, actually, I would like to bring to your attention the really big community that we have in Revolut, which is our amazing guild called Ref Women, which generally speaking gathers women in business in our company. So who, or I would say, what is Ref Women? It's a space generally saying dedicated for women where each of can find support, but I would say support not understood in form of good words or virtual power hack, but in form of set of interesting workshop focusing on career development in fintech, inspiring session and live interviews with the women on the highest management position in our company, trainings and initiative which helps with soft skill and technical skills development, as well campaign running. So focusing on charity support for equal educational and female rights. So the scope of our activities is growing, I would say, month by month, and we see more and more abilities and potential which Revolut is offering to us to grow. This is why it's hard to describe our work in one sentence, but I can say that we are focusing on diversity, equality, and female empowerment, with underlying this female empowerment. And you might ask me why we actually set the guild in Revolut. I think I have 4 points. First would be my individual reason, because I wanted to push limits by setting the base for women to become like more self-assured, confident, knowledgeable, simply saying unstoppable. Then because it's fintech, and fintech, which is rapidly evolving and innovative industry, having access to educational opportunities and mentorship can be crucial for the woman to advance their career, I would say. Third reason would be the company potential, because abilities and potential of Revolut on market, along with the company's growth, helps as well our guild. And woman focus. So women in Revolut consider the guild to be a great good space because it provides dedicated support, focuses on career development, offer inspiration from women who are like on leader position, and as well facilitate skills development. So since the guild was established, we help each other to grow and succeed in Revolut. We support personal development. We aim to make women more confident, unstoppable, as I said. And our community, it's all about collaboration, honesty, support, and development. Couple words about the beginning of the guild, because I think it's the crucial moment. The guild was set in September 2022, and we ran our first initiative for Pink October the same year. So we are as well pretty young, 1.5 years, not even, but we're still expanding our scope of work, and we're trying to find new direction for us in the company. So September 2002, I have to say it's really close to my heart because we set the name for our guild So it's Ref Woman. And it was the moment when the real adventure started. So as you may know, the beginnings are always challenging. So at the beginning, it was really hard because I have to build a team, set up clear goals and mission for the guild as well, prepare the plan for upcoming months, collect all of the required, even permission to be aligned with the company values and rules, and combine everything with the potential of Revolut to create like unique space for women. And I have to underline that without the support that I received from the company in form of space, resources, people support, knowledge, I think we'll not be in the place where actually we are now. And besides Revolut, as our beautiful company, the biggest value, in my opinion, is a team. So I would like to present to you my team, active part of the guild. So girls who are organizing the events and initiative from the scratch. We are now just 8, but I feel that we are like 800. Each of us has different experience, different knowledge, background. We are even located in the different part of the globe. But I believe that we bringing valuable insights to the company and to the guilds. So that's the biggest achievement, in my opinion, that to have people around you who are sharing the same values and that who are always happy to help. So these are Anna, Rola, Alice, Hala, Daria, and Kushnuma, and Anna, who is helping me as well to lead the guild. So honestly speaking, it took a lot of time, I have to say, to establish stable team. But the team who is actually built on trust and with a high level of involvement. So I'm sure I couldn't have better team than now. So girls, if you are here, thank you so much as well for your support and keep going. And next slide. So I would like to share more details, maybe justification related to all what I said before. So in the guild, important days and activities, to give you a small overview what range of topics we covered or we are covering with our activities. As I mentioned before, Q4 2022, we ran our first event, so we are focused on women health awareness under Pink October. We have live session and interaction with external doctors. We ran Pink Out calls, so that was the time when we could finally see each other to have some small talks, and it was breaking moment to meet the woman assigned to the guild, because at the beginning we were just 100, and then after the Pink October and Pink Out calls that we organized, we grow to 500. We run many initiatives, I would say, in between, but I want to just be focused today on the main one and my favorite one, I can say. Then last year, Q1 and Q2, we ran Women Ref Talk session where women from higher management were talking about personal branding in fintech environment, how to improve your work-life balance, how to have your voice heard. Special that we have challenges because we are working from different parts of the globe, and we are on the home office. So after that, we received really positive feedback from the participants. So the outcome as well was really helpful for everyone in practice. Then we ran as well 8-week workshop. It was called I Am Remarkable. So it was focusing on soft skill development. So starting from conversation with your manager about a little bit hard topics, let's call it like that, with the training how to provide feedback and how to talk even about salary increase. So that was really business professional. Then we want to activate our guild a little bit. So we create some interesting competition as well. We award for the winners. And the biggest event that I am the most proud of was the campaign we launched. Because we built last year the partnership with Care International and Women for Women. And together with help of Revolut, we ran the campaign focusing on global women's support. So the campaign was promoted in the app and as well in the social media. And the fundraising is actually possible till today. So far, we collect around £20,000 for the charities. So for this point, I would like to thank everyone who participate and trying to help other women globally. Also worth it to underline that in 6 months, Ref Women, we grow, let's say. So we grow for 100 women to more than 1,000 in the guild. And the last quarter, we focus ourselves on celebration on the Pink October again. So we run a couple of internal events. We have inspiring interviews, storytelling with our partners, helping women all around the world. We as well, I have to say that we wanted to mess up a little bit with in the calendar of the women who are the leaders in the company. So we run interesting, inspiring interviews with CEO Japan Yoko, for example, in our company of CEO of India that we have. So it was really, really great to have this ability. I think the other successful event that I can share with you, it was like we managed to help women with understanding maybe the frame of problem-solving interview. So this is a crucial point when speaking about career development, and whoever wants to be a manager has to know that this is a little bit stressful point that everyone knows probably. So we managed to help in this area. And besides that, many small events in between to also have more fun. So not only business focusing as well, it was our focus. And 2024, we know that there is no limit for us, I have to say. We already prepare our plan for whole year. We are focusing on Women History Month. We are focusing on soft skill and technical skills development. So here, small gossip sharing will help with SQL. We will help with Looker knowledge development in the company. So that's our plan. And as a summary, like Women in Revolut, it's not only the guild that we are running. The company is also like runs interesting initiative itself as well for the women. As example, we are the organizers of Meetup Women Who Code London, Women Who Code Barcelona. We are one of the sponsors of IT's Not for Boys. We are sponsor for WomenInTech. We provide scholarship for women. So there was a business case competition in India. We have interesting podcast with our female revoluters, and we provide a lot of benefits. So for example, in Poland, when I am based, I know that, for example, in paternity leave event, we have plus 10 days more than the lowest required, or plus 4 days for the women who are pregnant as well. So as a summary, in one sentence, I believe that women are the power in Revolut. So thank you so much.
Excellent insights, Claudia. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Also for introducing us your team. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Now let's welcome Megan McGuire to share her perspectives. Megan, a solution engineer at Slack, brings 7 years of customer-facing experience. She also serves as the global co-lead for Slack Women, contributing to global initiatives. So, Megan, hi. We are more than ready to listen to you. The stage is yours.
Great. Thank you, Christina. And hello, everyone. It's nice to meet you all. And I'm really excited to present to you today. Let me share my screen. I'm just going to go to the slides first, if that works. Okay, can you see that? Okay, great. There we go. So hello, everyone. Hi, it's nice to meet you all. I am Megan. I am a senior solutions engineer at Slack. I've been at Slack for 2.5 years, and I have been the global co-lead for Slack Women for the last year. And we run per term. So I've signed up for 2 years. I have another year to do that as well. And then prior to joining Slack, I worked in PwC Ireland, where I co-founded WomenInTech. So this is a huge passion of mine, and I'm really appreciate everyone for inviting me to speak today. It's a topic I'm very passionate on, and it's so exciting to see all the previous speakers ahead of me. It's been really inspiring. What the mission for Slack Women is to create a culture for women and non-binary individuals at Slack to grow, elevate, and support to be their best, most authentic selves, ultimately to thrive. So we want everyone to bring all parts of their personality and their lives to Slack. And at Slack Women, we want to do this by creating a sense of community and belonging within Slack. We've had some great success with Slack Women. So we have over 1,000 members, and this is all based within Slack, which I want to give you a taste on after. So that's a quarter of the whole Slack organization are a member of our community. We also have a public community that is supporting with allies, and we have 563 allies, and we have a global council together. So we are established globally, which means we've got 3 kind of regions where it comes to that. We've got EMEA, EMEA, and APAC. So when I first joined Slack Women, I was the EMEA lead, and now going into the global co-lead. But there is 30 of us working hard behind the scenes to do this, and we all have different roles when it comes from communications to operations to philanthropy. We are very lucky within Slack and within Salesforce that we get VTO days to volunteering time off, and we do a lot of this around promoting charities that focus on women's health, helping girls in STEM, and also the Dress for Success as well. So we're very lucky to do that and get the time sponsored from us as well. But overall, the community itself has been a great success, but we all feed into the same diversity and inclusion section. And there's 7 SECs, we call it, which is Slack employee communities. So along with the women's SEC, we have Earth Tones, Mahogany, Fuego, Abilities, Out, and Veteran. And we've run some amazing events this year. Some of the fireside chat with our previous CEO, Lidiane Jones. We had a career conversation virtually and also online. And we've done a lot of these events in partnership with other SECs as well. And what I love about this quote here on the side is, diversity is invited to the party. Inclusion is who feels comfortable enough to dance, and belonging is when your favorite song is playing. And I think this is very important when it comes to diversity and inclusion councils, and especially when it comes to a passion of mine, the women's SEC, is to make sure you bring that sense of belonging and including everyone. And we also need our allies in support of that as well. Just to give you an idea, our biggest planning session that comes up every year is Women's History Month, and we're already in the depths of planning some amazing internal sessions, getting external speakers to come in to speak with us and having internal networking. But just to give you an idea of what we did last year is we ran numerous events. We had an International Women's Day panel, and we had a session on child-free by choice or circumstance. We had some mindfulness sessions. We had some female-led startup companies come in and speak to us about the highs and lows of doing this. We also partnered with Earth Tones for some of our events within Women's History Month. And then every year on the 8th of March, we start off a message in Slack, kicking off, celebrating and tagging women that are really important to us within Slack, and giving them a shout out and giving them a lot of love. So we're excited to do that again the 8th of March this year for International Women's Day. And we're excited to see what events we get together for Women's History Month, but just a little taster of what we did last year. On that, I thought it would be interesting to show everyone how we run our SEC or Slack employee community. And as we work in Slack, a lot of our planning and organizing is done in Slack. So I wanted to show everyone how we do this. So we just see if my screen changes. Is that coming up for everyone now? Let me stop sharing and I'll share again. Yep, if you just share that screen for me now. Great. Is that coming up for everyone? Just the purple Slack screen. Yes, perfect. Thank you so much. So what I thought I could show you is how we run Slack on Slack. Sorry, I don't think my screen is sharing there. Great. Okay, perfect. So how we run Slack on or Slack Women on Slack is we have 2 private channels dedicated to Slack women. So if you haven't seen Slack before, a channel is where we come together to communicate and talk, whether it be on a project or a team channel. But just showing you how we run it is we post events that we're running. We also use different settings like automation to submit events. And then we also do a reminder every week to remind everyone to, what did you do great this week, and add it in thread here, and we all talk and discuss, and we lift each other up from that perspective, just to give each other support when we might need it. And then we also have some amazing support from our leadership. So Lidiane is our previous CEO. We also have Denise, our new CEO and channel as well, who always speaks highly and promotes the culture of Slack Women as well. This is the public and where each of our 1,000 members are. But when it comes to organizing, we have different private areas where we do all of our organizing. And it's not just me, it's 30 of us together who work on this. And we each have a different theme that we work with. And the 5 themes that we work with are career, health, well-being, education, and finance. And we like to run events and sessions that cover one of these themes here. And we come together and we take suggestions from the wider community, but we also come up with new ideas within the team itself. And then we also meet every 3 weeks to discuss those areas, and also we any of those suggestions that come in, we work in channel and get them together and ready to go to deliver to Slack Women. So I just wanted to give everyone a taster on how we exactly run our community and how we organize topics, and an idea if anyone's thinking of setting up their own women's community in work, just to reach out to me if they need any help with anything. But that is everything from me when it comes to Slack Women.
Thank you for sharing your knowledge and experience, Megan.
Thank you.
Great. And now let's meet Oksana Tiburina, Director of Social Impact and Intelligence and Head of the SheIsTech Program Committee. Oksana leads sustainability and D&I strategy, championing women's empowerment. She initiated employee resource groups like IntelliWomen and established an initiative for the SheIsTech conference. Oksana, we can't wait to learn valuable insights from you. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Christine. I've heard some really interesting case studies, and I have to say that it's a real challenge to speak after Megan with her perfect English. But as my manager told me yesterday, who is, by the way, a great supporter of He for She movement, Roman Hapashilo, he told me, like, Oksana, you have to embrace your full identity, including Eastern European accent. So I will try to do my best with the presentation. Here I will share with you how our Women ERG group appeared, some main features of its operations and ecosystem, and then also something outstanding, what happened within it, and what we've learned about the magic of ERG. So I'll start with some context. Intellis is an IT service company, so we are present in many countries. We have a lot of delivery offices in Europe, and we work with global leaders from various domains, starting with mobility, automotive, fintech, retail, and other industries. And we have over 3,000 developers on board. But what kind of company we are, I think the best way to answer is to look into our impact. And here the most important thing is that regarding corporate governance, we are committed to people-first culture, and that also affected a lot how we move with diversity, equity, and inclusion, and it also defines how our ERG operates. So in terms of diversity, equity, and inclusion, we focus on gender equality, responsible parenthood, and accessibility and inclusion. If we talk about social responsibility, our special feature is that we have a very impactful volunteering community which unites over 100 colleagues who are active volunteers, and also we have an internal crowdfunding platform, and it interlaps a great deal with the operations of our employee resource groups. And in terms of environmental stability, our focus is on eco-mobility and smart cities. So our Women Employee Resource Group starts in 2021 when we signed the Women Empowerment Principles by UN Women, and the creation of Women ERG was one of the key actions which followed up this signing and adopting women empowerment principles. Why so? Because we believe that employee resource group, women in employee resource group plays a key role in bridging the gender gap in the organization. First of all, it's a great platform to promote gender equality within the organization and also outside of it. Then it provides a safe place for women to share their thoughts, ideas, some sensitive issues, and to gain support. It's a great way to promote opportunities within the organization, career opportunities, new benefits, and so on. Also, ERG group can help to translate relevant knowledge about gender-related policies that come from the organization or from outside the organization. Also, I will show you how it can create a platform for action, and of course, it helps to build a better workplace for women with less discrimination and comfortable, inclusive environment. So our Women ERG is called IntelliWomen. We also call it IntelliWomen Community. So just to avoid some misunderstanding, maybe sometimes I will say IntelliWomen Community. It is the same as Employee Resource Group. For now, we have over 400 active members, and this community unites 60% of women in the company. But the number is constantly growing. We promote it within the onboarding for newcomers. Also, every event, every piece of news or announcement is also a chance to attract new members. The structure of this ERG is flat, but we have some roles. The role of coordinator who runs the operations of ERG. Also, we have roles of contributors, those who initiate some events, mentor others, and of course participants, all the members who benefit from the group. This group is settled in a Teams channel, which is the main place of communication and interaction for all participants. Also, we have regular events and additional surveys and announcements and so on. What is also specific in this ecosystem is that our Women ERG is a center for running different campaigns and also a center for initiatives. So campaigns, if we talk about some campaigns that are produced by the company, by the organization, Women Employee Resource Group is always a special place where we can deep dive and do something extra. And on the other hand, this community is also a place where women come up with some initiatives. So it's like a grassroots the place where grassroots initiatives can appear, and also in our IntelliWomen community is a source of active mentors, lecturers, and those who want to share with the external community. And we partner a lot with different organizations, and the IntelliWomen community is a driver for that, because you know where to go to find some volunteers, and also a lot of participants come up with some ideas for partnership, and we share these best practices with external business community to encourage same experience in other companies. And also today, we during our workplace stage, we talked about a little bit about the importance of employer branding, and I have to say that this such project gives also wonderful opportunity for recognition, market best practices, and we already received many awards for our IntelliWomen community in different countries. So here are some examples of what kind of events we do. Those can be online, offline events on different topics. Sometimes we invite experts on gender equality, domestic or gender-based violence, and any kind of topic which is interested for our community. And also we can do events with internal speakers when our community members raise some topic, and we organize discussion and exchange our experience. These are the examples of some campaigns. For example, a domestic violence prevention campaign which we run, and it was the all company campaign with also external social media campaign. But within the community we had special meetings, because those meetings were women could discuss some particular aspects of preventing domestic violence, and also we had a charity fundraising within that. Another example is a recognition. So the previous one was an awareness campaign. Another one is a recognition campaign for International Women's History Month. And thanks to our active community, we sourced almost 200 recognition stories about our female colleagues, about the work that they do, or volunteering, or how they support each other. And it resulted also in a lot of stories and mentions outside the company in social media. Another campaign was a video story about these most common stereotypes, and the women that smash those stereotypes. And of course, these stories come from our IntelliWomen community. And here is an example of the projects that we do and partnership with external organizations. So it's like, now it's not Intellia's partners with some organization, but it's like Intellia's and then IntelliWomen community, who is the key element to that, and the external organization. So we partner with Global Compact Network, UNFPA. We also do some projects for the Hour of Code initiative, and you can see many of partners of SheIsTech conference here also. And within this partnership, members of our IntelliWomen community, they visit events, they act as mentors, or they give lectures to promote STEM or to promote tech careers for girls at school, students, or for women who are looking for change in their careers. And something outstanding, the outstanding experience has happened with us due to extreme circumstances in 2022 when the full-scale invasion of Russia to Ukraine happened. And of course, such event, they pose many threats to all people, women and men. And you can see that in Italia's over 1,300 employees and family members were evacuated with the efforts of our team. But I have to say that a big war poses special threats to women and impacts them in a very deep way. First of all, women become weapons of war. There is a lot of gender-based violence, a lot of trauma in the field because you become like a witness of those crimes even by watching the news. A lot of displacement happened, first of all, for women, as Sabine today mentioned during her welcome speech. Women faced with security issues. They have to be apart from their partners, take care of kids alone. There are economic pressure because often they become the main breadwinner for the family. And all of that is just coping with a lot of threats, losses, and grief. And what I have to say that when you have a women employee resource group, it reflects like very fast the change of needs and priorities of female employees in the company. And thanks to the fact that we had this employee resource group, we had an opportunity to provide the necessary support and to work with those new demands. For example, we have organized quickly a number of events and sessions that cover the most pressing issues, like the psychological aspects of dealing with the news about sexual violence during the war. It's a topic that maybe you cannot do it like a whole company event, but the women community is a perfect place to raise those questions, or the legal matters of military service for women. Also, during that time, we introduced very quickly some important changes to our benefits at workplaces, and it's not about those things that happened within the ERG itself, but the fact that we had this women employee resource group, and we were focused on women and their needs, helped us to be really mindful and to add some new possibilities. For example, we had kids' rooms in the offices. They had to close during the COVID times, and then with the full-scale invasion and a lot of displacement and evacuation, we just acted really quickly. We have to reopen all these kids' rooms because women come with kids, with family members, and they have to work, and they have to leave the kids somewhere. And if you're not at home, you don't have the same network support, you don't have the same kindergarten, and this is where we as an employer stepped up. Also, I mentioned that we have a focus on eco-mobility, and we added a service for kids' bicycle rentals, because of course, if you're evacuating from home abroad or to another city, bicycle is not something that you would take with you, and we believe that every childhood has to be with a bicycle. And then the more magic happened, because within our employee resource group, women started to initiate projects for not for the community itself, but for outside the community. And probably you know that when the big war comes, a lot of women end up in the army, and now over 60,000 Ukrainian women are serving in the army. And it's also like there are a lot of specifics. For example, they need a special uniform. So there was an initiative coming up from our community that we should partner with one non-government organization, and we started fundraising to collect funds for sets of warm women's uniform. Also, we started organizing events with women in military to understand better their needs and their experience, to learn from it. And these are the things that were initiated not by the company but by the community members, and I think that that's like the most valuable part. So I will end up with some inspiration, not the gloomy picture of war. And I think that this story of the recent years has taught us that the beauty and the power of women employee resource group is that it is a living organism which grounds you to reality. It never lies. You can launch some project or some policy from maybe some wrong perception or wrong data, but the community will always tell the truth, and it will always help you to do the most valuable thing. Also, community moves really fast, adopts really fast. It would take you maybe some months to launch a new procedure or a new department, a new benefit, but within the employee resource group you can do things really quickly. Also, community, since it's a living organism, it creates by itself, it attracts new people, and it changes a lot of things around it just by existing in the organization. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you to all our distinguished speakers for their valuable contributions. Now let's move on to the Q&A session. Audience, please feel free to submit your questions and our panelists will address them. So let's continue this engaging discussion on the impact of women employee resource groups at workplace. Let's go for the first questions I have here. Okay, so the question follows us. How do you measure the impact of women employee resource groups on organizational culture and business outcomes? Can you share examples or metrics that demonstrate the value this group brings to the organization? Let me ask Oksana to start, and we can keep an order here replying to this question. Oksana, please, would you like to reply this question?
Okay, so what we measure, of course, we measure the number of participants. We measure the number of participants of the community, also how many people attend the event, those kind of engagement metrics. But I think that the biggest impact of ERG on the organization and its culture is in creating a more inclusive environment lies within the fact of its existence, and I will explain you why. Just the fact that there is a community, and community is an institution. It's like an embodied institution that changes the cultural field of the organization. And I guess that its existence prevents from a lot of discrimination. It's like, the light on the dark street, which decreases then the number of crime that happens there. So the ERG community, of course, you need to have policies, anti-discrimination policies, the grievance mechanisms, but the fact that there is the whole community, the whole ERG group, I think that it makes a huge impact on the culture within the organization and on behavior of each individual there.
Thank you, Oksana. Claudia, would you like to add any comment here?
Sorry, I think I was frozen and I have some technical issue. So I'm really sorry I rejoined, so I didn't hear the question. If you could repeat.
The question was, how do you measure the impact of women employee resource groups on organizational culture and business outcomes? Can you share examples or metrics that demonstrate the value these groups bring to the organization?
Mm-hmm. So I think the biggest metric is how many women actually we are hiring in the company. So in the last, I believe, 2 years, we are focusing on increase the number of women on the leadership position. So now the company reached the 35% women on that position. So I think that's the biggest value. And I believe besides the metric as well, the company is supposed to be focused on creating a dedicated space in form of department. So in Revolut, we have special culture department who are focusing on all the guilds that we have, and as well supporting the guilds. That's the biggest impact, and seeing how the guilds are growing in alignment with the company expectation.
Thank you, Claudia. What about you, Megan? Would you like to add any comment to this question?
Yeah, I'd agree very strongly with Claudia and Oksana. I think the one thing that they haven't mentioned that we have in Slack is an executive sponsor. So we have someone who's on the C-suite or the leadership board for all of Slack that we go meet with once a month to make sure that our goals and all our metrics are being met, and anything that we think needs to be worked on that we would flag with them. So I think having an executive sponsor and someone who has a seat at the table is really important too.
Great. Let's move for the...
I think that...
Sorry.
If I can add, because Claudia has touched a very important topic of growing the percentage of women in the company. And I think that, of course, it takes more than just an ERG, but also diversity hiring policies, professional development programs for women. But what we see in newcomers report, that women often mention, like what you knew about our company, and they mentioned like, I knew that you have women community, and we see that it's important for them. So yes, I just want to agree with Claudia that it plays a huge role in attracting more women.
Thank you, Oksana. Okay, let's move to the second question. Let's go. It says, as leaders of various women employee resource groups, you have showcased the impactful initiatives within your organizations. How do you see the role of these groups evolving in the future? I will ask you, Megan, to start, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I think a big thing for the future will be going externally and supporting from a charity perspective. So partnering up with any charities that promote girls in STEM or girls in tech is a big thing for the future. So I know we can do a lot internally when it comes to our employee resource groups, but making sure we have that external aspect is really important. As we know, the women in tech isn't just particular to each organization, it's a societal issue. So making sure we make that difference for those who are going into school or study, and let them know that all the options are available to everyone when they're looking at their career.
Thank you, Megan, for the insights. Claudia, would you like to add something from your side?
I think a dedicated pathway to career development dedicated for the woman, not only soft skill focusing, but also breaking the stereotypes about women in the tech companies. So developing these technical skills as well. And as I said, like the company is supposed to support the activities that we run. And I think that's the crucial point here.
Thank you very much, Claudia. And Oksana, what about you?
I would just I would just add that in terms of evolving our ERG in the future, the thing that we are focused on is how to raise the engagement, because a lot of initiatives and projects and the conversation are run by some kind of like active group within the community, and what we want, of course, is the community to grow, and also that it's more and more vibrant. So that's what we are all the time thinking about, like maybe to add some new interaction possibilities, to add some new formats, projects in the employee resource group, that it gets more like independent and more, even more active and vibrant.
Thank you very much, Oksana. Well, once again, Megan, Claudia, and Oksana, thank you very much. I can say, and I think I can say it on behalf of our audience, that we have really learned lots of insights from this panel. So thank you very much, and hope to see you soon. Have a nice day.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Well, and now a warm welcome to our next speaker, Magdalena Gawłowska-Bujok, a linguist, translator, and IT recruiter with a professional mission to change standards in IT recruitment. Magdalena, along with her husband, founded No Fluff Jobs in 2014, an IT job posting portal pioneering the requirement of 100% of offers with salary forks. She is also a beginner triathlete and a mom of 2 wonderful daughters. Hi, Magdalena. It is a
Hi,
pleasure to have
Christina.
you with us today. How are you doing and where are you connecting from?
Hi, Christina. Thank you so much for the introduction. I'm really good. I'm connecting from Gdańsk, northern Poland, and I'm really delighted to be here with you today. Thank you so much for the invite.
We are too, Magdalena. Well, just to introduce a little bit your topic, Magdalena is going to talk about why are men still the face of IT. Sounds like it will delve into crucial aspects of women's participation in the IT industry. So, Magdalena, the stage is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Let me share my slides with you. Yes. And, mhm. Yes, I am. Okay, almost there. Thanks for your patience, and I hope you can, almost there. Hope you can see it now. Okay, perfect. So, the key question that I will be trying to answer today is probably the one that us as women in tech have been asking ourselves many times, and this is, why are men still the face of IT? I will talk about 7 problems in particular. I'm aware there are for sure many more, but I had to choose some, and I will try to come up with some pragmatic and I hope practical solutions to these problems. But before I start, someone can say, hey, do we really have to talk about it again? You know, throughout the years, there is so much improvement, and, you know, there is lots of talk about diversity and inclusion, and the situation has really improved. Let's see what the data says about it. Let's start with the Polish playground. According to Eurostat, women constitute around 15.5% of IT specialists in general. Is it much? I wouldn't say so. Let's see what the situation looks like in Europe. In Europe, wait, something has blocked. Wait. According to the data taken from European Commission, women account for only 1/3 of all specialists in the so-called high technology sector in 2022. And here, it's for sure worth mentioning that only 30% of these women were in entry levels, and even less because only 10% were CEOs or had senior leadership roles. How does it look overseas? Not much better, unfortunately. According to the McKinsey report, 32% of women in IT stated that they are the only women in a room. Looking at this data, it's clearly visible that the problem still exists. So it's definitely worth discussing. And this way we came to problem number one. And I believe it all starts very early, already when we are children. And we all are probably familiar with the stereotypical thinking that, you know, there are areas typically assigned for men, and there are areas typically assigned for women. And, you know, as parents, supervisors, or teachers, we have a tendency of pushing boys towards professions associated with being male. I use the quotation mark for purpose, like, you know, technical toys, Lego, like even plays that are typically associated with being male. And at the same time, we push girls towards subjects and plays like music, maybe languages, dance, and art. And the thing is that also in later age, when, you know, the conversations about the choice of career path starts, we very often push girls towards non-technical things. As a result, girls discover their passion for IT. That happens very often, very late, and they have right from the start the false start. And the thing that we should be definitely aware about is that profession has no gender. And girls, if led and encouraged properly, have exactly the same chances of succeeding in IT as boys. And studies confirm that. What is more, one could say, yeah, okay, but maybe it's really the case that girls do not like IT. Maybe it's, you know, even when they are in IT, it's not because they like it, but it's because, I don't know, they enjoy all the profits that IT area offers them, or for whatever other reasons they are there. And I have a big surprise for you here. What would you say, how many women in IT in Poland said that they find the IT fascinating? You can't give me an answer, unfortunately, but when I was asked this question, I thought, yeah, you know, maybe 10, maybe 20%. No, no, no. It's 45% of women who think that IT is fascinating. So it's definitely high time that we put aside the thinking that women and IT do not like each other. Of course, to lower our enthusiasm still, when it comes to Poland, only 16% of IT students are female. What solutions can we offer here? So for sure, conscious and fair upbringing, saying both to boys and girls, all career options are open to you. It's nothing like profession doesn't have a gender, as I said. We should avoid stereotypical thinking and stereotypical talking. Talking is even more important, I would say. I like the rhetorics of asking myself a question, why not something? So I would start talking with my kid like, why not IT? And I would try to figure out if they give me like some reasons that are only in their heads, maybe because of this stereotypical thinking that is so common, unfortunately, or whether it's real reasons that they have that prevent them. And of course, in this situation, we just have to accept them. Another solution is really offering our kids, young generation, programming classes. The choice is so broad now, like it's just really up to us to choose something interesting, to show them what technical areas are about in practice. Very important topic, female role models. There was a study conducted among high school students, and it turned out 81% of high school graduates couldn't name a single female engineer. Can you imagine this? And like even the fact that the first programmer was a woman, Ada Lovelace, as some of you probably know, it's not a common fact. And I think initiatives that were also mentioned here before, such as, for example, Strong Women in IT, published every year, where profiles of successful technical women are presented. This is a good step in the right direction of having more role models in the techie world. And the last thing is being a part of community. There are thousands of great initiatives all over the world. Like in Poland, I can name just a few, Their IT, Future Colors, IT Girls, or Geek Girl Carrots. I think in every country there are some. And it's so essential that we as women, being a minority in the techie world, unfortunately belong to such communities. This way we landed at problem number 2, and I have a question to you. How many of you have ever had a thought that you don't deserve the place where you are professionally? That, you know, someone is approaching us saying, oh, congrats, I'm so amazed of what you achieved, and we immediately have a ready-made answer. No, you know, I was just at the right time in the right place. It was a stroke of luck. It was someone else. And you know, it's so common that it even has a name, and probably many of you know it. It's called imposter syndrome. And what I found really terrifying was the data coming from Forbes that 70% of women executives experience imposter syndrome in the workplace. And it's not only this, because they experience it, they tend to take up too many projects. They are overworked. They put themselves under immense pressure just to prove their value, to prove that they have equal worth of being there in their teams together with their male colleagues. And it's the imposter syndrome is closely connected with the confidence gap. And I give you a quick definition of confidence gap. It's the like disparity between someone's real abilities and their self-perception of those abilities. The term was for the first time mentioned by Dr. Russ Harris, who tried to explain the psychological reasons why men traditionally tend to outperform women in the workplace, but at the same time, women are better academically. And he said there is one reason, one key reason, and it's confidence, or better to say lack of confidence in women. So it is common knowledge that unfortunately as women, we tend to undervalue our skills and influence. A quick example from my field, as you know, I'm dealing with IT recruitment, and it's so common that when we talk with candidates, female candidates, they only apply for a position when they meet all of the requirements, whereas men are totally good to apply when there is like, you know, they meet 2 or 3 requirements and they have this fake it till you make it attitude. How to fight the imposter syndrome? I would say the first thing is realize we have it. It's already half of the success. And also realizing in which situations it appears. It's a constant battle in our heads. And I would say that naming our enemy and learning our script can be very helpful. I use the word script on purpose. It must be a script. It must be something ready-made in our heads with what we can really fight these thoughts when they appear. Celebrating our achievements is so important. Like when we are successful with something, just stop, delight in it, say it out loud, and be happy about it. We should learn how to celebrate our achievements. Also being patient and tolerant towards ourselves. Sometimes it's so difficult to show ourselves mercy when we make mistakes that all of us make. And we tend to be more tolerant towards others than ourselves. Surrounding ourselves with supportive people is definitely a really good advice for all of us. We know the value of true and wise friends, and just remembering it all starts in our heads. Another problem is that as women, we are simply not aware of opportunities. And I would say the key factor here is that IT world doesn't mean programming. At No Fluff Jobs, we often say that IT world is like a vast umbrella under which various skills, various competencies, and most of all, various technical roles. So IT is about testing, product management, project management, UX, UI, you name it. And some really important thing. Actually, maybe a side note, as No Fluff Jobs, we for the last 4 years we have been conducting a yearly study called Women in IT. And we publish the results, and it's really great to see how some things changes, and at the same time how some things do not change. And like quite a shocking info from the last year's report was that 45% of women in IT do not code. They do many different things. Most popular is testing and product management, but they don't have to code in their daily activities. Another trend highly visible in our report is reskilling. Like, to give you some data, around 43% of women in IT entered the IT world through reskilling. So only 55% of them 55% of them haven't graduated from IT studies. Only 22% did, and so it's really enough to reskill to get a job in IT. Of course, it's challenging, especially now in this situation. 80% of women say getting a first job in IT is tough, but still reskilling works. So you might ask how to reskill. There are tons of options. I would say most of the women say they do so through self-studies. There are so many online materials, Udemy courses, there are boot camps that they can part in. There are paid courses and programming schools. I don't know about your countries, but programming schools are still very popular in Poland, and they proudly announce that their graduates have a much better start in IT. Sometimes it takes 6 months, sometimes a year to finish these schools. But there are, of course, many webinars out there and postgraduate programs. So what is a solution to our problem? Number 3, we should realize that IT world is so much more than programming. A big topic, problem number 4, we tend to underestimate the value of soft skills. I will read you something, please bear with me. Humility, self-awareness, self-control, moral sensitivity, social skills, emotional intelligence, kindness, and pro-social orientation. I have some really good news for us. In all of these soft skills, we outperform men, and it's scientifically proven. Why am I so excited about? Because according to a study from Deloitte and many other studies as well, by 2030, 2/3 of all job positions will require highly developed soft skills. Soft skills count, and they have really huge business value. It is confirmed by another study that we performed as No Fluff Jobs together with SWPS University of Social Sciences and Humanities. We asked recruiters what they think about soft skills, and more than half of them said that soft skills were a key reason why they offered a candidate a job. As you see in this graphic, what soft skills are useful to start a career in IT? Teamwork is got the biggest amount of points, but also communication skills matter, and soft skill like receiving and giving feedback. I think the biggest shock to me 2 years ago was when I found out that 70% of women in IT admitted that they got their job thanks to soft skills. I think this one doesn't need any more comment. It just shows how much value soft skills have. Why are they so valuable? Because we simply use them daily. Whether we are men or women, we still use them daily. What kind of soft skills we mostly use? It's problem solving, as you see, teamwork, again, rating very high, analytical skills, but also emotional intelligence or high resistance to stress have a pretty high score. So, solution about this problem, simply remembering that our soft skills count much more than we think. Then we come to a really big topic, my field, and I have to control myself because I can talk for hours about this one. But every recruitment starts with either posting a job ad on some job portal or with a recruiter contacting a candidate. And I think that this is the first moment whether when we can say whether the process is transparent or not. What is really sad is that non-transparent job ads still prevail. In Poland, the biggest job portal offers 83% of job ads with no information about salary. So the candidate, it happens very often, unfortunately, go through the whole recruitment process only to find out at the last steps that they are, that the offer is simply not matching their expectations at all. So there is zero room for negotiations, the room for symmetry, and this situation clearly shows the lack of respect towards candidates. And in our study, it turned out that over 90% of people want salary scales in every job ad. And still, like, I'm a proud founder of No Fluff Jobs, and as No Fluff, we clearly demand from every employer who wants to cooperate with us quoting salary scales, but unfortunately such solutions are still minority, not only in Poland but in Europe. Another problem of non-transparent recruitment is the yes, but before we come to this, one more comment about confidence gap that I already mentioned. Because in the process, women request lower salaries because of the confidence gap, they many often get lower salaries, which leads to the gender pay gap, about which I will be talking later. So the problem is really huge about non-posting salary scales in job ads. And now we landed at another problem, and you might think it belongs to the past, but it doesn't. I will read a few questions to you. Are you planning to become a mother soon? Do you have kids? Who is taking care of your kids while you are working? Are you married? 2 years ago, we as No Fluff, we launched a campaign called Respect Yourself. It went pretty viral. 3 million people in Poland had contact with it, and it actually had two main goals: to make people aware of their rights and to demand respect from both sides in the recruitment process. Preparing to this campaign, we commissioned a study to a MASMI institute, and it turned out that these questions that I was reading to you still appear. 30% of our female respondents said they were asked about marital status, 27 were asked about having kids, and 27 were asked about family planning. So unfortunately, these questions do not belong to the past. What can we do? Two things, and very short words. As candidates, we should respect ourselves, and as employers, we should respect candidates. So in practice, how does it look? As employers, let's always publish salary scales in our job ads. Let's include all possible details in our job ads. It just makes the recruitment process so much easier. And never ask forbidden questions. It's just, against the law. We shouldn't do it under no circumstances. And as a candidate, if possible, let's try to respond to offers with salary scales only. Only this way we can set boundaries and say we apply to such offers only because we deserve mutuality and respect. Know your value and be a good negotiator. For us women, forgetting about confidence gap, being a good negotiator, fighting for our value, and let's not reply to forbidden questions. And this way we came to problem number 6, gender pay gap. So let's imagine our woman who went through this either transparent or non-transparent recruitment process. She is lucky to get her dream job. Everything is going well, but suddenly she just comes into conversation with her colleague, and she finds out that she gets by 1/3 less than him, only because she is a woman, because they have the same qualifications and the same position. This situation is actually not very uncommon because according to our last year's study Women in IT, 66% of women in IT do not know how much other employees earn. This is Polish statistics, but we made this study also in 4 other European countries: Hungary, Czechia, Ukraine, and Netherlands, and it was always around 60%. What does it tell us? It tells us that there is no salary grids in place in many organizations, and we need to say that, and we need to underline it. Not having salary grids gives a really fertile ground to gender pay gap. And it's actually confirmed by these statistics. 14% of women in IT declared lower salaries than their male colleagues with the same seniority and in the same role. Let's have a look how it looks like in Europe. As you see, the highest score is in Ukraine. The lowest is in Poland. Here I want to lower our enthusiasm again. In Poland, In the private sector, it's much higher. It's also 13%. So it equals the EU average that is also 13%. So there is much room for improvement here as well. What solutions to gender pay gap we can offer? I think like many wise heads have been thinking about it for years. So I don't think I will say anything revolutionary here, but I want to concentrate on my field, that is recruitment. So transparent job ads definitely help reduce the gender pay gap. As I said before, fair recruitment, respect and partnership throughout the whole recruitment process. This is vital. As employers, we show our culture, and I always say that recruitment is the first contact line with the candidate, and it really needs to show respect, partnership, and mutuality. Disclose salaries in the job ads, salary grids already in the organizations, transparency, mutuality, and fair division of housework and childcare, about which I will come a bit later in the last section of my speech. So we landed at problem number 7. For me, the most painful one. It's definitely not enough female leaders in the organization. Let's have a look at statistics from overseas. As you see, this is the report published by McKinsey last year, and it clearly shows the higher the career ladder, the fewer women are there. As you see, at the entrance level, it's nearly half-half. Much later, C-suite level or senior vice presidency level, it's only not even 1/3 of women are there. How does it feel to be a female leader? And I think it's the saddest section of my speech. And some of the statistics will be really mind-blowing. And women, it's also taken from the Women in the Workplace report. Women are twice more likely to be mistaken for someone more junior. Here I can share a personal story. 2 years ago, I was on a call with a big lawyers company. We had a fruitful 1-hour conversation, and at the end of it, where some decisions were to be made, the guy said, "Oh, you know what? But could you maybe consult it with the CEO, who is privately my husband? Yeah, because I want to be certain that it will be the final decision." And of course, I was the decision maker in this process, so it was really painful, and I remember it till today. 43% of women leaders are burnt out, as opposed to 31. It also goes together with the confidence gap about taking up too many projects. I mentioned it before. And 49% of women say flexibility is top priority. And I asked myself, why is it so? And I think that I come up with one of the solutions to this question for sure. It's because of the unpaid housework. When we see at the division of housework, according to OECD stats, women perform around 18 hours a week of unpaid housework. By this term, we understand like cleaning, cooking, and caregiving as well. Whereas men do 12 hours, so much fewer of such activities. In Poland, the statistics was really bad. It was almost doubled, because this is the EU average, but in Poland it was almost doubled. Women work almost twice as much as men at home. And I think this is also a reason why female leaders are overworked, why there are not enough of them, why they are burnt out. This statistics shows the 52% of female leaders are responsible for house chores, as opposed to only 13% of male leaders. I think this statistics is really giving lots of insight about the reasons. And solutions. I think we can't over communicate about the problem. That's why I'm so happy that such events as ours today takes place. It's never enough. When it comes to more details, I really fight the term help. I'm a linguist, so I think that language really matters, how we describe reality. And men don't help at home. They co-run it if their partner works. And what is also essential for future generation, for empowering more women from younger generations to enter IT, to enter tech area in general, is simply we need more role models. So more female leaders means more role models. And I have good news at the end of my speech. What we do definitely works. We observe year by year the number of women in IT, in tech world grows. So let's all keep up the good work. Let's all hope that soon women will have an equal chance and will know about all possibilities that are open to them in the IT world that really has much to offer. Thank you so much for your attention.
Big thank you, Magdalena. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Magdalena, I didn't know if you can hear me. I'm not sure if I
Yes,
can
I
hear
can
you.
hear you and I can see you. Thank you, thank you.
Okay. A big thank you, Magdalena, once again, for sharing this insightful presentation with us today. I can say that it has been very, very, with lots of insights. So thank you very much with the facts and all your comments because of your experience. So
My
now let's
pleasure.
open the floor. Now let's open the floor for questions. I guess we have one here for you. Let me check. Yes. And it says, Magdalena, in your experience with no fluff jobs, how have you listing with transparent salary ranges impacted the recruitment of women in IT roles? Do you believe this transparency is key to leveling the playing field?
Yes, so absolutely. Like we started No Fluff. Thank you so much for this question, first of all. So we started No Fluff Jobs in 2014. Back then, 1% of job offers in Poland included salary scales. 1%. Now in IT, it's over 50%. And this is definitely something that we are really proud about. And as I said, it's closely connected with the situation of women. I think women are very often the biggest victims of the process of not disclosing salaries because of confidence gap, because of lack of salary grids in companies. It's so difficult for them to assess their professional value. And thanks to the fact that so many job offers now, at least in IT, have this information right in the job ad, is really helpful for the women. And what is also worth mentioning is that at No Fluff Jobs, the salary scales has to be only 2x. So it cannot be, the employer cannot say, oh, I pay, I don't know, 1,000 to 5,000. No, it's always limited to be only the double amount. So it also gives the fair scales for women to know, and not only for women, for all candidates to know what the employer really offers.
Thank you very much, Magdalena, once again for sharing your expertise at the SheIsTech conference. Hope to see you soon.
My pleasure. Thank you so much. All the best. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Now, ladies, let's welcome our esteemed speaker, Miriam Ben Farhart, a certified ISF coach, head of learning and development and DEI leader at chess.com. Originally from Tunisia, Miriam brings a wealth of experience, having worked as a business corporate lawyer for 16 years and contributing to the growth of several businesses. Hi, Miriam. It's a pleasure to have you here. How are you today and where are you joining us from? Tunisia originally, but where are you joining us from today?
So I'm from the sunny Barcelona, as you can see the sun in my face. I'm
Good
really
to know.
happy to
Wonderful.
join. Thank you. Thank you.
That's great. That's great. Well, let me introduce just a little bit your topic. Miriam will talk, the topic of Miriam's talk will be about breaking barriers, how coaching revolutionizes women's tech careers. And it sounds intriguing. So we are eager to hear more. And please, this is a reminder for the audience, feel free to drop a line if you have any questions for our speaker. Miriam, the stage is yours.
Thank you. So thank you everyone for being here. And I'm happy today to share, this is a subject and a topic very close to my heart. I'm a woman and I joined tech lately. So let's dive in it. First of all, so our topic today is how coaching is revolutionizing women's career advancement in tech. And this glove, it's an artwork I have done with Swarovski crystals. I will tell a bit more about my art experience. So let me first introduce myself. I come from Tunisia. I worked as a lawyer for 15 years. I owned my restaurant. It's a family business with like 32 employees. I was also co-founding shipping business group with my ex-husband. And you know, when you are an entrepreneur, you don't know, you do a lot of things without giving a title. But actually, I was really very interested into like HR and, you know, very digging into the strength of the people, how to place them, how to boost them, boost their potential. So it's a bit where everything started with my story with HR. Barcelona was a turning point in my life. I moved to Barcelona in 2017 and I wasn't able to work as a lawyer, and I did a master's degree in art, which was very eye-opener in the human experience and feminism. This is why, like, also this passion came also for women and women in tech. Into 2020 with COVID and a very personal challenging experience with a divorce, becoming a single mom with 2 kids, I had to find a job because art is not paying bills. And it was my first time. I was 40 years old and sitting down writing my first resume. It was a very funny experience because, you know, from HR, I used to see the resume and do my selections. And it was the first time I had to write my own. I was first hired as a professional coach for Chessable, which is one of the company from Play Magnus Group. And 6 months later, actually, I was in charge in a mission of creating the HR department for the group. And it was an amazing experience. I will share about it because this is where really we focused on women also. And 1 year ago, we have been acquired by chess.com, and it has been a wonderful year so far. And wearing my hat, more focus into really what I'm passionate about is the L&D, the coaching, and diversity, equity, and inclusion. So that's a bit about myself. What's the link in all this very patchwork? It's really my belief in the potential of human being. And I love this saying from Michelangelo, which inside every block of stone or a marble dwells a beautiful statue. One need only remove the excess material to reveal the piece of art within. So that's my strongest belief. And that's a bit my mission in life that is leading me on doing whatever I'm doing. So I won't say again, I know today so many great women have shared numbers about women in tech, which are, we all know like the situation. But one of the, I found very interesting is that 7% of European women versus 0.5% of men are out of the workforce due to caregiving responsibilities at home. And almost 1 in 4 women cite lack of work-life balance as a key reason for leaving tech careers. So for me, that was like a big thing because it's something that we really address through through the coaching. So why female rates are so low in tech leadership? It has been also shared today earlier. Definitely a lack of support from the teachers, from the parents, from the managers, from the government, politicians. One of the biggest is the lack of role models, maternity and family roles, which Magdalena shared earlier very well. But also something that I really like, the glass ceiling is like we don't dare to dream big enough within the role assigned to us by the society. It's something I experienced a lot through my coachings. And that's a topic that we will address a bit later. The gender bias and access to leadership and career advancement. These are like the main topic and challenges that women are facing in general, but also more in tech. So in our company, like what the biggest challenge also, it's very funny because chess, it's not even, it's also not an easy one for women, and doubled with the tech. So it's a really huge challenge, but it's a very exciting one for me. L&D, how we are really approaching L&D. It's also, of course, it's workshops, it's training, but coaching is one of our biggest pillar today. And I feel like, what's the connection with the D&I and diversity, equity, and inclusion? Because we have, like, even when we have the diversity, but how we make sure we have we address the equity and the inclusion. It's really always by under a tailored program, coaching and mentoring, these two big points that today, from all the studies, from the McKinsey, from all the studies we see today, it's one of the biggest pillars to address the gender gap in tech. So what's coaching? The definition by the ICF, the International Coaching Federation. Coaching is partnering with a client in a thought-provoking and creative process that inspires them to maximize their personal and professional potential. The process of coaching often unlocks previously untapped sources of imagination, productivity, and leadership. And I think it addressed a lot what Magdalena was talking about, like this confidence piece, which is quite big in the gender gap we are facing. So coaching often is confused sometimes with mentoring, but coaching is really working as partners. Is I don't know better than you, but here I am partner with you, and holding hands, helping you see from different perspectives and other options and potential that are possible for you. Really, it's opening doors of possibilities. So what we do with coaching, so many things. So employees growth, skill development, succession plan, onboarding, training courses, leadership training, performance management, and change management, and so many things. Like it's a wide technique that helps unlock potential, push forwards to go on a higher. Okay, so the first topic that we all love is always the imposter syndrome. We talk a lot about the imposter syndrome, which is, I would love to point here something that it's not only women who are suffering from imposter syndrome. I coach also men who are victims of imposter syndrome. I think it's a general one, but definitely it's more present within women because of all the reasons that we saw, the environment, the society, the role that has been assigned to them. So the imposter syndrome, I love when I'm addressing it. It's when competence is superior to confidence. And the internal talk, I am not good enough. I am not good enough. I think we all have been through that certain time. But the opposite of it, and we all know someone who is suffering from it, is the armchair quarterback syndrome. It's when competence is inferior to confidence. And the feeling is of, I'm too good. And sometimes we by being modest, we push more into the imposter syndrome. So here, it has been shared also already that humility is one of the biggest thing within women, skill in women. But here, how we can jump in the sweet spot of confident humility. It's switching from I'm not good enough is I don't know enough yet. And through coaching, it's a big approach. It's a big aha moment. When I don't identify my person to my capabilities and abilities. So with the learning, like I'm not yet there, but I can. So it opens the door of possibilities. One of the main thing that we address also through the coaching is getting to know who you are. Often we don't even know our super strengths, like the self-confidence and self-esteem. We talk about them sometimes with some confusion, but knowing who I am really, it's one of superpower. So I love doing this exercise, and often I call it the rule 10 vs 3. So when I do the exercise, okay, with someone I'm coaching, when it's a man, and I'm saying, okay, please, let's go and discover your qualities. What are your qualities? Give me a list of your positive qualities. How would you define yourself? And the person will go, tuk, 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 tuk. I have a list of 10 qualities, easy, fast, they know. And with women, I often struggle to reach the third one. And the third one is often like, oh yeah, I'm a nervous person. I'm an anxious person. So no. I'm talking about positive qualities. So how to address that? And it's something that I am really passionate about. And I'm training even like our leaders and our managers to be doing these exercises with the people that they are leading, so they help them discover their strength and own them and become excellent in it and invest in those strengths. So one, I love sharing here already some tools that you can use for yourself, for the people you work with, for your kids. So one of the tools that you can really, how do I know what are my strengths? These 4 things. So the first point is like really, it's things you love to do. It makes you lose the notion of time. You do it well on a repetitive way, and it gives you pleasure. So have the reflection and do the exercise by yourself. And it's really wonderful when we start owning what we are good at, what we love, what we are good at, and becoming excellent, then investing all energy and more focusing on what I'm not good at, which often happens. So with the coaching, we switch the mind on your strengths and let's work, develop them, and become really excellent into it, instead of losing all the energy in things that, and we cannot be great everywhere, right? So do you know your superpower? Sometimes we love doing tests, and it's helpful when we have no clue. So I would recommend, one of the best for me is the Clifton Strength from Gallup Institute, that gives you really like a list of 34 strengths. And for example, it's presented like this, and you have the top 5. Mine are activator, maximizer, achiever, connectedness, and a learner. What are yours? Are you ready to dig in yours? I will invite you really to do this exercise with yourself and play with it with people around you. Other thing that through coaching we are achieving is like, that's what I shared earlier about dare to dream. And it's one of the things we can blame a lot the environment, the society, and all of it, for sure, all the external factors. But I think also there is a bit of boost that women need to dare to dream. So that's, for me, this exercise I'm going to share with you, it's really super powerful. And I call it the magic wand exercise. So we start with like 3 columns, and I'm asking the people to really, what would be the dreamy situation for them? What if everything is possible? If it's impossible to fail? What would be the dreamy situation? Like to visualize it in detail and to write it down. In 1 year, in 3 years, or in 10, you pick. And after seeing all that, let's go for the first column, where we describe today. What's the situation today, without judgment? How is it today? So in front of every bullet point from the dreamy situation that we have visualized, describe today, how is it? Then I invite them to think, okay, let's think, what would be the baby steps that are needed that will take you from here to there. So that's the middle column where we will be focusing on finding the baby steps that are the magic steps, actually, and which is, I found magic every time, like I have more than 2,000 coaching sessions already, and every time they know exactly the steps, and it starts tick, 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 tick. And then what we have here at the end, from a dreamy, foggy, cloudy situation, we're not very clear, to a goal. It becomes a goal. And from, like all these baby steps, that's the action plan. And bringing that awareness and opening again this door of possibilities. You see people are going through that path that they see it, they do it, they know how to get there, and they get there often earlier than expected. So I love playing with that tool, and just sharing this topic with you. A case, I had someone I was coaching. I love this anecdote. Someone I was coaching, she was a tech lead at the time, and she was her dream situation was, first session dream situation was like, oh, I would love to have a manager for my team. We are without manager, we are hiring, but they're spending so many time to find someone for us. 3 weeks later, she was like, oh, Miriam, I have a problem. Okay, what is it? They found a manager. I told her, okay, that's great. She told me, no, it's not. I am the manager of my team. I am the best person who can lead my team and serve them. And magic. So she became really the manager of that team 1.5 months later. And she continued her growth, and she even took the certification, coaching certification from ICF, because she saw how that was powerful for her. So yeah, the growth model, that's what I'm talking, is like really defining goals, seeing what's the reality today, seeing what are the options, and hey, I will do. So baby actions, they're always, baby wins lead to big achievements. That's also a bit of how building with the consistency on how we can reach whatever crazy dream we have that is becoming a goal. Work-life balance also, that was, as I shared with the numbers we saw, it's a big topic in women, for women in the tech world. And I think remote flexibility, I'm a single mom, and I know if I didn't have the option of the flexibility in remote, I probably wouldn't be here today where I am and the position I am in my company. So I think it's something which companies should also really focus on. And with the coaching, it's also bringing the awareness on how we work that, how we talk about today, it's work-life, not balance, but integration. We work from home. We work with the kids and the Amazon guy ringing. So it's all together. So it's really an approach of human being, a holistic approach on how we found our the right energy management, I would say, and to take this in consideration. So that's the Wheel of Life. It's a very nice exercise. You can even find it online. You can play with it. It's really helpful and brings a lot of awareness on our priorities. Time and energy management, it's something that I'm really passionate about as a topic, because often we talk about time management, but I talk more about energy management, because it's need to be taken in consideration. Often we are disappointed with ourselves, with our to-do list. We see only what we didn't achieve, but what if we change our approach to that? And so this is, I'm sharing 1 week of my calendar. Everything is planned. The cooking, the grocery, the workout, the focus time, where I have meeting, social life, everything is planned, everything is there. So I take control of my life. I'm designing the life I want and not the opposite. In general, the exercise I'm doing also and we are implementing is to plan your week ahead. From Friday during the weekend, take 30 minutes and plan everything. Don't keep it in to-do list, keep it in calendars, so it's realistic, and we really see what we can do in 24 hours, and we can also take care of ourselves and plan this. So it's one of my favorite exercise because it's so powerful and so empowering. Sharing some numbers from my own experience and how the coaching approach helped a lot boosting women into leadership positions. And I have been trying this for a year, and our results from Play Magnus group is really like we focus on a certain group of potential women who are interested in leadership position, and we provided coaching for them, and from 18% women in leadership we reached 34% women. That's from 20 to 2021. So it's really very empowering. And benefits of coaching, of course, like general, like equality, gender equality, ownership and initiative, work-life balance, integration. I prefer leadership, continuous learning, feel supported, career growth, flexibility and time management. It's all the benefits of coaching. So today you will ask me, okay, so should every company have an internal coach? Yes, I would love to. I think that would be super helpful. But whatever the budget or how we want to invest in that, but I would really push that all the managers and leaders take more this approach and get more curious about like learning these techniques to help and HR mainly. So yes, having an internal coach is definitely something for me I found crucial today as internal support. Conclusion, through coaching, women overcome their own limiting beliefs created by their environment, break the codes, and push forward their potential. Building a strong culture of coaching is an impactful enabler that helps companies repair the broken rung in the career ladder for women in tech industry. And we often talk about that and we bring the problems. And I was really very curious in digging what are the solutions. And it's not the only one, but it's definitely one which is working and bringing the support to improve and keep seeing these numbers improving. So yes, I feel, and from my point of view, coaching is really key in future of work for leaders, for HR, for companies, even for parenting. So yeah, that's what I had to share with you. I'm happy to hear from you, if any questions.
A big thank you, Miriam, for sharing such valuable contributions with us today. I already took some notes, so thank you very much. And now it's time for it's time for the Q&A session. So I have a couple of questions for you. Let me explain. Okay. So first question would be: what are your thoughts on the tradition of having a separate award for the best female player in various chess tournaments?
Oh, very, very, very. It's a big topic now today. It's simple. We needed to create this safe environment, which is like just only women tournaments. It's when we do gender equality. Same as HR, as everywhere, we do need to give a boost to reach some equal conditions, actually. actually. And the subject of sexual harassment is a big topic in the chess world and the tournaments. And that was hidden, which is not anymore. We talk more about it since now lately 1 year there is a lot of Me Too stories that are shown, and there is even one federation today, I'm a very big supporter of it, that are bringing this training, so we have people inside the tournament that you can revert to in case of you live a situation of sexual harassment. So just to wrap there, I think it's very important to have them, but my hope is in 10 years we won't need them, because we will reach same conditions for women and for men. Definitely women and men has the same capabilities and of competing, but they don't have the same conditions while they are competing. So that's a bit my opinion here.
Absolutely agree. Thank you, Miriam. Another one, and I really like this question. As a corporate lawyer turned DEI leader and coach, what key lessons from your legal career have been most valuable in empowering women in the tech industry?
Very interesting. I never thought of that. What I learned is that what is legal and the law are often already too late when they arrive. They are really answering a need, a huge need. And my learning is the social movements are way stronger than the law, often. So the contribution of every single person and the contribution of the corporate, that's what makes the law after. Corporates or employees, from both sides, but the social behavior is what creates law. So sometimes often laws are already arriving almost too late, but true today for diversity, equity and inclusion, there is some wins that will be helping to level up a bit the workplaces.
I have to agree once again. Okay, so third question. How can we as individuals or employees find good coaches or mentors?
Simple, ICF. There is a lot of coaches out there. I think as when you go to see a psychologue or it's also a feeling. You need to you feel that connection. You feel that person. It's a match for you. But just to make a guarantee that it's really a professional one, because today, true, we see a lot of coaches, and for me, the International Coaching Federation stays the right place where you have the security of someone who is professionally with the ethic. So in mentoring, go. For me, who are you admiring? Who do you really admire? Go on LinkedIn and send a message. Dare to dream. Nobody is big enough, and a lot of people, I am personally always very happy when someone reach out on LinkedIn and asking. I'm happy to contribute, happy to answer. So whoever the person you're admiring or whatever, go, just dare to do and send a message, send an email, and it will work.
Great advice, Miriam. Sometimes things are easier or less complicated as we think. Absolutely. 100%. Once again, thank you very much for such incredible insights. Let's meet up soon, hopefully.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye, everyone.
And now let's move on with a warm welcome to our next speaker, Sophie Chris, co-founder of mission-led organizations, Motherboard and Hey Flow, dedicated to driving positive change for gender equity in the workplace. Sophie is actively involved with Hey Flow, an insights and learning startup focusing on understanding the female workforce, understanding the female workforce through the data analysis and training. And she also plays a crucial role in Motherboard, a non-for-profit business charter and community, addressing the challenges faced by women in the tech industry. Hi, Sophie, are you with us? Yes, I can
I
see you
am.
now.
Hi, Christina.
I can hear you. Unfortunately,
You can't hear me? You can't hear me?
no, we cannot.
Oh,
Let's see if we can fix this small issue. And in the meantime, let me introduce the topic of the talk that Sophie will introduce here today, the unspoken reasons women leave tech. Sophie,
can you hear me?
now I
You
can.
still can't hear me? Oh, you can. Okay, great.
Now I can.
I don't know what happened there.
Well, the live TV, these things happens. So, well, Sophie, I was just introducing you and introducing the topic, the topic of your talk, the unspoken reasons women leave tech. This sounds like it will uncover important insights for the audience today. So, yeah, happy to have you here. From where are you connecting from? Where are you connecting from? Sorry.
From the UK.
Okay,
So I'm
great.
based near Bristol. Yes.
Great. Well, so Sophie, the stage is yours. Feel free to start with your talk.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here. I'm going to be talking through the unspoken reasons that women are leaving the tech industry today. Christina has just briefly mentioned who I am and what I do, but my name is Sophie. I'm an activist in the women's equality space. I'm the co-founder of two mission-led organisations, Motherboard, which is a not-for-profit, and also HeyFlow. Motherboard was launched in 2021 with the support of a company called Adlib Recruitment. They're a B Corp recruitment agency based in the UK. And at the time, I was a recruitment manager with them, and I was seeing the problems with the tech industry, speaking to female candidates and speaking to hiring managers, and seeing that no one was talking about the exclusion of mums in the tech industry and how it was affecting gender balance within the industry. We've been really lucky over the last 2 years. A lot of hard work has allowed us to be part of now working with government bodies, other mission-led not-for-profits, and we support businesses and our community on how to create tangible change for women in tech. I also co-founded earlier last year a company called HeyFlow, which is all about understanding the female workforce better. So what we do is we build insight and data into what's going on the ground within businesses, and then we build confidence boosting training programs, and we give businesses solutions off the data that we find. And this has been really born from the impact of Motherboard, because we've seen that data is crucial for businesses to understand what they need to do and to see the disparity between what leaders are feeling they're doing well in versus what individuals feel is going well within the business. So going back into tech specifically, Motherboard is tackling this 50% of women leaving the tech industry by age 35. This is consistent across most countries, so it's a stat that's relevant to Europe as a whole, to the UK specifically, to the US as well. And obviously this is an unacceptable reality in the industry, and it is having a direct correlation with talent is being lost because of motherhood, and Motherboard is the not-for-profit that's trying to tackle exactly that. So we are trying to retain women, get more women into senior leadership, and ensure that the mass exit of women in the tech industry is fixed, so we can get more women to the top. So in European countries, only 22% of women work in the tech industry. That's what's reported. The reality is it's actually much worse than that in the most technical of roles. So while the rate of women working within tech companies is closer to parity, it's not at parity, but it's closer. But the rate of women working within the most technical roles, such as developers and data engineers, is significantly lower. And in fact, if you run a LinkedIn search, if you have access to LinkedIn Recruiter, you'll see that, especially in the UK, it's probably more around 11 to 13% of software developers that are female. And McKinsey research shows that at current rates, the share of women in tech roles within Europe is actually heading into decline, and it's predicted that by 2027, the balance of women in the tech industry will have gone down at least 1%. So it really is the time when we need to make sure that we are absolutely bringing women into the industry through the incredible work of coding academies and universities, but we've got to make sure that we retain women as a key priority. And we also need to see a much bigger push on supporting women in those technical roles, and the most technical roles where exclusion, especially for mothers, is much higher. And last week, I saw a post on LinkedIn, and it really got me thinking, that there was somebody that said, how many software engineers do you know over the age of 40? And I wanted to kind of pose the question to you all to think, how many software engineers do you know that are around, plus 40? And it's quite scary when you think about it as to how little women we're seeing. Often they either move into management roles or more project-based roles, and we need to make sure that we are retaining women in those most technical of roles as well. So why is this happening to the tech industry? A question that we're often asked. The fact that it's such an innovative industry can't seem to get their act together to support women properly. There's probably a few reasons behind it. Routes to the market, schooling, education. We see lots of sad and depressing facts around the fact that children are less likely to take up girls are less likely to take up STEM topics at school, but beyond that, through our motherboard community specifically, we've seen that the boys culture and the boys club within tech is driving that to feel more problematic, especially when you think about kind of alcohol culture or the idea of working in the office and not having flexibility, and also lack of substance in DEI efforts. I think a lot of businesses, they want to support the gender equality effort through hiring and parachuting women into roles rather than really looking into the problem areas in the business and why women are leaving. So again, we really want to kind of help the focus be where the root of the problems are. And we've also seen in my previous work, when I was working in tech recruitment as well, that a lot of businesses are still looking for candidates from Russell Group universities in the UK, for example. So therefore, coding academies, which is a great route to market for a lot of women, are being kind of cut out of the opportunity and process because of that. And there's also a very unhelpful narrative that women can have it all. And as a mum of two myself, I completely empathise with that, because yes, we can have thriving careers, and yes, we can be mums. Those two things can absolutely be one, but it's not easy, and the workplace isn't set up historically. The societal expectations on women, there are so many barriers that are in place for women and mothers working in any industry. And then when you add that into a very male dominated industry where management, for example, is more likely to be male and therefore not have that lived experience, that's where it becomes really problematic. So again, that's why there has to be such a specific focus and lens on the tech industry, and it is a unique industry that needs support. So at HeyFlow, we don't just look at motherhood. We look at the whole of the reproductive life cycle for women, and we are very much focused on things like periods, pregnancy, infertility, menopause, return to work. We look at the whole spectrum for women, and we know that these key biological moments in many women's lives are part of the reason why they are often excluded. So we, just to kind of explain about the gender pay gap, which I'll go onto in more detail in a second, the gender pay gap has proven that the spikes in women leaving roles is linked to reproductive health. And I'm sure many of you are aware, but last year, Claudia Golden won the Nobel Economics Prize for her research into the link between motherhood and the gender pay gap. So the proof is there now. There's no denying it. Those two things are linked. And when you look at more granular detail into the gender pay gap beyond just motherhood and the age that most women become mums, you'll see that there are other spikes that are directly correlated to other reproductive life moments. And this is having a disastrous effect on the tech industry because if there's less lived experience at the top and there's less awareness of reproductive health at management level, it means that those women are less likely to be retained. So if we just look at this specific gender pay gap versus age graph, you can see that there are, in the 2022 line, there are kind of three clear spikes. First spike around 35, which is obviously in the tech industry, that's a particularly poor one, but this across all industries showcases that motherhood is driving women to leave their jobs. Beyond that, we also see that second spike, which is around perimenopausal age of women in their 40s, and then we see that third spike in 50s, and that is linked to menopause. And just to kind of explain for anybody who doesn't quite understand the gender pay gap and how it's worked out, the gender pay gap does not represent like-for-like pay for like-for-like jobs, but instead it represents the median salary of women versus men within a company. So naturally, if you have more women in lower paid jobs, the gender pay gap is going to be higher. And if you have more senior men within jobs, then again, that's where the disparity comes from. So to fix the gap, the key focus has to be getting more women into senior leadership, which seems easy, right? But the reality is it's not. We've been going on about this for a very long time, and the work has been done by many specialists to try and close the gender pay gap. But in my opinion, a huge part of it is because we aren't getting to the root cause, and a lot of gender equality research and kind of incentives is around supporting people to be less sexist rather than looking into the barriers that women are actually facing and then moving them out of the way. So we've got to make sure that we're nurturing, we're retaining women, and from that, the entry level of women into businesses, that they're retained, and that's a key focus. And I would also play devil's advocate that part of the reason why this is because it's much easier, as I mentioned earlier, about parachuting women into jobs at a senior level. It's much easier for businesses to focus on hiring strategies and on recruitment and paying as much money as possible to be able to retain those women at senior levels. Sorry, to parachute them in, and that's part of the problem. Is that it's hard work to shift culture, and easier if the problem could be swept away through just paying money for skills. So this is also really interesting kind of representation as to what happens to women's earnings, and this also fuels the gender pay gap. So women, as you can see there, this is specifically a UK Office for National Statistics representation, but I'm sure it's relevant globally. And you can see there's a sharp decline in earning after children. And research says it takes 10 years for a woman's career to recover after having their last child. So, you know, by the time that you're getting into the next spike of the gender pay gap, there's already a disparity there. And this is not because we're less career motivated or too maternal or we don't want to work. It's because there's barriers for women that we have to fight. It can get very tiring. And if you also think back to the gender pay gap graph from earlier, it's also important to add that if women get paid less, which we know is true, women are less likely to ask for pay rises, women are more likely to be overlooked for promotions. All of that is going to lead to women earning less money. So when it comes down to couples deciding, and obviously I'm talking in very cisgendered terms here, but if you're looking at a male and female couple, it is more likely that the man is going to be paid more. So therefore, again, it's more likely that women would be leaving their role or going down part-time, whatever it may be. And this is the reason why it's so essential that we retain mothers, because 82% of women become mothers in their lifetime. Again, sorry for the global audience, that is a UK stat, but again, I'm sure it's relevant to most countries. So if we don't fix the support for mums and we don't take those barriers away for them, then we won't retain women. And this is, if you look at the stats and you think, right, 22% of women are in the tech industry currently, 50% are leaving at 35, 82% of women become mothers, then there's going to be a heck of a lot of women that are going to need to enter the industry if we're even going to get close to parity. And this is really interesting. So a few weeks ago, Motherboard partnered with the Tech Talent Charter on a guide for businesses to make their workplaces more parent inclusive. We covered motherhood and fatherhood in that guide, so please do check it out. It's a great read. You can find it on the Tech Talent Charter website, or you can Google it and you'll find it. But the Tech Talent Charter also released an incredible insight report of women that had left tech, and 40% said it was due to caring responsibilities rather than directly because of being a mum. It was general caring responsibilities, and other reasons that were cited were work-life balance. But then when you kind of dug down deeper into the data, that work-life balance was directly correlated again to being a parent. So we can see that the reason may be slightly tweaked in terms of caring responsibilities versus work-life balance, but those two things go hand in hand. It's because of being a parent that's driving women to leave. So again, that's the evidence and the proof that we need to fix it. We also launched a survey last week, Motherboard and HeyFlow, so that we can get some really granular, nuanced data around what's actually happening for women in the tech industry, and a huge kind of element of what we're finding through this, through the data that's coming through, is that so many women are feeling unincluded and are feeling sad. Frankly, it's a really depressing read. I thought it would be, but it is really sad to hear these stories of women that have felt like they've completely lost themselves when they've returned to work and they've been sidelined for promotions, or they've just felt like their value has dropped significantly just because they've become a mum. And this is, it's essential for well-being, for our future as well, that we really look into this and make sure that we can action change. And we also know, as you can see through this quote, which was one that I thought was really relevant because it directly links to the fact that you are at the hands of your managers' empathy levels, their lived experience, and that policy is all very well and good, but if a manager is not proactive or not supported by the business in having specific training around what happens on maternity, what happens when somebody returns to work, how can you support them effectively, then we see this kind of scenario where women feel like they have had a bad time. So that's why policy is really important, and that's why HeyFlow looks beyond policy and ensures that we tackle the feelings. And again, just to kind of hammer the point home again, companies with female leadership teams outperformed less gender diverse companies by 48%. This was 2 years ago or last year, and it was part of a McKinsey report. So this is proving that women are brilliant leaders, empathetic generally, not always, but generally, and are as capable as men, and that we need to protect women from being lost in the industry when it's preventable. But beyond that, again, don't want to make you feel too depressed here, but as we know, you can't be what you can't see, and we need more female CTOs. That's a huge important aspect again, and that all comes down to, again, making sure that those technical women that are working in the tech industry are supported all the way up. But beyond that, we hear of improvements at board level in the news. The problem is, though, in tech companies or CTO specific roles, it's still really, really low, and 3% is frankly pathetic. The average across C-suite leaders in tech companies, so not in the non-technical roles, is actually at 9%. So that's really positive. But for the most technical roles, we need to make sure again that we're looking at that granular detail and seeing that those technical roles in particular are not being held by women. So this all leads into exactly what I've been saying. We need to focus not just at the very senior level, which it feels like there's been a big focus from companies, and that's been their kind of hurrah celebration moment. We've got a more gender diverse board, or we've got a more gender diverse C-suite. But to actually, you think about how many roles there are at that level, we need to make sure that mid-level is a key focus. So, talking about reproductive health specifically, and going beyond just what we've spoken about and going into more detail, this reproductive health obviously is much more than pregnancy. It's much more than motherhood. And think back to those gender pay gap spikes that we spoke about earlier that are linked to a woman's biology. The focus has to be just more than maternity, and reproductive health in general is overlooked in the workplace, or it's just not discussed, and it's something that's supported through benefits. But we're still not talking about these things openly enough. And a quarter of women say they regularly experience period pains that affect their ability to work. We have seen through HeyFlow data and the projects that we've worked on, from corporates to smaller businesses, that if women are experiencing period pains monthly, they are not telling their managers, especially if their manager is male. And frankly, I don't think that's the fault of men and male leaders. I think it's that we need to bring them into the conversation more. And beyond that, more than 1 in 5 pregnancies end in miscarriage. We know that 1 in 4 pregnancies or ends in child loss of some form. And again, leaders don't feel equipped to be able to support this. And it's so, especially in early stage pregnancies, it's so hush hush to talk about child loss and miscarriage is still very taboo, but it's essential. It's also essential to the partners that are supporting through that time as well. They're affected as well. And very interestingly, this was a report recently that 1 in 9 women felt forced to leave their job after becoming pregnant. That was either through redundancy, through those kind of multiple means, and that's why we do what we do. But also 77% of working mums experience negative and potentially discriminatory treatment at work each year. And this is often poor management or lack of knowledge from management around what's the law and how do you support effectively. So we want to make sure that, again, that everyone feels equipped and that that no one feels left behind in this subject. And a good maternity policy, as I've mentioned before, is not enough. A good return to work policy is also not enough. It's about the feeling that's created, and 1,000 paper cuts, that's when women leave their jobs. So it's the little things that matter. And again, looking at other reproductive health areas, things like IVF, again, not spoken about enough. How fertility affects couples from physically, but also from a mental health capacity as well. We need to make sure that these topics are normalized, and that will really help push the gender equality efforts forward. And sorry, lots of stats here, but 73% of women say that employers are not doing enough to support employees at work during menopause, which it has felt like menopause has become a really hot topic, which is brilliant. But at the same time, it's often women that are trained about what's going to happen to their bodies or what's happening to their bodies if they're going through menopause currently, rather than building a network of understanding within a company of this is what your employees could potentially experience at some point, or they will experience at some point, and you need to be ready to be able to support them through it. And beyond that, if we are going to have 47% of all employees or part of the labour workforce going to be over 50 by in 6 years, we need to make sure that that menopause is fully on the agenda, but and we need decent training within it. So yes, so I'm sure lots of you are going to already have an awareness as to why reproductive health is so important. And I don't know exactly who's on this call today, but we need everyone to be part of the conversation. Hopefully I've proven that to you today, that this isn't just a woman's problem. It's about those that are experiencing it or could experience it in the future, and future-proofing your business. It's about those that are sitting next to somebody that is going through this type of thing and they can't talk. And it's also about supporting those that are managing it. And we are all impacted in some way, whether it's whether you're a manager, whether you're supporting somebody. It's essential that the support network that businesses are creating, that this is part of your DEI strategy, and it's not just about retaining women or hiring women. It's about going into the granular detail as to what's actually happening on the ground in businesses individually, and getting to the heart of the culture and really building it from there. And I also understand that these are taboo topics, and for some people this isn't going to be something that you're going to want to discuss, and that's absolutely fine. We can break the taboo. You don't have to talk about your experience personally, but the more that people talk about things openly, the more that it becomes comfortable. And therefore, if something did happen that was specifically affecting you, then hopefully by that point that there's enough of a company culture that's been built that will allow true support. Then so just kind of going through quickly because I'm realizing that I'm running out of time a little bit, but men and women feel that women's rights have gone overboard, and that's something that we're going to have to tackle within this. So importantly, we need to provide safe spaces, especially for men that don't feel comfortable with these topics. We need to make sure that we're allowing them the time to make mistakes, ask questions, not be judged, because as soon as we bring men into the conversation, it's going to help the efforts for gender equality. And the key to that is allyship, making sure, as has already been discussed today, about employee resource groups, ensuring that businesses are influencing in the right way, that they're not using International Women's Day as a PR tool, and that they're doing the right thing, and ensuring that their efforts are well intentioned. And so just to go very quickly onto performative and authentic allyship and the difference between those. So authentic is showing up, it's doing the work, it's learning, it's not finding angles that are going to just look good for you as an individual, and then actioning that change. But also then when you look at performative allyship, that's very much what a lot of businesses do, where they feel forced that they need to say something on International Women's Day, or they profess solidarity with a cause once everyone else has, and it's kind of power in numbers. And if you are in the UK, if you haven't heard of the gender pay gap Twitter bots, where anytime a company hashtags International Women's Day, their gender pay gap gets retweeted, it's absolutely brilliant. So get the popcorn ready for the 8th of March. That really helps call out businesses that are utilising it as a PR tool, rather than actually doing the work to close their gender pay gap. So there's a few ideas there. I won't run through them, but I think the key element to what I'm saying is making sure that everybody is trained and supported and has the confidence to talk about these topics openly, and that takes a while, and it's not an overnight kind of solution, but it's something that will have such long-term impact. So I whizzed through that very quickly at the end, but thank you. If any questions?
A big thank you, Sophie, for sharing your insights with us today. You gave us a lot of context to reflect on. So, well, now let's open the floor for questions in the Q&A session. I have one here, so it's a long one, so it's even also a reflection. So let me start. It says, as a recruiter, what is your opinion in asking about work-life balance or working hours during interviews? Asking because as a mother in tech, my lifestyle is not suitable with hustle culture. 60 hours a week jobs anymore due to childcare duties. However, lots of tech companies have long hours, and it seems that asking for work-life balance early on is a taboo, as you might come across being lazy.
Yes, and this was from being a recruiter. I completely understand that it's going to be daunting to mention those things. So first thing is, if you're going through a recruiter for a job and it's an agency recruiter, I think it's essential that they're giving you that information and they're curious enough to kind of test the water and speak to their client and make sure that those things are in place. I don't think right now that hustle culture is going to change in the tech industry. I think it's a longer burn than that. And therefore, in those scenarios, with everything that happened at Twitter or X last year with Elon Musk, and I know a few women in the UK that were in senior leadership roles that were affected by that back to the office agenda, it's really important that you don't go for businesses, which I appreciate is hard because then you're limiting your opportunities, which isn't fair. But going to a company where the expectation is that you need to work those, wild hours, you're not going to have a happy time. And I think that's a problem in the culture fundamentally. So my recommendation would be look for businesses that are culturally more sound, but it is unfair.
It is. Well, Sophie, once again, a big thank you for sharing your valuable perspective with us today. We really appreciate your input. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you. You too. Bye.
Bye-bye. Well, ladies, it is a pleasure to introduce now our distinguished panel discussing the intersection of gender equality and the ESG agenda. So let me introduce our fantastic speakers who have joined us today for this panel. First of all, let me introduce you Samilka Samarasinha. With 2 decades of international ESG experience, Samilka served as the global head of ESG and sustainability at a leading US software firm, recognized as the 2022 Gold Stevie winner for Female Executive of the Year. And let me also introduce you the second speaker, Alina Sokolenko, co-founder and board member at ASDE. Additionally, she is ESG director at Deloitte Netherlands and international sustainable finance expert. Alina brings 15 years of green finance and impact investment experience. And a couple of words about our panel. It will explore how gender equality benefits from the ESG agenda. Get ready for an engaging conversation on the symbiotic relationship between gender equality and ESG considerations. Let's start, ladies. The stage is yours.
Thank you. I can't hear.
Yes, we cannot hear you, Alina. Let's see if we can fix this small issue.
You can hear
These
me,
things
right?
happen in the...
Yeah.
Yes, you can. Just
You
tell me
can
that
hear
these
me?
things happen in the technical.
Okay, I think we can hear you now.
Okay, our technical team is trying to help here, Alina.
And
in
now,
the
do you
meantime,
hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, sorry
Now
for that.
you are
Yeah.
ready to kick off.
Yeah,
you.
thank you very much. Thank you very much for introduction. And I think, Samilka, that today we have a special duty for us because we are ending the such nice event and so nice conference, and we need to bring the key value of gender equality and ESG topic. So let's try to discuss and to find out how women empowerment is it a part of ESG? What do you think on that? Let's discuss on that.
Okay, sure. I'm happy to start off with just an introduction anyway to the topic. And I know you have so much experience from this, and I look forward to hearing your input as well. So women empowerment in ESG, first of all, I think the ESG, the expectation of ESG when companies are formalizing it, of course, there is the environment component, there's a social component, and the governance component. And where the women's empowerment, maybe where it fits in, is in the social component, right? So companies have taken what a lot of companies are doing is under the social component, they do add the DE&I component and have it as one of their targets or areas of priorities for them to work with. So I think, of course, when you really deep dive into it, there are lots of other areas and concerns. And of course, we need to move a lot faster and further. But for now, I think what I've seen is the companies that are adopting the ESG framework, a D&I component is definitely in their priority list. It is with the workplace experience and the D&I. So there is definitely that focus that has been put in terms of companies that are adopting ESG.
Yeah, it's really so. When you are talking about the sustainable, the social component, really, it's very important component, especially when we observe it during the COVID time. Do you remember that crazy times when everyone was focused on social component? And I think that currently it maybe depends also from the time where we are currently now, because when the COVID was, so everyone was looking at the social component more. But today, what do you think? Still social is so critical, crucial, or maybe environmental as well, or still it's more social, environmental? What about governance? Yeah, for gender equality, it's I think that it's everywhere, really more in social, but at the same time, what do you think, what the component of ESG in general makes sense currently, or maybe globally?
At this point, for me, from my perspective, I think the social component, the focus is still very gray in the ESG
Yeah.
space, unlike the environment component. You know, you talk to any company, they are who are committed to ESG in terms of because ESG is also about data, right? Collecting data, understanding your data, working from the data you have, and you then define the areas and pillars that suits each sector and your company. But most companies have the environment component, like they're very clear about what the expectations are, what the goals are. Even if they don't have a scope 3 sorted out, they know what the scope 1 and scope 2 is. So I kind of really am conflicted because I want the D&I agenda to be in the environment component, to be in every aspect of the social component. I don't understand why it needs to be like siloed into one aspect of social, but because even in the environment component, the climate agenda and the expectations and the reasons we are doing it is because the impact also impacts women considerably. It's not just about us trying to get our data and work towards a 1.5, but with that 1.5 journey, externally, we are also impacting. There's stuff that has happened or is happening that a lot of vulnerable populations are impacted, and women being at the forefront of it,
Yeah. And I was listening to our previous speaker, and there were the thesis about the remuneration, and at the same time that there is a big gap in between women and men, and regarding the salary expectation, remuneration, and so on. But I believe that it's not so social component rather than governance component. So
Exactly.
so really, yeah, it
So
makes
like
sense.
it's like we all have a D&I agenda. I would say we all do it because that's what everyone else is doing, and we all have benchmarks. So we look at other companies that are bigger than us, or the top 500 Fortune companies. They all have the D&I component, aggressive D&I components. But for me, the fact that a lot of it is siloed and it's a separate agenda, sometimes I feel we should spread it across all the ESG pillars, like the E and the S and the G, like what you were saying. Yeah. So that's really where I'm coming from.
Yeah, and what do you think about other challenges? You already told about data, and looking at your company and your experience within other companies as well. So, where are we facing the huge challenges, bringing the gender equality to the main position, not to make to have the priority for that?
I think it is really, for one thing is, I think we have to, there are so many standardization frameworks, right? I think like Ernst & Young said, there are 600 standardized bodies, like the GRIs and the IS. There are 600 of them floating around globally right now. So it is the consistency of the measurement or the rating agencies, who do we go with? So right now, the most common is going with GRI. Then, the Europeans now have come up with their own standardization. Then the ISSB has another standardization. So, I think it's really great that the standardization is there. There is diversity and gender equality in all the standardizations because they are asking companies to report and disclose on it. But of course, the consistency of it, because it's also always evolving. You looked at 3 years ago, it was called something else. And then also the countries that are mandating it as disclosure laws, like say there's only 29 countries that have really mandated it. So globally, and with European Union being the bulk of those countries. So again, even the countries have not come to an agreement on mandating some of these. And the D&I is, I think, going to be impacted with that, because it's not like the COP that everyone meets and says, okay, we all agree that we have to achieve 1.5. Whereas for women, I don't think there is like a formalized like expectation or a demand from companies globally saying, I mean, there are some companies, of course, the companies that are listed, they have board requirements and all that. But like the previous, conversation, it again stops at the board and maybe C-suite, but the mid-level management and all the others who are part of a company, I don't think the focus is very much like inherently part of a DNA of a company to say, okay, I mean, there are companies, but I'm just saying as an overall, a majority of companies.
Yeah, it's really so. And Shamilka, just maybe for some of our from our audience, just can you explain a little bit about the reporting requirements? You talked about 29 countries. So as far as I understand, we are speaking about CSRD and obligatory reporting. So how do you think how it will impact tech industry?
I think it's going to be very positive, first of all, because even though, say, for the instance, US is still like in discussion in Congress and they haven't really formalized it, but they are going down the route, right? Europe has formalized it. So starting this January, they have already criteria of corporate sustainable reporting directive. So companies of a certain turnover and assets, they have to report in. And then this actually will impact about 12,000 companies is what I've read. But in the next 2 years, 40,000 companies, because it's not just going to be like the large companies. It's going to any company that's over 250 employees, they'll all have to start disclosing. And I think that's very positive for the gender agenda and the diversity agenda, because I think this way there'll be more thought to it, not just on the climate, but also other aspects, on accountability. And, companies will become more, at least from a European point, and I'm based in Lisbon, so I'm talking about, although my companies are American, we do have presence across Europe. So, you have to keep an eye on all this, because the other thing is, I don't think how many companies actually understand about the standardization or the rules or the expectations, because most companies, where does it sit, first of all? Like, who should follow up on that? Is it the person who is like the legal people in a company? Is it the ESG people? Because there is a legal element in here. So I used to follow up just because of my own interests. But really, it should be the governance people that should be telling us, hey, this law has been passed and, we should really be doing something now. So again, for me, even the standardization in a company, it's not clear who or where it sits in. It's whether it's the ESG people or if it's like within the ESG role, maybe that is also divided, right? You get the environmental people, you get the social people, and then the governance people. So it's a bit.
Yeah, it's very hard to find who's responsible for what, and the same for the companies. So it's sometimes it's not only coming from the regulation, but sometimes it's not sometimes, but we should think about our clients, about their requirements, about our suppliers as well. So everything is connected. So we are not living in some very small isolated area. We are all together. It's a huge network. But regarding the reporting, there are some questions. If you don't mind, I will read some questions from our audience, because I think it's very important, because it's about disclosure. So first of all, the first question is given the increasing integration of ESG factors into business strategies, how can companies ensure that gender equality isn't just a box-ticking experience, but a core part of their organizational culture and decision-making process? I think it's really important.
It's a very good and broad question, but I think it's definitely companies, it shouldn't be just a tick-in. And I think when you are collecting data and having to disclose on your own data, it's not going to be just about who is at the board level or who is at the C-suite level. It's going to talk about the gender split of your entire ecosystem. I think you have to disclose that, right? Your hiring strategies, your hiring voice. I think nowadays the disclose those sort of questions are asked. So I think as a part of the strategy, the first thing is it needs to be at the top agenda. Like it cannot be an agenda that is at even C-suite, or it should come from the board, right? And then from the board to the C-suite. But the agenda should be that every presentation you make, everything you talk about, the gender component, like you talk about climate these days, I think the gender and the diversity factors should be included, because I personally feel they don't talk about it as much. Companies, when they sell themselves, I mean, you find about social initiatives and you talk about all that, but on the gender stuff, it is definitely not doesn't sit alongside. I mean, I'm just talking about just many companies. There are companies that are outstanding and do work, incredible work, but most companies, and it is really the buy-in from your CEO, the board, and the rest of everybody. And your hiring practices should also show that you're doing something a little different, because many companies talk about diversity, but then when you really look at the numbers, they're still hiring non-women, like for roles. They don't really act because they are so busy and they need to hire people quickly. And I come from a tech company, so where the tech company, the gap is, it's difficult to find resources and the talent acquisition struggles. So I guess, people like the talent acquisition teams and all should also work harder to have this as a priority as well in their agenda, not just to fulfill demands from the business units or fulfill a role. I hope I
Yeah,
answered the
definitely.
question.
Yes, I think so. You know that from my practice that I did a lot of consultancy and I checked a lot of report based on GRI or any other reports. And what I found out, actually, it was quite interesting that don't misunderstand statement and real actions, because sometimes you can observe that a lot of companies just do some statement, but nothing
Yes.
behind that statement. And I think that it's the room for improvement. It's where the company should concentrate, that behind the statement there should be some actions and actually KPIs. I think it's very easy to make the right observation of the performance of the company. What do you think?
And I also think it's okay, because you have to start somewhere. So most companies, when it comes to disclosing their data on their work, like the workforce or the ecosystem, they're very shy and it's so controlled and nobody wants to share it. I mean, I've been in companies where you can't utter a word about the gender split or the minority. It is. And those numbers are not attractive, but it's not attractive for many companies. So I think if we can own where we start from and then work towards target, because everything is we disclose, but then the targets are never also asked, right, by the GRI reports or anything. We only disclose what is at the moment. But what you do with that data and what you work in terms of a strategy for the next 5 years is not in any of these standardization requirements. So for me, I think you own the data, you own that you're behind, and then work towards. I think it's better off saying, okay, like climate has that, right? You can say, okay, by 10 years, I'm going to try and achieve the 1.5. You're not achieving 1.5 overnight, but you do like 10% or 30%, but across a period. And similarly, I think companies should treat the gender inequality or whatever the space that we are currently facing and deal with it like now, and be honest.
Yeah, Really, it's difficult to be honest. Sometimes it's contradicts with some strategies. Yeah. Nevertheless, we have one more question. If you don't mind, I will read it as well. It's similar to the previous one, but nevertheless. So, what challenges do multinational companies face in implementing gender equality initiatives across different countries and cultures? And how can these be addressed within the ESG framework?
Okay, so my previous role, I was in a very, it was a company that was across 50 locations. So, we had from Asia Pacific to Central Europe to North America to Western Europe, and of course, how culturally you approach this subject is very different, right? And some locations, this was not a area that they felt was important and they thought it was a waste of time. And other areas, they thought it was the most important thing and we should really put this on the agenda. So it is really also getting, for me, I really believe that you have to bring everyone onto the table, maybe like the champions, because every country, every location has champions, right? Who believe in, and I think also, if you have a leader, an entire leader who represents the thought process and really believes that this is what they want to do and put this on their agenda, most of the time, regardless of where you're sitting or what culture you are, you will, I think, tend to get inspired by that messaging, right? So for me, I would like to see from a C-suite to board level, especially for global companies, the C-suite messaging and the CEO message, right? Coming out and really committing themselves to the agenda of diversity, gender equality, upliftment of women, so many areas, really making those statements, because you don't really have many CEOs who come out and really make statements. I mean, I have to say, I have to give it to Intelia CEO that, he came out and I noticed on LinkedIn today about this conference. And I was like, that is just really cool. That is making a real statement and the passion. It's not like just anybody around organizing this in the company because they thought they needed to tick the box. I mean, I was very impressed, and it just made me think, we should have more like that, people, CEOs coming out, making a statement. Even on International Women's Day, how many CEOs come out and actually make a statement on their commitment to drive that, in terms of diversity for the people of the company or even as a global agenda. So if you're a global company, my advice is it should start from the top, because it's very difficult otherwise, I think, to gain traction and support.
And I will give you a tricky question. It's about the global company. Yeah, I totally agree with you that to find the leaders and they can promote a good approach for that. But what when we are facing the small company, but what to do in that way, and still the culture, the other maybe countries, the region, they are very different, and how to do this approach more efficient?
Well, so for me personally, I have gone from a large company to a growing but small company, and I think I find it quite very inspiring, because I find the leadership very open. I report straight into the CEO. So that's the other thing. I think the reporting lines of people who are in charge of ESG and sustainability, I think either they sit alongside, and I am a part of the leadership team. So to me, I'm working across my peers and working with the CEO to define the strategy for the company. It's a small company, it's not, but it's growing, and they definitely have an agenda, and they want obviously to get this right early, not to wait till we reach 10,000 people and so many locations, but they want to get this right now. So there's work to do, and yeah, we're starting. But company small enough for me, I feel it's amazing that I have the inspiration and the backing of my CEO and leadership and supports me in this agenda that they want to make the company like it's almost like unique in this space.
And what make them to do this choice towards the gender equality? Because it's very interesting to observe the journey, how they came to this decision. Yeah.
Well, I think they listen, first of all.
Yeah.
And the CEO is a very, I think, compassionate human being too. I mean, I think he comes from years of experience in the industry. So he's seen a lot. He's seen how it works, but he's also compassionate. And, we're starting our ERG groups, we are going to launch one. And so like that, when we see large companies doing what they do, but taking what we can from those ideas and translating it into small steps, but steps that will help us grow as a company, I do believe as long as nobody's questioning or being suspicious or helping to build a positive narrative for everybody, because, I think COVID, the war in Ukraine, I mean, there has been so much negativity. You have to find reasons to create positivity in your own environment, and you have to build the positive things. So even the fact that they have an ESG presence is, for me, fascinating, but it's very positive.
Yeah. And if to talk about the clients or partners or suppliers, how we can motivate them? What do you think? What the key steps? Those companies who are good towards ESG agenda and they're looking for the gender equality. So how can they motivate those suppliers, clients, or other stakeholders?
So I think all companies tend to have need to have a supply chain policy, right? Like a sustainable supply chain policy. I learned everything I want for my previous company. Everything I did and was driven to do was actually driven by the wants of our clients. Like they came to us and said, you need to do this, and EcoVadis, and then there was CDP, and so like that, so many things were added on. Of course, they were environmental focused, but then through that, then you realize all the other elements as well. But clients, partners, stakeholders have such a huge role to play in this journey, right? So of course we learn from clients, and the clients who this may not be an agenda, also you teach them. But most times these days, with disclosure laws, most of the clients we are dealing with do have to also show that their supply chain is also on par with their agenda. So I think instead of treating them like clients and, oh my God, it's also nice to do activities, initiatives with clients. I mean, look at today. Intellias is in tech. I'm in tech. You're a consulting company. But, the fact that, we are here today as one, driving and talking and discussing and sharing ideas of a subject that is, deep, that matters deep to us, but also the fact that I think as an industry as a total will benefit from all the discussion that has taken place today.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, no doubt on that. But what do you think, in general terms? Again, it's looking at your background and your story with a huge company, huge corporation, and a small one. But how you can measure the key steps towards how to run ESG and gender equality most efficient? Like, what the first step, what the next step? Yeah, one by one. Just looking to your background in the huge corporation and a small one. So, is there any difference where to start from to incorporate
the starting point is all the same, right? Like, I think to start anything, you need the data in place. Without the data, nothing can be done. So for me, my focus is to make sure I understand in real time the overall picture, whether it's on the environment, whether it's a social, and understanding the social, like the areas, like say we have a knowledge and learn program, we have diversity and empowerment initiative, just understanding, and also just the workforce and everything, just understanding where our numbers are, especially on the D&I. You just need to understand your numbers, whether the how your company is, the composition of your company, the gender balance, like how many men, how many women, who has managerial roles, who's at what level. I think you have to start from that. And then for roles like this, we have to work with HR and leadership together, working arm in arm, and come up with strategies and talent acquisition, because I think that's the other thing. Without talent acquisition in the equation, HR will only do work with once you're hired, but those who we are hiring, talent acquisition has a role. So I think all together, to understand the numbers and understand how we move, even if it means small steps, like we need to figure out, like, how do we move forward in terms of the goals, and okay, if we have this percentage in these roles, how do we move from this percentage to a higher percentage, but work as a team together, because alone, I don't think just ESG can drive that. We need to have our own stakeholders, so it's really important that we work with the stakeholders to drive it.
If you may, I will just summarize the key point from your speech, because I think that it's very important just to get like the roadmap, how to implement and how to make ESG and gender equality more efficient. So first of all, you need to have the data in place. Then we need to have the overall picture. It's like the audit, I think. Yeah, so something like gap analysis or audit of the system to understand we need some improvements. Then, and the next one is to work with HR, talent acquisition, and leaders. So we are talking about stakeholders within the company and later on outside the company. Yeah, internal, external.
Then you were bringing partners,
right?
and so like at this moment, like say when we are at the stage of like working with the say leaders and HR right now, like say I'm trying to launch our ERG groups, identifying which ERG groups make sense for a small company like ours. But of course, the Women's Empowerment Initiative or whatever it may be, we decide what will work for us. But even that, I can't alone come and say, oh, I want to do this. I have to, of course, get like key stakeholders on board, identify and work on a plan on launching it, and that makes sense, right? So it's important to understand those steps when it comes to putting a plan. Also, we are part of Global Compact. We are also committed to SDG 5 and all the relevant SDGs that are relevant to our ESG strategy. So again, understanding what the criteria for those SDGs also are important in your journey, because blindly just saying, oh, we should go with this SDG, and I think we all need to also understand what the expectations are and then work so that we can help a country and globally achieve what SDGs are meant to achieve by 2030.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so good summary. And just the last question, I think, just to finish this
You were supposed to answer lots of questions too.
Yeah. But I think it's very nice just to find out the key messages from the leader who drives such wonderful and such good companies in ESG. So it's a good chance just to talk.
Thank you.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, and regarding the industry itself, because ESG and gender equality, I think, at least from my perspective, it's something new for the tech. It's mostly commonly used that tech is more the men-driven industry, but there are also other industries like, I don't know, for example, transport industry or any other, where we have like majority driven by men. And what do you think on that? So is it depending from the industry perspective that there can be more challenge to face gender equality, or it's just the matter for all the industries?
I think some industries have, it's more towards, women are more drawn towards those industries, I would say, like the retail industry. I'm just saying, probably. But tech industry definitely, like, when in the previous discussion, when she put it out saying only 3% are CTOs, say, in the world globally, 3% of women hold CTO, Chief Technology Officer roles. I mean, that's very telling, isn't it? I was like, oh, wow. So I think it's a journey we need to start, but also I think it's a journey where we need to also support education, like initiatives, encouraging from a very young age. So like for me, I have always been supporting education initiatives, but also making sure that it's not just about an education program, that we are very sensitive about the girls who are joining the program and supporting girls-led initiatives, partnering with organizations like Technovation, for instance, Kajigo, who was again all women focused, girl focused, initiatives that are global, who've done tremendous work and making a lot of headway today in the global agenda. So starting now, if we also contribute, then you have more and more girls getting relaxed and, I mean, like feeling more comfortable with studying computer science or computer science related, so that they are more accessible. They become more accessible to the tech industry as well. That they don't have these kind of fears and misconceptions, which a lot of young girls do, or young women do, about the industry.
Yeah. Okay, so I think that today we learned a lot about EUG and the specific in gender equality and how it's linked with ESG. So we have no more questions. So I think that we did a good job just summarizing the key points and key messages that we would like to bring to to our audience. And I would like to thank you, Saminka, for nice conversation. Yeah, I'm looking forward to
Thank
speak
you.
more about that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Please, we should continue. And thank you so much, Alina, for really doing just a very comfortable discussion, sharing knowledge.
Thank you.
Well, a big thank you to our incredible panelists, Samilka and Alina. I can say that we really learned a lot from this session. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for having us and inviting.
Well, before we conclude this session, let me remind you that we have an exciting opportunity for you. Share your SheIsTech conference insights on LinkedIn using hashtag SheIsTech_experience, and you could win a Kindle. Results will be available tomorrow, January 26th at 12 p.m. Central European Time on our LinkedIn page. So best of luck. And now, please let me give a heartfelt thank you to all our incredible speakers for sharing their wisdom and insights with us today. Your contributions have made this event truly exceptional. As we conclude this inspiring event, the discussion doesn't have to stop here. Head over to our Discord channel to continue the conversation, connect with fellow participants, and further explore the insights shared today. Just keep the dialogue alive, share your thoughts, and continue the journey of empowerment. Together, we shape the future. Thank you very much.
I've been cold for so long. One touch and we're igniting, setting fire to it all. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think that we can stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn down. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think I wanna stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn it down. Burn it down.